A New Press People's History. Adolfo Gilly. Contents. Preface to the English Language Edition. Foreword by Friedrich Katz. Capitalist Development. 1910. Zapatism. The Northern Division. The Convention. Mexico City, December 1914. From Celaya to Querétaro. The Morelos Commune. 1920. Epilogue. I wrote this book as a history and interpretation of the Mexican Revolution. Strictly speaking, it is not a work of investigation, but of reflection on what has been investigated and recounted and of synthesis of what remains scattered. Virtually all the factual material is drawn from the many writings of historians, witnesses, and protagonists of the 1910-20 revolution. My aim was to explain the logic of the revolutionary movement and the changes it brought to Mexican life, and at least to outline the conclusions for other countries and revolutions in Latin America, as well as in other parts of the contemporary world. Many new studies have been published since the appearance in 1971 of the first Spanish-language edition of this book. I have also been able to consult other works that were not available to me in the restrictive conditions of Lecumberri, conducive though the prison camp may have been to study and reflection. However, all this new information does not alter the basic theses formulated in the text according to a certain expositive and interpretative method. Although the present edition incorporates new data and analysis, generally in endnotes but sometimes in the text itself, these do not modify the original conclusions in any fundamental way. The first chapter, Capitalist Development, is an exception in this respect. Without changing the basic view of the Porfirio Diaz era as one of headlong capitalist development in Mexico, a point now practically undisputed, though that was not the case when the first edition appeared, I have rewritten the whole chapter for this edition. Much of it has been thoroughly recast. But the main purpose has been to strengthen its framework of information and theoretical analysis. Given my aim in writing this book, the endnotes are designed to throw further light on the main body of the text rather than to provide archival or bibliographic references in support of various assertions, or to facilitate later reading on the subject. This limitation has often been pointed out to me, especially in academic circles where such a backup is rightly considered almost obligatory. Nevertheless, if the author's limits or shortcomings as a historian are left aside, a series of complementary and, in my view, valid reasons may be given for the structure of the book. Firstly, it is a work of political and cultural struggle, chosen at the time not only as a personal weapon with which to resist the oppression and arbitrariness of an absurd prison system like any other, but above all as a tool with which to prepare a continuation of the struggle for Marxism in Mexico and Latin America. My intention from the beginning was that it should be accessible, without any loss in scientific rigor, to a broad public stretching from academics to barely literate people, and that readers should be able to use it as an instrument of knowledge, understanding, and organization in their social revolutionary activity. This goal, which has, I hope, largely been realized, suffuses the style of the book and determines its structure. Secondly, I could not have been successful in this task without the strictest attachment to historical truth. Every one of the factual points is based upon verifiable sources and has stood up to more than a decade of close examination and discussion. It is these data which underpin the character and sequence of the narrative. For although the selection of material inevitably involves an element of interpretation, I followed a basic rule throughout my work on the book, namely, to keep the presentation of facts strictly separate from an analysis of their significance, so that the reader may both register the historical information and, if necessary, dissent in part or in full from the given interpretation. Perhaps the book's greatest innovation lies not in its assessment of the Mexican Revolution as a class war, a view held, to better or worse effect, by other writers, but in its periodization of the whole cycle of the I-910-20 revolution and its analysis of the process in interrelation with the broader world situation. Thus, it distinguishes the specific curve of the revolution and locates its peak at December 1914, whereas the school of history pragmatically impregnated with state ideology continues to see February 1917 as the culminating date. Lastly, it is worth repeating the well-known point that a luxury and apparatus of quotations and references is no guarantee of historical veracity or analytic rigor. The selection of data, sources, authors, and even quotations presupposes an interpretative criterion that is painfully lacking or deficient in more than one historical work, even if, from a formal point of view, the writer satisfies the most exacting academic requirements. A wealth of references cannot compensate for a dry text that lacks the understanding or imagination to choose and interrelate such material in faithful accordance with the movement of history. Historical imagination is a loyal and indispensable servant of truth that has nothing in common with fantasy or caprice. It must be acquired in disciplines that allow us to grasp human beings, the subjects of history, as individuals, classes, and societies. These disciplines are none other than rigor of method and research, love of life, and practical experience of the social struggles in which the cloth of history is continually being woven and torn. Adolfo Gilly, Tepepan, Mexico DF. March 2005. FOREWORD. On October 2, 1968, several thousand Mexican students congregated in one of the oldest and most beautiful plazas of Mexico City, the Plaza de las Tres Culturas, to stage a peaceful protest against the policies of the Mexican government. The students demanded from the government the implementation of some of the main clauses of the Constitution adopted by the victorious factions in Mexico's 1917 revolution: freedom of the press, genuine elections, and freedom from police harassment. The speakers at the rally made sure to call on the students to carry out a policy of non-violence and to demand peaceful changes in the country. As the meeting was nearing its end, a helicopter suddenly flew over the meeting and a flare HT up the square. At this point, troops arrived at the four corners of the historic square and began firing indiscriminately into the crowd. Hundreds were killed or wounded, hundreds if not thousands of others were imprisoned and some of them tortured in a military camp. This massacre was carried out by a government representing a political party, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, which declared it was the legitimate heir of the Mexican Revolution. It is no wonder that many of Mexico's young people became completely disillusioned with the Mexican Revolution and sought inspiration and social models from outside the country. 3 years later, in 1971, the first edition of the present book was published in Mexico. Its author, Adolfo Gilly, was a political prisoner being held since 1966 at the penitentiary of Lecumberri. The aim of the author was to return the revolution to the people. The book's success was phenomenal. Thousands of copies were sold. In spite of the fact that the author was being held in jail. It was adopted as an official textbook by many faculties of history in Mexico. It was not only hailed by radical students who rediscovered the revolution through this book, but by people and intellectuals who had very different political opinions from those of the author. In an open letter to Adolfo Gilly, Mexico's Nobel Prize-winning author, Octavio Paz, wrote, "Your contribution to the history of the Mexican Revolution is notable. In a few points you have said many new things, you have reminded us of others that we thought we had forgotten, and you have clarified things for us that seemed obscure." Gilly's interest in the Mexican Revolution is definitely not a coincidence. Since his early youth, Gilly had been either interested or directly involved in revolutionary movements. As a student of social sciences and law in Argentina, Gilly participated very actively in the political life of his country. He first joined the Socialist Party, but grew very critical of its policies and became a member of a revolutionary workers' movement that was strongly inspired by the teaching of Russian revolutionary, Leon Trotsky. In 1955 he was an active participant in the general strike in Argentina that led to the resignation of Juan Domingo Perón. In subsequent years he was a socialist writer and organizer in the most diverse parts of Latin America and Europe. He lived in Bolivia from 1956 to 1960, where he cooperated with the Revolutionary Workers' Party, a member of the Fourth International in that country. In the 60s, he cooperated with the guerrilla movement in Guatemala. He went to Colombia where he became friends with the revolutionary priest, Camilo Torres. In 1962 he went to Cuba, where he stayed through the missile crisis until he was expelled from the country in 1963 for no reason. This did not prevent a Cuban publishing house from publishing his book, The Mexican Revolution, in 1998. In those years, Gilly constantly published articles and books throughout the world, but mainly in Latin America and the United States. His books Inside the Cuban Revolution and the Guerrilla Movement in Guatemala were published by Monthly Review Press in the United States. In 1966 Gilly traveled to Mexico so he could enter Guatemala and establish contacts with the guerrilla. 11. Movement there. He was arrested by the Mexican police, charged with subversion, and sentenced to 6 years in prison. That conviction was later reversed by the Mexican Supreme Court, a process that took 6 years while Gilly remained in prison. Fortunately, the penitentiary administration had segregated the political prisoners in a separate prison tract. The jail authorities obviously feared that these political prisoners might not only influence but organize other pre-ones who were in the penitentiary. The result was that the political wing of Lecumberri prison became a type of intellectual center. The prisoners discussed social, political, and economic problems, lectures were given, and manuscripts were scrutinized and criticized. Octavio Paz concurred with the opinion of U.S. historian, John Womack, when he called the prison of Lecumberri our Institute of Political Science. Due to the help of friends inside and outside of the prison, Gilly was able to consult the most important works on the Mexican Revolution and other prisoners, many of them very knowledgeable about the revolution, who then discussed and criticized his manuscript. Adolfo Gilly's exile from Mexico was not permanent. The prestige that his book had given him, as well as a series of articles that he had written on Mexico, and the help of prominent Mexican intellectuals including Mexico's great writer, Carlos Fuentes, enabled Gilly to return to Mexico in 1976. He became a professor in the Department of Political Sciences at Mexico's National University and wrote a groundbreaking book on the administration of Lázaro Cárdenas, who carried out the most profound social reforms that Mexico underwent in the 20th century. In 1982 Gilly was awarded Mexican citizenship and participated actively in the campaign of Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas against the regime of the Partido Revolucionario Institucional. When Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas became the first freely elected mayor of Mexico City, Gilly was one of the main collaborators in his reform-minded administration. These administrative activities did not prevent him from continuing to produce a spate of articles, essays, and books dealing with both contemporary and historical. 12. Problems of Mexico, and to a lesser degree, of Latin America. Gilly now had access to secondary and primary sources, which he could not study during the time that he spent in prison. His present book is not simply a translation of the book that he published in 1971. It is thoroughly revised, and greatly enriched. Do passion and historical accuracy contradict each other? At times this can be the case, but not in this book. Gilly is passionate about the popular classes of Mexico and their leaders, but equally objective about their weaknesses. It is not surprising that Gilly's interest is concentrated on the popular movements that emerged during the revolution and which were led respectively by Emiliano Zapata and Francisco Villa. There is an enormous difference between the way these two movements and their leaders were portrayed not only in the official historiography of the revolution in Mexico, but by many historians as well. Official historiography accepted Zapata into the pantheon of Mexican revolutionaries, and very few historians, official or not, expressed any doubt as to the personal heroism and integrity of Zapata and his dedication to land reform. This attitude even extended to Cold War warriors in the United States. In the film Viva Zapata, director Elia Kazan, who had denounced many of his colleagues as communists and radicals before the House UN American Affairs Committee, eulogized the image of the revolutionary leader from Morelos. This favorable attitude towards Zapata was not a coincidence. The victorious leaders from Sonora who ultimately assumed power at the end of the revolution in Mexico in 1920, hardly fought against Zapata, though they had earlier opposed his movement. It was thus not too difficult for them to co-opt his image. Their main battles had been fought against Pancho Villa. It was their rivals for national power, Venustiano Carranza and Pablo González, who had directed the fight against Zapata and were responsible for his assassination. For the Cold Warriors in the United States, Zapata was the one leader of a revolution in Latin America who had never attacked American interests. This had nothing to do with Zapata's personal 13. attitude or that of his movement. He definitely was a Mexican nationalist, but with the fact that there were no American interests in Morelos and adjoining areas and very few Americans lived there. By embracing Zapata, official historiography had put him in a straitjacket. In official parlance he was described as an agrarian reformer whose aims did not go beyond land reform. This is a view that Gilly does not accept. Gilly calls the embryonic state that Zapata and his movement created in Morelos, the Morelos Commune. The precedent for this, Gilly believes, was the Paris Commune that was established for several months in Paris after the war between Prussia and France in 1870. Both workers and artisans in Paris attempted to create a model for a new kind of state. What could the urban population of Paris have in common with the peasant population of Morelos? Gilly sees three kinds of similarities between the two states. Both attempted to create direct democracy from below, both advocated and practiced egalitarianism, and both established public ownership of some of the main means of production. The egalitarianism of Morelos was based in the village communities, and direct democracy meant that it was these communities that elected representatives to regional power centers. By portraying Zapatismo in this way, Gilly not only contradicted official historiography but the views of a man who strongly influenced his ideas, Trotsky. The latter had stated, "The peasantry left to itself can only produce local detachments of guerrillas where a primitive democracy is only a cover for the personal dictatorship of the atamans." The differences between Gilly's portrayal of both Villa and his movement and official historiography were far greater than they were with respect to Zapata. For many years it had been far more difficult for official Mexico to digest Pancho Villa views or to absorb him into the official pantheon of Mexican heroes. This was not only due to the fact that the victorious factions of the revolution had waged their main battles against Villa, but that they also had him assassinated. Finally, Villa had attacked the United States, and his acceptance as a genuine revolutionary might have jeopardized their 14. efforts to gain U.S. recognition. In the 1920s he was portrayed as a bandit with an army of marginals, and no statue of his could be erected and no street could be named in his honor. The result of this official oblivion was that Villa lived on more strongly in the popular imagination. Finally, in the 1960s the government of Gustavo Díaz Ordaz, one of the most conservative and bloodthirsty governments that Mexico has produced, facing declining popularity, attempted to co-opt Villa by inscribing his name in gold letters in the Chamber of Deputies. Nevertheless, only one merit was conceded to Villa, that of having played a major role in the defeat of Victoriano Huerta's conservative military dictatorship. Gilly considers Villa a peasant leader and his movement a heterogeneous array of people from the countryside: Hadendapians, tenants, peasants, some industrial workers, and others whose goal was the destruction of the Hadenda system and the division of Hadenda lands among Mexico's peasants. The modi composition of Villa's movement might constitute an explanation as to why Villa, who clearly wanted the division of landed estates, did not formulate a clear land reform program as did Zapata, whose agrarian basis of village communities was far more homogeneous. Instead of a program, Gilly feels that Villa's personality became a rallying point of his movement. Within the Villa movement, the great majority of peons and agricultural workers in the north, as well as those who were steeped in poverty, found a purpose. They felt incorporated into a new kind of life, and that for the first time they could express themselves, fight to win, take decisions, and stop being repressed and vanquished. What inspired them was that their leader was also a peasant, the best warrior, the best rider, and the best peasant among them. Villismo did not have a program, as Zapata did, but it had the personality of Villa. For lack of a program, his personality was a symbol of the peasants and the poor who had risen up in arms. Some of the most moving parts of this book refer to a man who has been largely forgotten and ignored in the historiography of the Mexican Revolution, General Felipe Angeles. He was the only Gen. 15. Earl in the Federal Army who joined the revolutionaries. In every possible respect he was the antithesis of the traditional military man both in Mexico and Latin America. He was humane. At a time when every revolutionary faction shot their prisoners, Angeles freed them all. He was not arrogant. Although Angeles was an educated military man and Villa was not, he always reiterated how proud he was to have served under Villa. He was also honest. He left the revolution as he entered it, a poor man. What made him even more exceptional was the fact that he was an intellectual, a rarity among the military. He was not a Democrat. His wide-ranging readings of Karl Marx and Koskai had converted him into a socialist. In the final account one has to ask, why did this book exercise such a profound influence? Is it only because of the passionate, and in many respects original, way in which Gilly portrayed the popular forces of the revolution and their leaders? Certainly this played a major role in the enormous echo that the first edition of this book had in Mexico. It was also Gilly's refusal to depict the revolutionary opponents in black and white terms and to have made sense of the enormous complexity of the Mexican Revolution. But there was more to it than that. There was, above all, Gilly's historical optimism. At first glance such a statement might seem out of place. Unlike other historians, Gilly is firmly convinced that the popular forces were doomed to defeat. In spite of Zapata's national vision, the peasant leaders lacked a national program, and thus the victory of the far more conservative faction led by Venustiano Carranza in the civil war that engulfed Mexico was all but inevitable. What Gilly insists on, however, was that the military defeat of the peasant revolutionaries that gave power to a new ruling class was by no means final. The new rulers of the country who emerged from the revolution could not rule in the same way that Porfirio Diaz and his supporters had done. They could not afford to ignore and repress the popular forces in the same way that Diaz had. The 10 years of revolutionary warfare had left an indelible mark on Mexico's workers and peasants. Industrial workers, miners, and oil workers who had set up unions could not be ignored. A new consciousness had emerged among many peasants. 16. That did not end with their defeat. They had retained their arms and learned how to fight. They were a force to be reckoned with. In addition, Mexico's new rulers were extremely wary of the upper class that was seeking to regain its power. Thus, they were forced to make concessions to the popular classes and to tolerate one of the most radical regimes to ever emerge in Latin America, the government of President Lázaro Cárdenas, who carried out one of the greatest land reforms in the history of the continent. His land reform destroyed the political, and to a large degree, the economic power of the traditional hacendado class. In much of Latin America it was this class that played a major role in supporting and establishing military dictatorships. Its disappearance in Mexico had one radical consequence: Mexico was one of the very few Latin American countries not to have experienced any military dictatorship and not to have any government since 1920 overthrown by force and violence. At first glance, Gilly's historical optimism might have seemed out of place for many readers of his first edition book in 1971-72. The massacre of students in 1968 was followed by what is now known as a dirty war against guerrillas, largely produced by the government's repressive policies with methods not dissimilar to those used by South American dictatorships. Yet Gilly's optimism was not unwarranted. Only a few years later a huge popular movement led by Lázaro Cárdenas' son, Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, in which Gilly took a prominent part, emerged and played a decisive role in the democratization of Mexico. Friedrich Katz. April 2005. Friedrich Katz is the Morton D. Hull Distinguished Service Professor of Latin American History, and co-director of the Mexican Studies program, at Chicago University. He is the author of The Secret War in Mexico, Europe, the United States, and the Mexican Revolution, which won the Bolton Prize for Best Book on Latin American History, and The Life and Times of Pancho Villa. CAPITALISDEVELOPMENT. 1. Much more than any other Latin American country, Mexico won its independence from Spain through a popular war whose principal leaders, clergyman Miguel Hidalgo and José María Morelos, were also representatives of the Jacobin wing of the revolution. As elsewhere in Latin America, however, it was not this wing that consummated victory or began the task of organizing the newly independent country, but rather the conservative tendencies that in the course of the struggle were able to eliminate the radical wing as a result of the decline of the people's intervention in the war. The Revolution of Independence was a class war, and its nature cannot be understood correctly unless we recognize the fact that unlike what happened in South America, it was an agrarian revolt in gestation. This is why the army, the church, and the great landowners supported the Spanish crown, and these were the forces that defeated Hidalgo, Morelos, and Javier Mina, wrote Octavio Paz in The Labyrinth of Solitude. Mexico also bore the full brunt of the first expansive thrust by U.S. capitalism. In 1847, following a course begun years earlier with the Texas War, the United States invaded the country and took possession of half its territory, some 2 million square kilometers, comprising the present-day states of Texas, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. Although British domination was then growing in the world, and particularly in Latin America, youthful North American capitalism acquired its living space by seizing Mexican land in the manner of the old wars of conquest. This plunder, which left its mark in the memory 2. of the Mexican people, was subsequently legalized by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in February 1848. Some 10 years passed before the rise of nationally conscious forces centered on Benito Juárez and his group of liberal politicians who were to organize the foundations of modern Mexico. Their social base was those sections of the emergent bourgeoisie who sought a new mode of entrance into world trade and a restructuring of the Mexican market and internal space. 1. In 1855, the Ayuda Revolution carried the Liberal Party to power on a program involving the organization of capitalist development. Its main objective was to break the legal fetters on the extension of capitalist relations and on the expansion of the internal market, beginning with the capitalist land market itself. 2. In 1856, the Liberals passed a Disentailment Act that prohibited religious and civil bodies from owning more land than they needed to carry out their functions. Any excess was to be sold to the tenants or, if they did not buy it, to anyone who made suitable application. In this way, the Liberals set out to create a class of agrarian smallholders, placing on the market not only the lands of the clergy, but also, through the liquidation of old communal property structures, the land of the Indian communities. The liberal principles of the reform were ratified in the 1857 Constitution. Throughout Latin America, with peculiarities determined by each country's prior development and incipient entrance into the New World market, the juridical bases of bourgeois national organization were beginning to take shape at a level generally much more advanced than the social forces or economic and cultural development of the country in question. 3. In a certain sense, then, the juridical principles of the 1857 Constitution were those of an imaginary country, a liberal utopia that fired and guided the imagination of its authors, but was only partially embodied in its methods and relationship to the real country. 4. The clergy and the big latifundistas grouped in the Conservative Party rose up against the reform legislation. They enjoyed the ideo 3. logical support of Pope Pius IX, who declared null and void both these laws and the Mexican Constitution itself. The ensuing Reform War, continued in the war against French intervention, lasted until 1867. In 1862 and 1863, the conservatives received help from invading French troops, who placed Maximilian of Habsburg on the throne as Emperor of Mexico. Napoleon Hill's imperialist adventure in Mexico ended with the withdrawal of the defeated French forces. In June 1867, on the Querétaro Heights, Maximilian was shot alongside his two Mexican army commanders, Miramon and Mejia. 5. The liberal victory opened the road to capitalism in Mexico, a country which, at that time, had 8 or 9 million inhabitants to its 2 million square kilometers. As in every struggle during the rise of the bourgeoisie, the barely nascent Mexican bourgeoisie had to rely upon popular support and Jacobin methods in order to sweep away the institutions and structures inherited from colonial times that now impeded its development. Karl Marx defined Jacobinism as the plebeian method of settling accounts with the feudal enemies of the bourgeoisie. In its struggle against the clergy, landowners, and invading French troops, Juarez's faction based itself upon a national war and decreed such sweeping measures as the 1859 nationalization of church property. This same law prescribed the complete separation of church and state, the secularization of all religious orders, a ban on religious congregation, and the nationalization of the clergy's rural and urban property. The radical character of Juarist liberalism would leave a powerful imprint upon the formal structure of the Mexican juridical system, coexisting in a strange symbiosis with the deeply religious beliefs of the people. It would also mark the thinking of all left-wing currents rooted in the national reality, even though they were not always aware of it. The main result of the reform legislation, however, was not the rise of a new class of smallholders which can never be created by 4. laws but the further concentration of agrarian property in latifundia. Thus, in the years after the legislation came into effect, not only church property but also the lands of the Indian rural communities were divided into small individual plots, soon to be acquired at a ridiculous price, or else directly seized by big latifundistas in the region. For many decades, the latifundia would grow by devouring Indian communal land, particularly in the central, most populous region of the country, and turning the Indian peasants into peons of the big landowners. The path was different in the less populated north, a region marginal to colonial development which had no fixed indigenous population. In these huge, arid, and mountainous stretches of land, above all in Sonora and Chihuahua, nomadic Indian tribes resisted the white and mestizo settlers until the middle of the 1880s. Captured land had to be continually protected from the Apaches, so that, apart from big latifundia like Luis Terrazas' 2 million hectare holdings in Chihuahua, a rural middle class sprang up on relatively small and medium-sized ranches or mini haciendas. It should not be forgotten, however, that in 1870 the northern states of Sonora, Sinaloa, and Baja California held only 3% of Mexico's total population. It was in this way that capitalist relations spread in the Mexican countryside throughout Porfirio Diaz's decades. With only one 4-year interval, when Manuel González, a trusted replacement, took the helm, this regime lasted 35 years, from 1876 until 1911. During this period, the government passed a number of settlement acts, under which so-called surveying companies were set up to enclose common land and attract foreign settlers to work on it. As payment for their services, these companies were left with a third of the land in question. Belonging to a small, government-linked oligarchy, they had enclosed some 49 million hectares by 1906, a quarter of Mexico's territory. There was no such quantity of common land, and so these companies were really the organizational form through which land was violently seized from the peasant villages and communities. Thus, the huge latifundia of the 5. Central region swept up whole village populations as hacienda peons or laborers. But in the north, where the farmers and settlers were imbued with a strong tradition of municipal and regional autonomy from the distant central government, local communities began to clash openly with the haciendas after the end of the Apache Wars in 1885, and above all in the years before and after the end of the century. This massive operation of dispossession, which continued under new methods and with a different scope, the practice begun in colonial times, was designed not only to form big agrarian properties, but also to create a supply of free-day laborers owning nothing other than their labor power. In order to clear a path for itself, capitalism needed to liquidate the communal lands in central Mexico, just as it needed to rob the Yaqui and Mayo Indians of their rich valley land in Sonora State and to integrate their men as a labor force into the newly formed units. 6 Although the conditions were different, capitalism had operated a similar dispossession and enclosure of common land in its early stages in England and in continental Europe. As in these other countries, the peasants in Mexico did not peacefully give up their land. The Indian villages held fast to their traditions and communal forms of organization, and, where they still had them, to the land deeds issued by the Spanish crown. They resisted, organized revolts, suffered massacres, and returned to their land only to be driven back into the mountains. Just bandits and peasant legends sprang up, so that even today, just outside the Sinaloa state capital, fresh flowers are laid every day at the cross marking the death of Heraclio Bernal, the thunderbolt of Sinaloa. Thus, modern latifundist property, the backward form of capitalist expansion in the Mexican countryside, had to advance through constant warfare with the peasant villages. Just as, in the struggle to liquidate the feudal structures of church property, it had been compelled to lean on the masses and employ the plebeian forms and methods of Jacobinism, so, in its struggle against the peasants, the bourgeoisie had to rely upon the methods 6. Of appropriation and plunder everywhere characteristic of primitive capitalist accumulation. In other words, it had to combine its own capitalist relations of production with pre-capitalist relations of peon-type dependence upon the hacienda, the local and regional domination of hacendados and caciques not unlike lords of the manor, the Indian rural communities which resisted to the end, and even slave forms of exploitation of the workforce. The Yaqui Indians and other tribes, having been robbed of their land after bitter armed resistance in Sonora, were sent in whole families and communities to work as slaves on the far-off Valle Nacional tobacco plantations. Joining petty criminals, vagrants, unemployed workers, and people lured by the promise of high wages after a night of drinking, they would lead the most wretched existence before succumbing to exhaustion, undernourishment, and diseases. 7. Unlike the original period of capitalist formation in Europe, however, this process of accelerated accumulation at the expense of pre-capitalist economic forms took place during the period of worldwide expansion of capitalism. In some ways, then, it resembled the plunder of the US and Canadian Indians, and in other ways the colonial wars conducted by the imperialist countries. But the Colorado Nile War was waged by the Mexican landowner bourgeois government in its own country and against its own people. The Yaqui War of the late 1870s and early 1880s, for example, was a genocidal campaign through which the army seized the so-called Yaqui Valley, one of the best agricultural regions in Sonora State. The Yaquis, headed by their chief, Cajame, and after his death by Tetabe, fought a heroic yet hopeless war. The valley lands, wonderfully suited for growing cotton, sugar, and other crops, were then handed over to big Mexican and American landowners while all the Yaqui men, women, and children who could not escape to put up a decade-long resistance in the arid mountainous regions were either pacified as hacienda peons or sent to perish as slave labor in the Valle Nacional or on the Yucatan henequen plantations. 9. The Federal Army launched a similar war to turn the Yucatan 7. Maya lands into big, export-oriented henequen plantations, shipping off many of the dispossessed Mayas to work as slaves in the Cuban sugar fields. Such was the early nationalism of the Mexican bourgeoisie. 10. These acts of appropriation and plunder transferred huge quantities of land throughout the country. In a host of local mini-wars of the haciendas against the peasant villages, centered on the land or the waters, private militias or the armed bodies of the state served to break down the peasants' resistance. The repressive forces that conducted these operations were the Federal Army La Federación, as the peasants still call it, and the Rural Police or Guardia Rural, acting for the landowners, caciques, and local political bosses. The levy, a form of conscription into the army or special contingents destined for the army, was itself a further method of repression, mostly in the towns. Many conscripted soldiers died or disappeared in the Yucatan and other pacification campaigns, while the levy served as a punishment for anyone considered an agitator. The Guardia Rural was composed of men trusted by, and effectively under the orders of, the big landowners. Many of these were, in fact, former bandoleros, often landless peasants forced to become bandits whom the Diaz regime offered a place in the Guardia Rural as a means of filling its repressive apparatus and considerably reducing the level of banditry. As always, the forces used against the peasantry were themselves peasants, recruited willingly or unwillingly into the armed bodies of the state. This internal war, resting on the liberal legislation of the Juarez era and the Porfirist army that both implemented and perverted it, called forth a constant stream of peasant revolts. Some of these were fought under the banner of socialist utopias, 11 the best known being the rebellion of Julio Chávez López in Chillán, Mexico State. In 1861 a Greek utopian socialist, Plotino Rodocanati, had arrived in Mexico with the aim of translating his ideas into agrarian communes, and in 1865 he had founded the School of Thunderbolt 8. And socialism with the later support of the anarchist Francisco Zalacosta. Their ideas, as happened with other peasant ideologies in Mexico, were similar to those of the Russian populists. In 1861 Alexander Herzen had already coined the motto of every agrarian revolt, land and liberty. Chávez López, one of Zalacosta's followers, rose up in early 1868 at the head of a group of peasants that soon numbered more than 1,000, occupying haciendas in Texcoco, San Martin Texmelucan, Tlalpan, and Morelos State. The government unleashed a wave of repression, and whole villages accused of aiding the rebels Chicolopan, for example, were deported to Yucatan. At the beginning of 1869, Chávez López wrote to Zalacosta from Puebla, "I've now arrived here. There's a lot of discontent among the brothers because all the generals are trying to get their land. What would you think if we carried out the socialist revolution?" For its part, the Mexico City press demanded even more stringent measures. Insurgents were roaming the countryside, it reported, proclaiming war on the rich and calling for redistribution of hacienda lands among the Indians. In Chillán, on April 20, 1869, Chávez López gave the ever-growing movement a programmatic banner in his manifesto to the poor and oppressed of Mexico and the world. Although the peasant leader was influenced by Rodocanati's Fourierist ideology, his methods combined Zalacosta's anarchist doctrine of direct action with the older peasant tradition of armed uprising. He thereby distanced himself in practice from the pacifist Greek socialist. The manifesto denounced the exploitation of the peasantry by the landowners, government, and church, the plunder of village land, the robbery in employers' shops, the debt slavery transmitted from father to son, and the wretched level of day wages. His cry was the same as those launched a century or so earlier by Tupac Amaru in Peru and Tupac Katari in Bolivia: the landowners, who ask us to resign ourselves, are the very ones who have tirelessly exploited us and feasted on the sweat of our brows. 9. The aims of the movement were summarized as follows. Brothers, we want socialism, which is the most perfect form of living together in society. It is the philosophy of truth and justice, contained in the unshakable triad: liberty, equality, fraternity. We seek to destroy at root the present evil of exploitation, which condemns some to be poor and others to enjoy riches and well-being, which turns some into wretches even though they work with all their might, and provides others with a life of bliss and leisure. We want land to sow in peace and reap in tranquility, so that everyone is free to sow where it suits them best without having to pay any kind of tribute, so that everyone is free to unite as they think most fit, forming large or small agrarian societies that will jointly defend themselves without any need for a group of men to command and punish them. We seek to abolish any trace of tyranny among equal men who will live in societies of brotherhood and mutual aid, establishing the universal republic of harmony. Mexicans. Such is our simple plan, which will triumph in some form after the true victory of freedom. We shall be persecuted, perhaps even riddled with bullets. But it does not matter, so long as hopes beat in our breast. What have we in life but to die rather than allow the burden of misery and suffering to continue forever? We are scorned as liberals, branded as socialists and condemned as human beings. We must look beyond the present and raise our hearts around the sacred banner of the socialist revolution, the banner which proclaims from the heights of the Republic, abolish government and exploitation. Let us look calmly towards our salvation, which lies in ourselves. Shortly after issuing his manifesto, Chávez López fell into the hands of government troops but managed to escape with the help of peasant sympathizers. He then continued his campaign, attacking 10 haciendas, occupying villages, burning municipal records, and collecting fresh supplies of arms and money. In the end, federal troops under General Ramón Cuellar, who had already destroyed the villages in rebel areas, captured Chávez López and put his comrades to flight. The peasant leader was taken to Chillán, and on September 1, 1869, in the courtyard of the School of Thunderbolt and Socialism, he was shot on the direct instructions of the Juárez government. Francisco Zarco analyzed this judicial murder in terms that, exactly a century later, would be used by less illustrious Mexican journalists to justify political repression against revolutionaries. Julio López has ended his career on the scaffold. He invoked communist principles, and was nothing but a common criminal. The destruction of his gang makes property safe in many other parts of Mexico state. Here, as in many other states of the Republic, it will eventually become an urgent task to deal with the question of landed property. But this must be done through carefully prepared legislative measures, in an atmosphere of calm and serenity, not through violent, revolutionary means. Benito Juárez, like Porfirio Díaz somewhat later, mercilessly crushed this and all other peasant risings. In the heart of Mexico, too, capitalism thrust itself forward dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Its methods were violence, murder, robbery, plunder, trickery, and constant bloodbaths. However, it was also the world market context of 1870 to 1910 which made this the natural path of capitalist development in the conditions obtaining in Mexico at that time. Thus, the first impact of modern capitalism had involved the loss of half the national territory to an expansionist United States. Next came the internal growth of capitalist relations under the Porfirio Díaz regime, that is to say, the loss of Mexico's remaining territory by its age-old owners, the Indian peasantry, and the concentration of this property in the hands of a small number of Mexican and foreign landowners. Through methods in no way different from the colonial plunder analyzed by Rosa Luxemburg in the accumulation of capital. The army war was just the surface of a more powerful and destructive commodity war, through which market relations expanded on the basis of the faster world extension of capitalism and its entry into the age of imperialism. This process involved determinate cycles of expansion, or wave-like pulsations of central capital corresponding to changes in Mexico and South America. Thus, during the Porfirio Díaz regime, the separation of the producers from their means of production and the shift to generalized commodity regulation of labor power and surplus product extraction also proceeded through the multiform ruination of small agrarian and urban owner-producers and the resulting concentration of property without a display of armed violence. This aspect is obscured by bourgeois liberal historians, the descendants of positivist thought, who paint the dark history of Porfirism by referring almost solely to agrarian spoliation. In reality, the transition from the Juarist era of the Reform and the restored Republic to the Porfirio Díaz regime coincides quite precisely with the world market passage from free competition to the imperialist era. In the 16th century, the wealth of New Spain had been one of the factors determining the world market that took shape under the impact of merchant capital. With the wars of independence, however, this whole region experienced a radical break in the late colonial economic equilibrium and in a mode of insertion into the world market already shaken by the irresistible penetration of British and other contraband goods. The post-independence period of anarchy, as it is known in Mexico and other Latin American countries, then exhibited a breakdown in everything but the central government. The political order fragmented and whole regions fell under the sway of military caudillos, the economy shrank into local spheres and, to some extent, autarky, and trade either dried up or took a very hazardous course. 12. Only in the 1840s or thereabouts did a commercial bourgeoisie and its urban political representatives begin their slow and shaky ascent. This period of autonomous growth and gradual internal accumulation of capital was, of course, the time when free market capitalism was conquering space in its heartlands, a process, symbolized by the spread of railways in Europe and the United States, that involved the loss of half of Mexico's original territory. Until about the mid-1860s, the lack of export capital entailed that, despite some limited investments, the direct production of surplus value in large-scale industry was almost entirely confined to Western Europe and the United States. The process of primitive accumulation continued to prevail over the logic of capital accumulation in the PE-referral countries, only gradually dissipating the intricate web of small-scale urban and rural production. And since the Industrial Revolution advanced more slowly in transport than in manufacturing, the means of communication were in short supply on a world scale. In the 1850s and 1860s, Mexico underwent its process of national formation under the aegis of the jurist bourgeoisie. The state now created the juridico-political conditions for development of the relations of capitalist production and national consolidation of the internal market. 12. Liberal ideology reflected these conditions of development, while the conservatives embodied, in broad outline, the staunch resistance of classes and client laïrs dominant in the old forms of production. Another influence began to make itself felt in the 1870s, namely, the expansive thrust of a central capital that had now captured and consolidated its European and North American spheres, through the national unification of Germany and Italy and the American Civil War. By the 1880s the new expansion was having its full effect on Mexico, most evident in the dizzying spread of the railway network. Thus the total length of track soared from 666 kilometers in 1876 and 1,080 kilometers in 1880 to 5,891 kilometers in 1884. 13. And then grew steadily if less sharply to reach some 20,000 kilometers in 1910. The world was then entering the era of imperialism, which would determine the form of Mexico's emergence into the New World market and the process of material accumulation, as well as the new forms of labor exploitation. We should mention here the modern Porfirian hacienda and plantation economy, the industrial development in railways, textiles, foodstuffs, and then electricity, the new rise and modernization of the mining industry, the ruination of artisan and small peasant producers, and the tendency toward proletarianization and pauperization, involving a large and permanent industrial reserve army, with the resulting downward pressure on wages. 13 The history of Porfirian Mexico revolves around the adjustment and headlong development of national capitalism in the conditions of world capital expansion, marking the rise of imperialism, and hence around the accumulation of contradictions that brought the Mexican social formation to the outbreak of revolution in 1910. In more abstract terms, it is the history of a long period of dynamic equilibrium separating two revolutions, the Reform, which laid the basis for its existence, growth, and expansion, and the Mexican Revolution, engendered by the crisis in which the inherent contradictions of the process sought resolution. As is well known, the real treasure found by the conquistadores in Mexico was the educated, disciplined workforce of the despotic tributary societies, those vast masses who built the pyramids and irrigation canals, the pre-colonial Thebes of the Seven Gates. 14 From colonial times to the Republic, the Mexican economy may be seen as a succession of forms, changing in regard to both the system of domination and labor power itself, in which this massive workforce was organized by the dominant classes for the extraction of the surplus product. The original encomienda system, involving the right to demand tribute and labor from the Indians of a particular area, directly articulated the Spanish Empire with the 14 agrarian communities that had been the base and source of surplus product for the dominant castes of the despotic tributary regimes destroyed by the conquest. This direct articulation, rather like a gearbox supposed to link the cogs of a huge iron wheel with a fragile wooden wheel, precipitated one of the greatest catastrophes in human history over more than a century. About 90% of the pre-conquest population 15 was annihilated as a result of overwork, disease, malnutrition, and systematic destruction of the equilibrium underlying its old conditions of existence, reproduction, and interchange with nature. Its bones, muscles, nerves, brain matter, and life were almost literally transmitted into the mass of precious metal which, passing through Spain, enormously accelerated the initial impetus with which European capitalism was entering the world. Used by the Spaniards as a cost-free labor tribute for the building of towns, palaces, and churches, this Indian labor power went on reproducing itself in the agrarian community and providing the basic foodstuffs and domestic services for the Spanish-dominant classes and assimilated remnants of the indigenous nobility. However, it was above all in the mines the basic motor force of the whole colonial enterprise that such manpower was an indispensable asset. For not only did the encomienda system allow it to be forcibly employed on all these tasks, it placed no limits on its exploitation and swallowed up human lives with the same speed and intensity that the mines themselves displayed in devouring whole woodland areas. As disease added its effects to those of exploitation, the free fall in the supply of labor power soon compelled a halt to the big construction works. A food system had to be found that did not rely exclusively on the indigenous community, and the provision of labor power and mine supplies had to be organized on a new basis. 16 The hacienda system that then emerged became, through successive transformations, the center of gravity of the Mexican economy for the next 2.5 centuries. In other words, it became the main instrument for regulating the use of labor power and extracting the surplus product, including that produced in the 15 surviving indigenous communities, just as the extractive industry remained the principal channel along which a major part of that surplus product was transferred abroad. 17 This role explains the hacienda's vitality as an economic unit and its long-term ability to reproduce and stabilize the system. The hacienda was the crucial gearbox that prevented the tough, fast-moving iron wheel of mining bound up with the requirements of the world capitalist market and the formation of a wealthy dominant class in the colonial towns from continuing to destroy the cogs of the slow, rudimentary wooden wheel of the indigenous community, then the main ground for the reproduction of labor power and the extraction of the labor or product surplus. The Spanish hacienda institution was adapted to Mexico in the 17th century, and in the course of the 18th century it was consolidated as the main element regulating the use of labor power. Since the plentiful supply of manpower had been squandered and exhausted in the previous period, the towns, mines, and haciendas developed various expedients for attracting and fixing their own workforce, including the gradual extension of wage labor and its subsidiary hybrid, debt peonage. In the evolving system, the hacienda acquired a fixed workforce in the shape of peons, servants, and artisans such as smiths, carpenters, masons, and even weavers. At the same time, according to the seasonal rhythm of field labor, it absorbed and repelled manpower from the indigenous communities. This labor power continued to be mainly reproduced within the community, its surplus product was sucked out through the hacienda, which in turn produced food and other goods for the mines, the towns, and itself. Those who have seen the hacienda as an autarkic or closed economy cannot account for the fact that, right up to the time of independence, it was the center of an economy directly linked to the world market through the export of precious metals. Now, this colonial hacienda, where relations of servile dependence were already combined with imperfect forms of wage labor, was not the same as the later Porfirian hacienda, with its plantation. 16. System directly producing for both the internal and world markets. Between the two lie the wars of independence, the anarchic collapse of the colonial economy, the disintegration of the colonial hacienda itself, and the capitalist reconstruction of the hacienda system that began with the disentailment of church property and communal lands and continued into the Porfirian era. The colonial hacienda either took shape around good land whose occupants had been exterminated, or else directly seized the best communal land. Yet it also had to establish a metabolic relationship of coexistence with the agrarian community. In this way, the hacienda was remarkably elastic vis-a-vis the product and labor markets. It could withdraw into subsistence economy or expand its market output according to the cycle of the economy, so that it served both a regulatory and preserving role within the system. For most of the peasant majority of the population, the hacienda also embodied and focused the power of dominant classes, representing not the fragmented sovereignty of the feudal order, but the delegated fragmentation of the central power of the viceroyship. The combined force of the Napoleonic Wars in Europe and the revolutions of independence in Latin America destroyed the colonial state as an extension of the Spanish absolutist state. But the revolution of independence in Mexico did not succeed in creating another sufficiently cohesive central power able to exert its control over all the national territory. The fragmentation of power in the haciendas was prolonged under the Republic, while vast sectors of peasant society also escaped the control of the haciendas, folding themselves into the self-sufficient indigenous communities. Together with his stewards and administrators, the figure of the hacendado personified the power of the dominant classes. The hacienda had a prison, a church, and a priest, distributing rewards and punishments for this life and the next. Indeed, as in the feudal system, the agrarian classes perceived no distinction between political and economic institutions, grounded as they were on the arbitrary, total power of the hacendado. This function then passed, suitably. 17. Transformed, from the colonial to the Porfirian hacienda, so that the institution came to stand as the material form of the peasants' oppression and the principal object upon which their revolutionary fury would be vented after 1910. The same force that impelled the plebeian assault on the Bastille in 1789 drove the Mexican peasantry to capture the numerous bastilles of the Porfirian haciendas. In the oral tradition of many peasant soldiers of the revolutionary armies, the revolution itself appeared as a series of hacienda seizures rather than an overthrow of the central state power. Unlike the colonial hacienda, its Porfirian counterpart constituted itself in a direct link with the demands of an internal and world market whose norms were imposed by the dynamic of capitalist accumulation. This altered its relationship to the labor force, although tradition and the persistence of human memory transmit many of the forms of domination and subordination. In their constant disputes with the hacendados for land, water, woodland, pasture, and labor, the peasant communities had acquired a certain conflictual stability in their relationship with the colonial hacienda. But the new capitalist hacienda, developed on the basis of the Disentailment Acts, launched an ever more aggressive assault on these communities. Its greater land hunger was determined not so much by the need to extend the surface under cultivation. Huge areas devoured by the haciendas remained untilled as by the need to release manpower by expropriating communal means of production and throwing the labor force onto the market. Nevertheless, the community largely retained its social role in reproducing labor power, albeit in the surrogate forms of the peasant family and the landless or near-landless village. 18 This land hunger, actually a hunger for labor power and the surplus value it produces, motivated the hacienda war on the villages and indigenous tribes and sparked, in turn, the Countess revolts and lesser forms of resistance. The characteristic methods, ideologies, and motor forces of peasant resistance brought up to date the old defensive war of the Mexican people against the agrarian, urban, and metropolitan exploiters. 18. At the same time, the Porfirian hacienda achieved a certain equilibrium in its utilization of labor power, not only through state and private coercion of the workers, but also because this labor force accepted the framework of its relations with the hacienda and the development of various categories tied to the hacienda by diverse bonds of dependence and reciprocity. It was a complex system of agrarian social relations that constituted the rural basis of the Pax Porfiriana. The hacienda workforce fell into four broad classes. 1. Permanently resident or cottage-dwelling peons, tillers, ranch hands, shepherds, and artisans living in the hacienda. Apart from their wage, they had the right to cultivate a small plot in the hacienda, to keep animals on hacienda land, and to draw a yearly ration of maize. Their job was to till the hacienda land or look after its livestock, but sometimes they also had to perform domestic tasks or even to go off and fight for the hacienda. This group was normally a minority of the workforce. 2. Seasonal workers, whether inhabitants of indigenous villages and agrarian communities or small landowners who had to supplement their income. The mode of payment was quite varied, but it included a wage component. The subcategory of so-called vagrant Indians migrated between various haciendas, mines, and towns in search of temporary waged employment. 3. Sharecroppers who lived in the hacienda and tilled a portion of its land. A part of their produce was paid to the hacienda as a lease, while the other part constituted their own income. Payment in kind was generally supplemented by labor duties. 4. Tenants who paid in cash or in kind to rent a certain amount of land, sometimes as much as a whole ranch. Like joint owners, they were able to hire their own workers. 19. All these forms presented wide variations, readily combining with one another in different ways. Contradictions therefore appeared among the workforce and sometimes reached the point of 19. Open conflict, for example, between peons tied to the hacienda by their cottage, and seasonal workers resident in outlying villages and communities. This was naturally an obstacle to unity against the hacendado, and resulted in a highly complex mode of domination. Already present in the colonial hacienda, such relations develop in various combined forms on its Porfirian counterpart. With the growing extension of wage and commodity relations, the dynamic haciendas were ever more directly linked to the raw materials and capital markets, yet continued to exist alongside traditional haciendas in a multiplicity of forms characteristic of any transitional period. Particularly after 1880, however, when Mexico witnessed the growth of cities, railways, manufacturing and extractive industries, a banking system, and money circulation, it was the haciendas producing sugar, livestock, cotton, henequen, coffee, and other primary products for the expanding world market that most clearly defined the capitalist features of the Porfirian hacienda. Pre-capitalist relations of dependence did still supplement the wage in tying down the labor force. But since the precise combination varied from one hacienda to the next, it is very difficult to draw any general picture. 20. With these precautions in mind, we may now try to describe a typical hacienda in central Mexico, where the supply of labor was quite plentiful and farmers mainly grew produce such as maize, wheat, and pulque for the internal market. As a rule, the hacienda was comprised of the following: a central area, sometimes enclosed by high protective walls, in which were to be found the landowner's mansion along with all the comforts and trappings of the landed aristocracy, middle-grade housing for the steward and administrative staff, the hacienda offices, shop, church, jail, barns, and stables, a fruit and vegetable garden for the seigneurs and their immediate family, and sometimes a small school for the employees' children. The hacienda shop sold such items as coarse cloth, maize, beans, soap, and aguardiente, nearly always charging the peon more than the market price. These goods were advanced against his wage. 20. Which therefore sometimes involved only a minimal cash transaction. Not only did such payment in kind swell the employer's profits at the peon's expense, the accumulation of store debt, especially on occasions like a wedding, a birth, a funeral, or a period of sickness, further served to tie the laborer to the hacienda. Moreover, since the debt usually exceeded the means of payment, it was carefully recorded and transmitted from father to son. If an indebted peon tried to leave the hacienda, he would be hauled back by the rurals and become liable to punishment for theft. 21. For a long time, the lack of an alternative perspective bolstered the various forms of dependence on the hacendado. But when such a perspective seemed to emerge in the revolutionary movement, it blew apart the framework of submission and apparent consent. Previous research and debate have yielded contradictory results concerning the role of debt peonage in tying labor power to the hacienda. Its significance seems to have varied with the region and period, as was the case with all kinds of forced labor. However, the widespread survival of more or less concealed forms of personal dependence heightened the conservative and retrograde character of the hacienda system in the eyes of the most dynamic social forces. Even for modern, typically capitalist landowners like the Madero family, the hacienda seemed to embody the backward, ossified social and political relations against which the revolutionary movement would focus its attack. The railway became the very symbol of capitalist expansion in Mexico. In this rugged land, where the populous central plateau is surrounded by mountains and even the few navigable rivers can only be negotiated for limited stretches, a modern internal market absolutely required an answer to the problem of communication. The obvious solution, substitution of a railway network for the mule tracks and cart or coach roads, could only be realized if it was in accord with the exigencies and capacities of capital in the central countries. The first railway concession was granted in 1837 to a rich Veracruz merchant, who was supposed to build the Mexico 21 City Veracruz line. But it was only on January 1, 1873, after a number of fruitless transfers of construction rights, that the line was actually opened. Whereas a mere 205 kilometers had been completed by 1869, the remainder was finished in the space of 4 years. When Porfirio Diaz took over the presidency in 1876, Mexico had only 660 kilometers of track, and 114 of which mules were used as a traction force. By 1880, local companies operating regional state concessions had laid a further 226 kilometers. The great change began in 1880. Foreign capital, which had not previously been compelled to expand, now responded to Mexican government offers and dramatically burst into the country's life. 22 In the years that followed, the railway network grew at dizzying speed, from a total of 1,086 kilometers at the end of 1,880 to 1,661 in 1881, 3,583 in 1882, and 5,308 in 1883, or, to put it another way, at an annual rate of 21.6%, 52.9%, 115.7%, and 48.1%, respectively. The length of track then climbed to 7,680 kilometers in 1887 and 9,558 in 1890. By the turn of the century, it had nearly reached 14,000 kilometers. Mexico's railway network totaled 19,205 kilometers at the end of the Diaz era in 1910, and it has since grown only slightly to reach some 23,000 kilometers. The railways were built and operated by British and North American companies, which, as in every other country save Britain itself, received huge grants in land and money. The state undertook to pay them a subsidy of 6,000 pesos for every kilometer laid in flat regions, rising to 20,000 pesos in the mountains, to supply them with free land necessary for railway construction, to authorize compulsory employment of the local population for a wage not exceeding 50 centavos a day, to exempt their capital from all taxation for a period of 20 years, and to waive customs duty on imported material, and, in some cases, to allow them to organize their own railway police, with the same attributions as those of the state police. The network spread out from the center to the seaports and to the northern frontier, covering the line of the historic trade routes drawn by geography and 22. Economics. In the emergent era of imperialism, however, exports were designed to meet the need for raw materials on a world market that was more dynamic and demanding than ever before. Thus, whereas the first railway, the Mexico City-Veracruz line, followed the most traditional foreign trade route of New Spain, the great extensions that began in the 1880s directly linked the country to the U.S. network. Indeed, if one studies the genesis and structure of the two, they seem to merge into a single system, or, rather, the northward expansion of the Mexican railways seems to fuse with the southward spread of the North American network. The railway heralded a process of integration whereby the Mexican economy, in distinctive phases, yet with great depth and intensity, became subordinated to its North American counterpart. 23 At its densest in the more populous and economically vital center of Mexico, the railway system changed the shape of the regions through which it passed. It radically altered local markets and price structures, it redrew the parameters of landed property by raising the value of land near the railway, it greatly increased the mobility of both goods and labor, it implanted the railway industry as a modern sector, Free of artisan encumbrances, at the very heart of national economic activity, it proletarianized peasants and artisans for work on the construction and operation of the railways, and its progress through the country sharpened the regional inequality of Mexico's development. 24 The railway transformed local life and hastened the disintegration of the old customs and norms of peasant existence. At the same time, of course, it spurred on the plunder of village lands so characteristic of the Porfirian era, thereby provoking uprisings and resistance movements among the peasantry. 25 The march of the railways also consolidated the political domination of the federal government, enabling it to speed troops to distant parts of the country and to crush local revolts like the Rio Blanco textile strike. Thus national unification acquired not only an economic character, but also the capitalist political content of centralized repression. Capitalist Development 23. In 1905 the minister without portfolio Pablo Macedo wrote that the government could now rapidly use its troops to put down any revolt before it was able to spread. As opposed to the situation a few decades earlier, the government of the Republic can now, thanks to the railway, make its power and authority felt in the remotest part of Mexico, quashing any sign of unrest or rebellion in fewer days than it used to take months. Not many years later, however, this wonderful invention turned into its opposite. The railway became the throughway of revolution. Without arousing the slightest suspicion in the foreign owners and the Diaz regime, the railway system gave to the revolutionary armies their ounce of movement and supply, acquiring such extraordinary importance that the image of the train became inextricably associated with the advances, battles, victories, and defeats of the revolution. The railway accentuated the highly mobile character of the armed struggle, already determined by the existence of huge uninhabited areas. Broadening the sweep of the struggle, it assisted those great transfers of military and human forces which, together with other factors, broke down the peasants' quietist isolation and forged the character of Mexico and its people. The establishment of an internal market, the integration of the Mexican economy into the New World market, and the development of capitalist production under Porfirio Diaz should be seen as three aspects of a single movement. Its remarkably dynamic character is apparent from a large number of indicators. 26 The railways expanded together with the whole communication system, the telegraph lines built alongside the track, the roads, on which banditry was reduced and sometimes even eliminated, the military and postal installations, and the first urban systems of electric lighting and drinking water. Between 1895 and 1910, the number of towns with more than 20,000 inhabitants rose from 22 to 29, and their combined population increased by some 44%. During the same period, town dwellers grew from 9.2 to 11% of the 24 total population, although these figures conceal a great unevenness of development. Thus, while old mining towns such as Zacatecas, San Luis Potosí, and Guanajuato were losing part of their population, other centers like Torreon, Chihuahua, and Monterrey were rapidly growing in the north, Veracruz and Mérida in the Gulf region, and, to a lesser extent, Mexico City, Guadalajara, Aguascalientes, and Toluca in central Mexico. The towns were ever more clearly becoming the centers of political decision-making. Monetary circulation grew at such a rate that it alone is enough to express the dynamic penetration of market relations. From little more than 25 million pesos in 1880 to 81, the mass of money in circulation had already climbed to 86 million in 1893-94 and stood at 310 million in 1910-11, a 12-fold increase in a 30-year period during which wholesale prices only doubled. The number of pesos per capita rose, at a very uneven regional rate, from 2.46 in 1880-81 to 20.37 in 1910-11. Whereas metal coinage was the only medium of circulation at the beginning of the Diaz era, banknotes began to spread in the early 1880s in the major zones of economic activity, and bank deposits on call made their appearance in the 1890s. By 1910 metal coinage accounted for 38% of the money supply, banknotes for 38%, and deposits for the remaining 24%. The banking system underwent an important expansion. Although most of its capital was foreign-owned, a certain amount came from funds accumulated in the country by outside investors. In 1896 local customs barriers were finally abolished and the taxation system was modernized and centralized. Foreign trade was another area of profound change. In the 33 years between 1877 and 1910, per capita exports quadrupled and imports very nearly tripled. The mass of exports increased sixfold at an average yearly rate of 6.1%, while imports grew 3.5 times at an average of 4.7%. 27 As for the composition of foreign trade, exports began to shift away from the precious metals that made up 65% of the total at the start of the Porfiriato. Industrial metals took up a strong position. 25. And traditional agricultural products such as henequen, pelts, and wood were joined by coffee, livestock, and chickpeas. In the import field, where manufactured consumer goods declined with the development of local industry, the share of raw materials and capital goods rose from 47% in 1889 to 57% in 1910. Machinery imports grew by some 170% between 1888 and 1910. Industrial plants expanded at a sustained rate. The means of payment which the country could count on as a result of growing exports and the entry of foreign capital made it possible to acquire the requisite machinery, construction materials, equipment, and other goods from abroad. These elements arrived together with more efficient labor systems, depending at first upon coal-fueled steam engines and later upon the motive force of electricity. The great technical innovations had their main impact in mining, metallurgy, and the processing industries that developed in the large urban centers. Such activities were precisely those associated with the electrical industry, which appeared in the 1880s and was booming strongly in the first decade of the 20th century. 28. The geographical spread of the capacity installed in the electrical industry confirms the uneven character of industrial growth. In 1910, 80% was concentrated in the center of the country, 10.4% in the Gulf of Mexico region, 6.5% in the north, and only 3.5% in the northern and southern Pacific regions. The influx of foreign capital played a decisive role in this process, above all when excess capital in the capitalist heartlands began to seek fresh fields. Foreign investment in Mexico totaled some 110 million pesos in 1884, rising dramatically to 3.4 million pesos in 1911. In 1911 these investments were distributed as follows: railways, 33.2%, extraction industries, 27.1%, public debt, 14.6%, commerce and banking, 8.5%, electricity and public services, 7%, agriculture, fishery, and forestry, 5.7%, processing industry, 3.9%. 62% of foreign investment derived from European capital and 38% from American capital. At that time, however, Mexico absorbed only 5.5% of U.S. foreign investment. European capital was diversifying its holdings in Mexico, while U.S. investment was concentrated in those branches railways and extractive industries that strictly complemented the North American economy. 29 These proportions naturally fluctuated throughout the 1880-1910 period, and the involvement of national capital varied from one industry to the next. In textiles, the main processing industry of the time, the French capital stake derived partly from the metropolis and partly from on-the-spot reinvestment by French companies operating in Mexico. Another important branch, the steel industry, developed through a similar combination of new foreign investment, Mexican national capital, and reinvestment by foreign companies already present in the country. Mexican industrial capital was largely concentrated in the food and drink industry and alongside Spaniards, Turks, Armenians, and Chinese in the retail trade. Thus, the capital and economic power of the Mexican property-owning classes was still rooted in the big ranches, sugar, cotton, and coffee plantations, and the large or medium-size export farms. Even here, however, there was sizable foreign investment in the latifundia of the north and in the cotton, India rubber, sugar cane, and coffee plantations. The concentration of land ownership reached huge proportions. According to the 1910 census, Mexico had a population of 15,160,400 for its 1,972,546 square kilometers. The rural population accounted for 80%, living in villages with fewer than 5,000 inhabitants. The economically active population, 27, numbered 5,272,100, of which 3,592,100 or 68.1% worked in agriculture and fishing. In addition, the census recorded 834 hacendados who, with 167,968,814 hectares in their hands, were the true masters of the national territory. The years of the Porfiriato witnessed the consolidation of the youngest and most modern class in Mexico, the proletariat. It may, perhaps, be traced back to the textile workers of the post-independence period, to the miners who, during colonial times, worked for a combination of a wage and a partido or share in output, 30, or the cigar workers who, after the viceroyship established a tobacco monopoly in 1764, were employed in huge concentrations like the Mexico City works. Strictly speaking, however, all these sectors were part of the preparatory formation of a new proletarian class out of peasant and artisan layers. The real impetus came with the development of large-scale industry, around which a host of small workshops continued to revolve, and the generalization of wage labor as the sole means of subsistence for a class of workers owning nothing but their labor power. This process took its final form in the restored republic and the early years of the Porfirian era, so that in the last 2 decades of the 19th century wage labor came to occupy the structurally, if not numerically, dominant position in the whole system of work relations. From its origins in the conquest and the colony, the Mexican labor force grew under the weight of a potent overdetermination. The bottomless pool of rural labor led, on the one hand, to a constant squandering of manpower and a depreciation of human life which, since the great fusion and wrenching of the conquest, has spawned a distinctively Indo-Spanish ideology of death, recycled by capitalism to normalize the staggering disregard for safety at work, and, on the other hand, to a swollen industrial reserve army and a constant downward pressure on wages. This is one reason why whole generations of Mexican workers have found it so difficult to 2. Develop trade union organization and to secure their gains, and why labor leaders have fairly easily eluded their control in order to become bureaucrats of a particularly despotic caste. However, there is another side to the picture. Beginning in the 1870s, the disintegration of the old agrarian communities went hand in hand with the splitting of artisan layers into a few capitalist bosses at the top and a mass of wage laborers at the bottom. From its very origins, and even from its prehistory, the labor force never interrupted its efforts at organization marked by the ideologies of solidarity prevalent in both the peasant community and the artisan workshop. These tendencies were initially most apparent in mining, the branch of the Mexican economy in which the world market had always played a determining role. It was here that the processes of technological innovation and capital accumulation were most strongly concentrated, here that a working class developed at a very early stage, with close links to the agrarian community through both family origin and the specific nature of the industry. From independence until the 1910 revolution, proletarian and proto-proletarian miners brought their distinctive skills and boldness to the ranks of the revolutionary fighting units. The textile working class developed somewhat later, when the Banco de Avio began to sketch out a policy of industrialization in the 1830s. But the first factories, most of them spinning mills, were linked to a large number of workshops in which the handicraft system of textile production still survived. In this sector too, one of the cornerstones of labor organization in Mexico, the decisive impetus for industrialization and the development of a modern working class came in the Diaz era. 31 However, it was through the railway workers that the modern working class made its real entry into the arena of the Mexican class struggle. A large-scale capitalist industry without artisan relics, the railways were to revolutionize the organization of work and the country's economic and productive space. Their construction turned peasants into proletarians, and although their day-to-day running 29 drew partly on labor trained in the crafts, it essentially developed a new and wholly industrial workforce, introducing a discipline, mentality, and rudimentary labor organization that were qualitatively different from the tradition of artisan struggle. We say rudimentary because the workers initially found it difficult to assimilate an awareness of the situation and to evolve corresponding methods of economic and trade union struggle. They were faced with an eminently modern organization of work, new forms of the division of labor, a recomposition of the old crafts and skills acquired in the artisan or proto-capitalist workshops, a wave of forced migration connected with work and of voluntary displacement resulting from the structural and geographical extension of the labor market, and a whole new range of occupational diseases, accidents, and wage scales. Nevertheless, within a fairly short space of time, the railway workers produced the first great industrial struggles of the Mexican proletariat, free of the artisan methods and ideologies that remained active and even necessary in other sectors. Together with the mining industry, which underwent modernization in the 1890s after the new influx of foreign investment. 32 The railways also relayed the longer tradition of struggle and the greater experience of industrial life and union organization acquired by the American workers. The U.S. technicians or specialist workers who came to Mexico received higher wages and various privileges as a result of their skills and union bargaining power. This led to a certain amount of friction with the Mexican labor force. But the U.S. workers also transmitted their ideology tinged with revolutionary syndicalism, establishing ties of class solidarity far closer than anything mentioned in official histories. They were among the first to go on strike against U.S. companies operating in Mexico, and their example was a fertile source for the experience and initiative of Mexican workers. It should also be noted that the many Mexicans who went to work in the United States brought back the organizational ideas and methods of struggle current in one of the most radical 30 periods of the North American working class, particularly among the highly combative West Coast detachments. The last decade of the Porfirian period witnessed the growth of new, up-to-date industries such as steel and electric power. The proletariat rooted in large-scale industry thereby increased its socio-occupational weight, although it still constituted a minority both in the overall labor force and in the category of factory and workshop wage earners. 33 During the Diaz years, the wage curve varied from one branch of production to another. However, the statistics indicate a general decline between 1877 and 1892, followed by a rise until 1898 and then another fall which, by 1911, had brought wages below the level of 1877. The mining industry was a noteworthy exception, since it needed to attract labor to regions where it was in short supply, and since skilled workers had to be found for the new extractive and processing techniques introduced after 1890.34. Wage disparities were also bound up with the uneven development of the labor market and the differential growth of regions and branches of the economy. Between 1895 and 1910, the labor force expanded at a faster rate than the general population in the Gulf states, the North, and the North Pacific, while an opposite trend was recorded in the center and the depressed South Pacific region. In the North, high wages and the growth of mining, agriculture, and textiles attracted labor to the modern cotton industry of La Laguna, the mines of Chihuahua and Sonora, and the industrial town of Monterrey to the regions whose capitalist bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie would head the victorious faction in the 1910 revolution. The Mexican labor movement had its roots in the organizational forms and structures of the artisan layer. According to the specific character of the industry and region, it gradually moved away from this tradition during the Diaz era of capitalist growth. But the ideologies and methods of urban artisans had a powerful influence on the industrial proletariat, not only before but 31. Even during and, in some cases, after the Revolution of 1910-20. The first organizational forms, appearing especially after 1867, were based on ideas of cooperation and mutual aid. In this way, the artisans not only defended the product of their labor, but also organized cultural activity and elaborated an ideology in meetings, newspapers, and other publications that ran from jurist liberalism through Christian humanism to utopian socialism. Later, at the interface with distinctively proletarian organization, they moved on to anarchist ideas. 35 When they were still at quite an early stage, these movements underwent the influence of the 1871 Paris Commune. Although the revolution of the Paris workers was at first little known and subject to slander in the bourgeois press, its social impact was directly felt in Mexico and most other countries in Europe and the Americas, spread both by the propaganda of the First International and by the communards whom repression scattered throughout the world. The ideas and programs of the Commune were no longer confined to egalitarian utopias and dreams of a republic of harmony founded upon cooperation and justice. Such ideologies, typical of small, independent producers, had given way to the first political project of the industrial proletariat that expressed the aim of conquering power and reorganizing society. In Mexico, however, although the sustained growth of the proletariat after 1880 combined with and prolonged the influence of the Paris Commune, it should not be forgotten that the constant stream of peasant and artisan labor into industry kept different ideological and organizational traditions alive in the incipient working class consciousness. 36 In 1871, a year before Juarez's death brought an era to a close, the journal El Socialista appeared with the words "for the defense of working class rights and interests" in its logo. On September 10, 1871, El Socialista published the General Statutes of the International Workingmen's Association. The declaration of the French Commune to the German workers had already been printed in the August issue, number 6. In June 1884, El Socialista number 39 published the 32 Communist Manifesto in a print run of 10,000, marking a historical point in the Mexican workers' movement. Its pages carried regular reports on the international, and on the European and North American workers' movement. Apart from the fact that El Socialista helped to pioneer the workers' press in Mexico, its publication of the Communist Manifesto is enough to assure it a place in the historical record. It disappeared in 1888, however, when Porfirist repression and the limitations of its artisan-based ideology made its further existence impossible. In 1874, a new journal came out under the title La Comuna, later changed to La Comuna Mexicana, which altogether ran for 48 issues. La Comuna argued for redistribution of the land and embraced the slogan of the 1871 Paris Commune, abolition of the standing army and its replacement by a national guard. In other articles, including the series Commune Letters, the journal defended the actions and demands of the Paris Commune. Mexico's first labor federation, the Gran Círculo de Obreros, established its first leadership committee in September 1872, with a base mainly in the textile union and various craft sectors. When its first Congress was held 3.5 years later, the federation had 35 branches, the principal ones being in the textile centers of Puebla, Contreras, and Tlalpan. El Socialista immediately became the official organ of the Gran Círculo, so that the new organization, though denying any interest in politics, combined the functions of a trade union with political concerns, actions, and teachings. In March 1876 the Gran Círculo de Obreros organized the first Workers' Congress of Mexico, which was attended by delegates from the 35 branches already in existence. El Socialista printed the initial Congress appeal, as well as a weekly report on its proceedings. The main programmatic result of the Congress was a manifesto in which artisan and working class demands were mixed together according to the composition of the Gran Círculo and the ideological evolution of its members. 33. The manifesto took up the following points: workers' education, the creation of cooperative workshops, political and social rights, the freedom to elect public officials, government appointment of labor prosecutors to defend the workers' interests, regional state fixing of wages under workers' supervision, and the holding of industrial craft exhibitions. The eighth point actually called for that basic measure, a sliding scale of wages, to be introduced, art. 8. Modification of the wage rate when the workers' needs so require, for just as the capitalists change the value of their commodities in suitable circumstances, so the worker has the right to increase the price of his labor in order to satisfy his individual and social needs. 37. Throughout 1875, prior to the Workers' Congress, a number of strikes had taken place among the industrial proletariat and workshop artisans. In January of that year, a strike movement in the textile factories of the Valley of Mexico called for wage rises, a no dismissal agreement, and, above all, an end to the night watch, that is to say, a change from a 15-hour working day to one of 12 hours, so that the last 3 nighttime hours would disappear. The workers appealed to the President of the Republic to act on their behalf, while the press invoked liberal principles against government intervention in this or any other conflict between labor and capital. In the end, the textile workers did not achieve victory. The Gran Circulo leadership decided to intervene not as spokesmen for the workers but as mediators between them and the employers. In May 1875, the Mutual Society of Artisan Hat Workers called a strike against the employers' wage cut, receiving considerable support from other sectors. The Gran Circulo showed solidarity with the strikers and, according to an agreement printed in El Socialista, organized the collection of support funds among its affiliated bodies. At the end of July, the hat workers finally won satisfaction and called off their strike. In 1878, Francisco Zalacosta, the anarchist follower of Julio 34. Chavez Lopez, founded the paper La Internacional. As well as publishing documents on the Paris Commune and reports from the European workers' movement, it featured a radical internationalist program on the first page of each issue. 1. A universal social republic, 1 and indivisible. 2. Dissolution of government into a social contract. 3. Autonomous municipal administration. 4. Agrarian legislation for the surveying and demarcation of inalienable common land. 5. Liquidation of urban property interests. 6. Replacement of the army by industrial phalanges. 7. Redemptory emancipation and all-round education of women. 8. Neutralization of capital's exploitative power over labor. 9. Gradual, balanced leveling of property. 10. Abolition of wages, and in the meantime strike action to raise daily industrial and agricultural pay. 11. Organization of the social phalanstery and formation of territorial banks for regulating labor and assuring the sale of goods. 12. A free zone, opening the market to all countries on earth. In 1879 the Gran Circulo suffered a split when some of its founder members accused the new leadership of being government agents. El Socialista ceased to be the organ of the Federation and called a workers' congress for the end of the year. On December 13, a workers' and artisans' demonstration was held in the streets of Mexico City to inaugurate the Congress. A red flag was carried at the head of the demonstration, many more mingling with national flags in the ranks of the marchers. There were also placards bearing such inscriptions as Socialist Center of the Mexican Federation and Indian Alliance, Agrarian Law. Notwithstanding these banners, however, the Workers' Congress approved an innocuous program and gave its backing to the bourgeois opposition candidate, Trinidad Garcia de la Cadena, for the presidential elections of 1880. For its part, the Gran Circulo decided to support 35. The official candidate chosen by Porfirio Diaz. Both organizations subsequently languished and disappeared under the Diaz authoritarian regime, not only because of the repression directed against them, but because their confused and conciliatory policy totally disarmed them in the face of the regime. The disintegration of the Gran Circulo de Obreros marked the end of an epoch and coincided with the onset of headlong capitalist development. In the 1880s and 1890s, the growing industrial proletariat would evolve its own forms of union organization, above all through the railway, textile, and mining workers. In 1887 the Society of Mexican Railwaymen was organized in Nuevo Laredo. In 1888 Nicasio Idar, a railwayman who had spent several years working in the United States, founded the Great Order of Mexican Railway Employees, whose organizational forms expressed the influence of the U.S. unions of the time. Within 3 years, however, the order had been destroyed by government repression. In 1897 a new organization, the Confederation of Railway Societies of the Mexican Republic, received affiliations from the Puebla Union of Mexican Mechanics, the Aguascalientes Union of Mexican Boilermakers, the Union of Mexican Furnacemen, and the Union of Railway Carpenters and Painters. In 1904, not long before the great strikes that heralded the 1910 revolution, all these unions came together in the Grand Mexican League of Railway Employees. Once Porfirio Diaz had consolidated his regime with the re-election of 1884, it became the norm to repress any form of labor organization. However, the 250 or so strikes recorded between 1876 and 1911 testify to the continuity of working-class struggle against ascendant capitalism in the country's factories, mines, railways, haciendas, and other places of work, forming a kind of bridge between the early artisan or journeymen's associations and the workers' unions that developed in the first decade of the 20th century. One such movement was the 1881 strike of more than 1,000 railway construction workers in Toluca. 2 years later, in January 1883, there was a workers' mutiny at the U.S. owned and 36 U.S. run mines in Pinos Altos, Chihuahua. The workers, who earned 50 centavos a day, demanded to be paid in cash once a week, while the company was determined to pay them once a fortnight, half in cash and half in company store coupons. For some REA son, a worker and a company guard became involved in a fight in which both died. The company and the authorities organized white guards for the purposes of repression. The next day, the manager tried to calm down a protest march, but he was killed by a gunshot. In the days that followed, an officer in the army contingent sent to quash the rebellion set up a summary military court which, in a single day, sentenced 5 workers to death for murder, malicious wounding, sedition, damage to property, and attempted arson. The 5 were shot forthwith and 60 others sentenced to forced labor. 38 The highest number of strikes recorded during these years were called in textile factories, 75 in all. Next came the railways with 60 strikes and the cigar industry with 35. There were about a dozen strikes in the mines and the same number in both the tram sector and the bakeries. Beneath the surface of the Pax Porfiriana and the positivist order and progress of rising capitalism, these struggles showed the tenacity of working class and peasant struggle and the ripening of their ideas. The forces that would later erupt in the revolution and shape its character matured and combined within the context of a nation-ally-specific development of capitalism and mode of insertion into the modern world market. The most general historical feature that explains the forms of this process is uneven and combined development. Leon Trotsky sets it out in Peculiarities of Russia's Development, Chapter 1 of his History of the Russian Revolution. A backward country assimilates the material and intellectual conquests of the advanced countries. But this does not mean that it follows them slavishly, reproduces all the stages of their past. The theory of the repetition of historical cycles Vico and his more recent followers rests upon an observation of the orbits of old. 37. Pre-capitalistic cultures, and in part upon the first experiments of capitalist development. A certain repetition of cultural stages in ever-new settlements was in fact bound up with the provincial and episodic character of that whole process. Capitalism means, however, an overcoming of those conditions. It prepares and in a certain sense realizes the universality and permanence of man's development. By this a repetition of the forms of development by different nations is ruled out. Although compelled to follow after the advanced countries, a backward country does not take things in the same order. The privilege of historic backwardness, and such a privilege exists, permits, or rather compels, the adoption of whatever is ready in advance of any specified date, skipping a whole rise of intermediate stages. Savages throw away their bows and arrows for rifles all at once, without traveling the road which lay between those two weapons in the past. European colonists in America did not begin history all over again from the beginning. The fact that Germany and the United States have now economically outstripped England was made possible by the very backwardness of their capitalist development. On the other hand, the conservative anarchy in the British coal industry, as also in the heads of MacDonald and his friends, is a paying up for the past when England played too long the role of capitalist pathfinder. The development of historically backward nations leads necessarily to a peculiar combination of different stages in the historic process. Their development as a whole acquires a planless, complex, combined character. The possibility of skipping over intermediate steps is of course by no means absolute. Its degree is determined in the long run by the economic and cultural capacities of the country. The backward nation, moreover, not infrequently debases the achievements borrowed from outside in the process of adapting them to its own more primitive culture. In this the very process of assimilation acquires a self-contradictory character. Thus the introduction of certain elements of Western technique and training, above all military and industrial, under Peter I, led to a strengthening of serfdom as the 38th fundamental form of labor organization. European armament and European loans, both indubitable products of a higher culture, led to a strengthening of Tsarism, which delayed in its turn the development of the country. The laws of history have nothing in common with a pedantic schematism. Unevenness, the most general law of the historic process, reveals itself most sharply and complexly in the destiny of the backwardness. Under the whip of external necessity their backward culture is compelled to make leaps. From the universal law of unevenness thus derives another law which, for the lack of a better name, we may call the law of combined development, by which we mean a drawing together of the different stages of the journey, a combining of separate steps, an amalgam of archaic with more contemporary forms. Without this law, to be taken of course in its whole material content, it is impossible to understand the history of Russia, and indeed of any country of the second, third, or 10th cultural class. 39. As 1905 approached, marking the peak year of the Diaz era, social peace officially reigned in the country. Strikes and labor unions were outlawed, agitators punished by conscription, deportation to the plantations, or imprisonment. Peasant revolts had been drowned in blood, and the pacification of rebellious tribes seemed complete. Not having to face any organized opposition, apart from the harassed, imprisoned, or exiled groups of Magonistas, the federal government and its army held sway in every region. The peasant and urban population did maintain a silent resistance throughout the country, but without seeming to challenge the official appearance of things. Mexico's economy, culture, and state administration had been modernized, and a class of landowners and industrialists had consolidated its rule and created its own political representation in the científicos around Porfirio Diaz. 40 Above all, from 1880 onward a steady rise in the crucial indicators of labor productivity and surplus creation had fueled the accumulation of capital and the general advance. 39. Of the capitalist system. Whereas liberal ideas had been hegemonic in the 1860s and 1870s, a positivist ideology of continual, indefinite progress now held sway not only in the group of científicos, but in the new educational institutions, the artistic and cultural centers, and even the institutions of repression. The Lecumberri Panopticon prison, for example, a solid construction inspired on Jeremy Bentham's principles and projects, opened in the turn-of-the-century splendor of the regime. Not only Mexico but the whole capitalist world was living through the Belle Époque, some of whose luster rubbed off onto the socialist movement through Bernstein's revisionist theses and the parliamentarism of European social democracy. It was quite natural, then, that Mexico's Congress, meeting in solemn session in December 1905, awarded Porfirio Diaz the Order of Military Merit, whose gold and jewel medallion bore the words, "He pacified and unified the nation." It was natural, but was also rather late in the day. The apogee was nearing an end, and on the other side of the world the Russian workers and peasants had already begun to put out the festival lights. In this year of the First Russian Revolution, the Petrograd General Strike and the newly formed Soviets were ushering in a century of great revolutions in the world. The period of bourgeois peace, opened by the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871, was drawing to a close. It would not be long before the Diaz regime, which had sprung up and matured in the years between the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution of 1905, began to feel the shock waves. 2. 1910. Throughout the Porfirio Diaz regime, the haciendas had grown by swallowing up land together with the attached villages. By 1910 they encompassed 81% of all local communities in Mexico, the proportion varying considerably from region to region. In the central states, a relatively large number of Indian communities, though partly or wholly despoiled of their lands, waters, and woodland, had managed to survive outside the hacienda, 20.7% in Hidalgo, 23.7% in Morelos, 16.8% in Mexico State, 14.5% in Oaxaca, 20.1% in Puebla, 32.2% in Tlaxcala, and 24% in Veracruz. Altogether, some 57,000 communities lived within haciendas, while fewer than 13,000 remained independent. 1 Capitalist development had tended toward the final destruction of the free villages and communal lands, as a culmination of a process initiated in colonial times and developed through the centuries-long conflict between villagers and hacendados. This process had speeded up with the rise of capitalist farming in Mexico, so that pre-capitalist forms of production and exploitation, though still present throughout the country and even quite vigorous in certain regions, became increasingly combined with, and subordinated to, capitalist wage relations. These contradictions were most apparent in Morelos State, then the center of a modern sugar industry, which since the 1890s had witnessed a fresh surge of capital investment, plant modernization and irrigation renewal, and a major development in trade and communications. 1910-41. Now, the liquidation of free villages served not only an economic but also a political purpose. Whereas the Spanish crown had coexisted with such rural, tributary communities, even defending some of their prerogatives against hacienda encirclement, the modern capitalist organization and individualist doctrines of the restored republic were hostile to any element of autonomous organization, any relation unmediated by money or unreceptive to direct or indirect market forms. The free villages, centered on their communal lands, therefore had to be eliminated. As always, the villages resisted. For centuries they had fought back, clinging to their customs and their ancient communal traditions. Locked in interminable disputes with hacendados hungry for land and men, they flourished their land deeds from the time of the viceroyship, almost magical documents which each village jealously guarded and handed down from generation to generation as material testimony to its social existence. This defensive struggle, dispersed by its very nature, would eventually have been liquidated by the centralized powers of money and the state. However, while the development of capitalism ground down village resistance, it also created new forces and social contradictions that objectively stood on the side of the village in its clash with the state power that defended and represented the haciendas. Empirically, without any conscious design or expectation, village resistance increasingly converged with other forms of peasant and working class struggles against the Diaz regime. The urban petty bourgeoisie, too, swollen by the development of capitalism, was breaking from its former silence and attraction to Porfirian peace and progress. By the turn of the century, the political ossification of the regime had so foreclosed upward social mobility that the petty bourgeoisie was driven into attitudes of discontent or even rebellion. This combined social pressure served, in turn, to produce symptoms of crisis and division among the capitalist and landowning bourgeoisie in whose name Porfirio Diaz and his party of cientificos exercised power. 42. As we shall see, these contradictions were sharpened by the world economic crisis of 1907 and the series of social disorders, popular struggles, and revolutions that marked the first decade of the 20th century. Thus, although the forces in motion were not aware of the link, the changing world situation also had an influence on the political crisis that erupted in Mexico in 1910. The peasants were less aware of this than any other social group. And yet, they had their own centuries-old form of organization, with characteristic internal relations that capitalism had been unable to eliminate. This social instrument, rudimentary as it was, allowed the peasantry to come together and find its collective bearings. In the life of society, moreover, in the antagonistic day-to-day relationship between free villages and the bourgeois society represented by hacendados and their stewards, the peasants could sense and sometimes even perceive the division of the bourgeoisie. Just as signs of rain in a clear sky are visible only to the peasant, so an instinct formed by a centuries-old social relation allowed them to see that something had changed in the look of the hacienda people and in the way they answered a greeting. The long-standing resistance was beginning to weigh up the new relationship of forces and to grow in audacity. Communal organization enabled the peasants to take stock, discuss, and organize, eventually becoming the main political fulcrum for the Mexican Peasant War of 1910-20. This organization, which essentially sought to uphold an idealized past, played a revolutionary role not in the long centuries of defensive resistance, but in the 10-year popular offensive against the state of landowners and bourgeoisie, at the very dawn of the era of revolutions heralded by the 1905 Russian Revolution. Although the peasant fighters had no such intention, nor, in most cases, any clear knowledge of what they were doing, the dynamic of their struggle involved not a 1910-43 return to the past, but an attack on the basis of the capitalist organization of state and society. Here is the secret of the irresistible strength of the peasant war underpinning the Mexican Revolution, the basic kernel that explains the junction between pre-capitalist, communal forms of economic and social organization, and the socialistic or anarchist programs and utopias that, in the most radical components, continually passed through the ideologies of the revolution. As in Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru, as well as in many countries of Africa and Asia, the pre-conquest civilization and social organization were based upon the internal relations, collective economy, and traditional customs of the old agrarian community. The Aztecs ruled over these communities or Calpulli from their capital in Mexico, Tenochtitlan, just as the Incas in the Andes ruled over the Ayolas from the imperial capital of Cuzco. On a number of occasions, Marx focused his attention on the agrarian communities underlying the Asiatic dynasties and the forms in which their extraordinary capacity for survival combined with the expansion of modern colonial domination. Far from idealizing these communities, he brought out their characteristics of backwardness and immobility, their intrinsic resistance to change. At the same time, he tried to explain how, in the absence of differentiated land ownership, the despots and dynasties that lived on tribute from these communities, and whose main social function was to carry out large-scale public works linked to the agrarian cycle, could rise and fall for centuries without altering the pattern of communal peasant life. Thus, when British imperialism lay hold of India, it placed much of the existing social infrastructure at the service of its own colonial apparatus, while hardly touching the internal relations of the countryside. It merely substituted itself for the old powers at the top. To be sure, it thereby bound India to the world capitalist market, subjected the country to its own ends, brought it into the sweep of European history, developed an industrial and agricultural 44 working class, and sowed the seeds of anti-colonialism and revolution. Yet it did not change the peasant depths of India. Although capitalism exacted tributary payments, introducing some of its products and partially dissolving the old relations, it was not able to go beneath the surface. The Asiatic mode of production, as Marx called it, therefore continued to exist. Unable to supplant it through the generalization of capitalist relations, colonial domination sank roots in this ancient mode and made it serve its own ends. 2 Now, This mode of production is not merely Asiatic, it also appeared in Latin America, Africa, and, long ago, in parts of Europe. In the Mediterranean, the development of trade and slavery opened the way to classical antiquity and feudalism, in whose deep soil West European capitalism later sank its roots. The barely emergent capitalist system spread through colonization to the rest of the world, demolishing, dominating, or hemming in the various tribal societies, agrarian despotisms, and other forms of social organization based upon blood ties and personal dependence. When the Spaniards arrived in America, for example, the great Aztec, Maya, and Inca civilizations of pre-Columbian Mexico, Central America, and Andean America had a mode of social organization corresponding to Marx's Asiatic mode of production, or, as other writers prefer to call it, the despotic tributary mode of production. The Spanish conquest, that is, the form of integration of these lands into the nascent capitalist world market of the 16th century, did not suppress the social relations of that mode of production. It merely leveled the empires that rose atop those relations. In Mexico and Peru, the two major centers of early colonial expansion, the Spaniards liquidated the dominant priestly and warrior caste and replaced it as the recipient of tribute in labor and in kind. Using the same manpower that had built the pyramids and dug the canals, the conquistadores raised new temples and sanctuaries on the ruins of the old, in the manner of foreign conquerors throughout the world. The agrarian society that had sustained the old empires did not. 1910-45. Succumb in the same way, changing only at a snail's pace dictated by the slow development of metropolitan capitalism. Although part of it was physically exterminated, the other part went on reproducing the old pattern of communal agrarian life. The Spanish crown, the pinnacle of a feudal absolutist state, immediately set out to retain for its own advantage the old tributary relationship between the peasant communities and the central state power. It thereby came into continual conflict with the particular interests and jurisdiction of the local Spanish lords and encomenderos. The viceroyship authorities recognized village land claims and issued the deeds that would be carefully preserved in the centuries to come. Similarly, the Spaniards utilized such labor service institutions as the Incan Mita, through which the pre-Columbian empires had built roads, constructed pyramids, temples, and palaces, dug mines and canals, and realized the great public works of religion, war, and production. By imposing the logic of a new technology and mode of production, however, they shattered the old equilibrium both within the indigenous society and between that society and nature. In one of the most devastating social upheavals driven by the dynamic of primitive accumulation, they would eventually wipe out the greater part of the previously existing population. As we have seen, the agrarian community persisted in combination with the haciendas after the establishment of a new equilibrium in the late 17th century and the 18th century. Among the Indian peasantry, its relations and customs preserved much greater strength than those of the Spaniards or the city and hacienda mestizos. Porfirian capitalism hastened the decomposition of these communities, but it, too, failed to introduce a higher social relation into the countryside, even as it replaced the old artisan relation in the towns with the relations of solidarity stemming from proletarian cooperation in large-scale industry. Not only did some of the peasant communities survive, but the peasantry retained collective customs, egalitarian relations, and forms of production based upon cooperation through mutual aid, and a language of community that were 46. Essentially alien to the capitalist relation. In the perpetual war that eventually ensued in the Mexican Revolution, these internal bonds therefore served the additional, higher function of solidarity. They may have been deformed, subordinated, and blunted through the growing distance and weakness of their material base, but still they survived. The age-old cooperation is still alive in the customs, traditions, and language of the peasantry of Mexico and other such countries, which follows a quite specific social and cultural trajectory. Its opposition to the capitalist world involves a line of defense distinct from that of the European landowning peasantry. In an age of revolutions, its communal traditions may serve three functions: they may form part of the structure and basis of support for the organs of revolutionary struggle, they may fuse individual understanding with a collectivist perspective, and they may provide a basis for the transition to a higher organization of production and society. 4 Marx and Engels always refused to idealize the old agrarian community or to imagine, in the manner of the Narodniks, that it could pass directly into socialist collective forms without undergoing the development of the productive forces fostered by capitalism. Nevertheless, they suggested that once capitalism had been overthrown in one or more countries, any remaining agrarian commune might then model itself on this socialist experience without passing through a capitalist stage. In the draft of a letter to Varazé Sulich dated March 8, 1881, Marx wrote, "As the latest phase in the primitive formation of society, the agrarian commune is at the same time a phase in the transition to the secondary formation, and therefore in the transition from a society based on communal property to one based on private property. The secondary formation does, of course, include the series of societies which rest upon slavery and serfdom. Does this mean, however, that the historical career of the agrarian commune is fated to end in this way? Not at all. Its innate dualism admits of an alternative, either its 1910-47 property element gains the upper hand over its collective element, or else the reverse will take place. Everything depends upon the historical context in which it is located." In a second version of this letter he added, "Its historical context, the contemporaneity of capitalist production, provides it with the ready-made material conditions for cooperative labor organized on a vast scale. It may therefore incorporate the positive achievements developed by the capitalist system, without having to pass under its harsh tribute. It may gradually replace small plot agriculture with a combined, machine-assisted agriculture. After normal conditions have been created for the commune in its present form, it may become the direct starting point of the economic system towards which modern society is tending. It may open a new chapter that does not begin with its own suicide." In their 1882 preface to the Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels wrote, "The Communist Manifesto set out to announce the inevitably approaching dissolution of modern bourgeois property. In Russia, however, we find that the fast-blossoming capitalist swindle and newly developing bourgeois landed property stand face to face with peasant communal ownership of the greater part of the land. This poses the question, can the Russian commune, a form, albeit heavily eroded, of the primitive communal ownership of the land, pass directly into the higher, communist form of ownership? Or must it first go through the same process of dissolution which marks the West's historical development? Today there is only one possible answer. If the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for proletarian revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other, then Russia's present communal land ownership may serve as the point of departure for a communist development. 5. 48. To a greater or lesser degree, the components of the agrarian commune were still present in the Mexican peasantry at the outbreak of the revolution. This persistence helps to explain why the revolution acquired its various features and forms so specific in comparison with earlier revolution. Nevertheless, the first great movements that heralded the revolution and gave expression to the national discontent stemmed from the proletariat rather than the peasantry. In developing urban industrial concentrations, a railway network, and a conscription-based national army, capitalism provided the basis for the agrarian rebellion maturing in the countryside to culminate in a national-scale revolution rather than a mere peasant revolt. It was not local peasant risings, of the kind led by Julio Chávez López in the Juárez era, but great workers' strikes that most directly concentrated the countrywide ferment in centers of economic importance. At least 3 major railway strikes took place in the first decade of the century in 1903, 1906, and 1908. All had one of their main centers in San Luis Potosí, spreading to Nuevo León and, in 1906, also to Aguascalientes and Chihuahua. In an industrial branch that had been growing consistently for at least 20 years, the rail workers could already rely upon their own union organizations. but it was the miners and textile workers who, by meeting repression with strikes of an insurrectional form, pointed to the stormy times ahead. On June 1, 1906, the Cananea copper miners in the north of Sonora State struck against the American company that owned the mine. They demanded the dismissal of a foreman, a minimum of 5 pesos for an 8-hour day, greater respect for the workforce, and a new rule that, where abilities were equal, the workers on every job should be 75% Mexican and 25% non-Mexican. These demands were incorporated into a manifesto that attacked the Diaz regime as an ally of foreign employers. That very evening, 3,000 strikers marched through 1910-49. The streets of Cananea, waving Mexican flags and a few red flags and holding placards that proclaimed, 5 pesos for 8 hours. The demonstrators successfully called on those still at work to join the strike, so that a total of 5,300 copper miners were involved in the movement. When company guards attacked the demonstration and murdered one participant, the workers responded by killing several of the guards. The battle raged for 2 days, between, on the one hand, workers poorly armed with rifles and pistols they had seized, almost without ammunition, in an assault on the arsenal, and, on the other hand, well-armed state troops backed by a 275-strong battalion of U.S. Rangers who crossed the border at the invitation of the Sonora governor. After the strikers were defeated, their leaders received long prison sentences and were only freed by the revolution. 2 of them would become officers in the revolutionary armies, Esteban Baca Calderón and the future divisional commander, Manuel M. Dieguez. 7 months later, a second great strike brought still nearer the fall of the Diaz regime. In the middle of 1906, the Rio Blanco textile workers in Veracruz state had set up a Gran Circulo de Obreros Libres, and it was not long before similar groups appeared in Puebla, Querétaro, Jalisco, Oaxaca, and the Distrito Federal. Employers' associations headed by one of the most reactionary in the country, the Centro Industrial de Puebla, prohibited any form of labor organization on pain of dismissal, thereby provoking a number of work stoppages. On December 4, the strike began in Puebla and Oaxaca states. On December 14, the workers' leaders called on President Porfirio Diaz to arbitrate in the dispute, but on December 24 the textile employers decreed a lockout and left some 30,000 workers without a job in the center and south of the country. On January 5, 1907, the president finally issued a ruling that denied the right of labor organization and ordered workers at the 96 textile factories then on strike to resume work on January 7. When the day came, the 5,000 textile workers of Rio Blanco did not go to work, but gathered in front of the gates to prevent anyone from entering. Company guards launched an attack. 50. And shot one of the workers to death. The crowd then ransacked and burned the company shop, and the workers, together with their wives and children, marched on Orizaba to demand the right to organize. The army lay in wait, however, and opened fire on the column as it reached a bend in the road. Hundreds were killed or wounded in this massacre. Next, the army went from street to street, house to house, in a hunt for workers. On January 8, Rafael Moreno and Manuel Juarez, chairman and secretary, respectively, of the Gran Circulo de Obreros Libres, were shot in front of the debris of the Rio Blanco company shop. The groups that helped to organize these strikes and took their leadership were linked to the Mexican Liberal Party headed by Ricardo Flores Magón. Since 1890, Flores Magón had begun publishing Regeneration as a weekly opposed to the government. Issue number 20, dated December 31, 1900, already replaced the original heading, Against the Bad Administration of Justice, with a new title, an independent, fighting journal. Indeed, as it grew more radical and served to organize various struggles, Regeneration became one of the most influential forerunners of the Mexican Revolution. In 1901 the Regeneration Group founded the Mexican Liberal Party around Ricardo Flores Magón, Camilo Arriaga, Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, and Juan Sarabia. Both the party's name and its early ideology were descended from the radical wing of Juarism and the liberalism of the Reform years. In May 1901, Ricardo and his brother Jesus were arrested by the police, and repressive action succeeded in breaking up the liberal clubs in Monterrey and San Luis Potosí. In October, Regeneration suspended publication when faced with the threat that the two brothers would be killed in Pri-Sun. In June 1903, the courts banned the circulation of any periodical that carried articles by Ricardo Flores Magón. In January 1904, the inner core of the Liberal Party went into exile in the United States, where it resumed publication of Regeneration and mailed thousands of copies to Mexico. Flores Magón and his comrades established very close links with the Western Fed. 1910-51. Irration of miners, the organizers of the industrial workers of the world, and anarchist leaders such as Emma Goldman. In 1905, Camilo Arriaga's moderate tendency broke with the radical group around Ricardo Flores Magón and left the organization. On October 2, police in the United States arrested the Flores Magón brothers and Juan Sarabia at the Regeneration offices, eventually releasing them in December. In fact, the whole period in the United States was marked by such incidents of repression, but also by the constant solidarity and support of the WFM, the IWW, and American radicals. In his 1908 presidential campaign, Eugene V. Debs energetically took up the defense of POM leaders languishing in jail. The new program of the Mexican Liberal Party, published at St. Louis, Missouri, in July 1906, constituted a major change of orientation that had been maturing at least since 1904. Calling for the overthrow of the dictatorship, it also argued for a number of political and social reforms, free elections and single-term precedency, the suppression of local political chieftains, compulsory lay education up to the age of 14, with better pay for school teachers, nationalization of church property placed in the name of various figureheads, a maximum 8-hour day and obligatory free Sundays, a minimum wage of 1 peso, or more in areas with a higher cost of living. Regulation of home-based labor and domestic service, a ban on child labor before the age of 14, employer-funded improvement of hygiene and safety standards at work, compensation for work accidents, cancellation of all peon debts to the landowners, and abolition of employers' shops, establishment of an agricultural bank, restitution of village land and redistribution of unexploited farmland among the peasantry, and, lastly, protection of the Indian peoples. This radical nationalist and democratic program, drawn up by what was then the extreme left wing of Mexican liberalism and many of whose points would re-emerge in the 1917 Constitution, was a milestone in Ricardo Flores Magón's evolution toward anarchism and an understanding of the need for an armed social revolution to expropriate the capitalists and big landowners. 52. The Magonists did not confine themselves to propaganda. They took an active part in the organization of struggles, which in turn speeded up their ideological evolution. The revolutionary syndicalist positions of the Western Federation of Miners and the Industrial Workers of the World 6, then in its best and most militant period, also had an influence on working-class components of the revolution and the Mexican labor movement, either directly through the Pacific Coast ports and the cross-border flow of Mexican workers with experience in the United States, or through the ideological path of Magonism and the practical channel provided by certain U.S. labor organizers. Even today, the fighting banner of the Mexican unions is the red and black flag of anarcho-syndicalism. In June 1908, Flores Magón and his Liberal Party comrades organized an uprising that prefigured the coming revolution and its characteristic methods. However, their plan for a nationwide insurrection on June 25 was discovered by the authorities, and a large number of party militants were arrested the day before. The small groups that went ahead in Visca and Las Vacas, Coahuila, and Palomas, Chihuahua, were rapidly defeated. 7 Up till then the constant peasant risings, dispersed in time and space and soon drowned in blood by the rural guards of the Federal Army, had lacked a national perspective and any program other than agrarian utopias or return to the past. Still, in their economic and political demands and their proletarian social base, the workers' struggles of the first decade of the 20th century pointed toward a different future and tended to set themselves national goals. Thus Canania demanded an 8-hour day and attacked the central government, while Rio Blanco, which demanded the right of trade union organization, was the culmination of a general textile strike. The working class did not yet have sufficient social weight in the country, and its main centers were widely dispersed and mostly far from the capital. Nevertheless, the workers' mobilizations would eventually link up with the peasant ferment beneath the surface of society, so that the vast peasant masses would find an answer and a road to the future in an alliance with urban revolutionary forces. 1910–53. The evolution of the Magonist group from radical liberalism to insurrectionary anarchism was not merely an isolated phenomenon. Canania and Rio Blanco drove forward the radicalization of the Magonist movement. They also sounded the alarm for the various factions of the bourgeoisie, which could feel the depth of the social crisis shaking the whole political structure of Mexican capitalism. 8. The Mexican economy was hard hit by the 1907–08 World Recession, one of the consequences of which was the collapse of the international copper market and the fall in other metal prices. Thousands of workers were laid off in the mines of Hidalgo, Sonora, Chihuahua, and Durango, as they were in many other industries. The 1907 crisis reduced still further Mexico's import capacity, already falling since the turn of the century. It also drove a number of banks into insolvency or, as in the case of the Banco de Londres y Mexico, forced the government to mount a rescue operation. On the initiative of Finance Minister José Yves Limantour, head of the Científicos Group, the state further intervened to buy up the near-bankrupt railways. Nor did the harvests bring any relief. Maize had to be imported to the value of 2 million pesos in 1907–08, 4,756,000 million pesos in 1908–09, and 15,497,000 million pesos in 1909–10. The general shortage of consumer goods, together with the rising unemployment, entailed a sharp decline in real wages and working-class incomes between 1908 and 1911. This situation sharpened conflicts within the bourgeoisie and precipitated a struggle to replace Porfirio Diaz in the 1910 presidential elections. The bourgeois opposition, timidly roused since the turn of the century, stepped up its activity toward the end of the decade. The public head of one faction was a Porfirist politician, General Bernardo Reyes, who, though hostile to the Científicos around the president, had been responsible as Nuevo León state governor for more than one act of savage repression in Monterrey. His Reyes tendency wished to see a certain change of political personnel, but only within the existing institutional framework. Although Reyes enjoyed support in sections of the army and among the Monterrey 54 bourgeoisie, both of these feared the social consequences of a clash with Porfirio Diaz. It was Francisco I. Madero, a member of a rich family of landowners and industrialists from San Luis Potosí, who went beyond these limits and overcame Reyes's indecision. In the end, Reyes bowed to Porfirio Diaz's re-election drive and agreed to go into a gold-lined exile in November 1909. Madero's decision to stand against the dictator in the presidential elections therefore won him the support of many of the forces that had swung behind Reyes. Madero had first planned a deal with the regime that would allow Porfirio Diaz to retire in a trouble-free manner. But when the old president proved intransigent, Madero began to call for free elections and a single-term presidency. His campaign not only attracted part of the Reyes movement, but more directly aroused the support and hopes of middle-class and popular layers of society. Like other politicians from the bourgeois opposition, Madero did not set out to head a revolution of the kind that eventually exploded in his hands. Rather, his aim was to contain and channel the popular revolutionary upsurge that everyone thought imminent, pushing aside the old dictator and assuring a peaceful succession through a number of political reforms. The broad, heterogeneous movement around Madero brought together an important bourgeois sector whose axis of accumulation was shifting from agrarian property to industry, sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie styled by the dictatorship and anxious to secure democratic rights and political reforms, Sections of the working class that hoped to win trade union rights and better living conditions, and even sections of the peasantry that sought a release from the hacienda pressure on their little remaining village land, an improvement in the peons' oppressive lot, and above all some form of agrarian redistribution in favor of landless or expropriated peasants. Diaz and the Científicos feared that any political concession to Madero and his national anti-re-election party would arouse the population and hasten the revolutionary explosion then maturing in the form of protests and mass discontent. 1910-55. As often happens in such cases, both sides were right. The dispute within the bourgeoisie would inevitably, if temporarily, be won by whichever section turned the popular discontent to its own account, seeking to channel it by means of limited political concessions. This internecine conflict grew sharper under the impact of economic crisis, especially since, in the absence of independent popular organizations, the contending bourgeois factions did not feel directly threatened by an autonomous movement of the subaltern classes. Contrary to the wishes of all those factions, however, their division did eventually open the floodgates to the revolutionary intervention of the subaltern. 9. Porfirio Diaz had himself re-elected in June 1910, while the opposition candidate, Madero, was in prison. Madero was then conditionally released, and escaped to the United States in October. His San Luis plan dated October 5, San Luis Potosí then declared the election results null and void, proclaimed Madero interim president, and affirmed the principle of a single-term presidency. According to point 3 of the plan, any land the courts and the authorities had expropriated through abuse of the ley de terrenos baldíos would be restored to the original, mainly Indian, owners, and the relevant judgments and decrees would be subject to revision. This was the only point in the plan that, albeit in general terms, took up a social demand. And yet, it was enough to focus the peasants' attention throughout the country, encouraging them to follow the call to arms the plan issued for Sunday, November 20, 1910, from 6:00 p.m. onwards. Nothing seemed to happen at the appointed time. The Madero family, which had contributed money of its own and raised funds through contacts in the United States, fell into despondency and gave up the cause as lost. On November 18, the leader of the movement in Puebla, Acuil Certain, was hunted down by the Federal Army and killed alongside his family in a shootout at their home. But that was not the end, other forces were moving into action in other parts of the country. 56. The first risings took place in the northern state of Chihuahua, whose governor, Abraham Gonzalez, was a Madero supporter. Francisco Villa, Pascual Orozco, and others, hitherto unknown except in their home district, led the small peasant units which inflicted successive defeats on the army detachments sent to put down the rebellion. At the same time, there were smaller-scale risings in Durango and Coahuila state. In these first guerrilla actions, the Federal Army already gave signs of that lack of initiative, timidity, and conservative leadership which would soon be amply demonstrated in the major battles. In fact, these were the precise opposite of the features beginning to emerge in the revolutionary guerrilla units. The initial victories attracted, in ever greater number, splendid peasant riflemen and horse riders from the big cattle ranches. In January and February, the insurgency against the central government spread to other parts of the country. Already the peasants had the national focus for their previously scattered struggles, namely, the armed uprising itself. A new meaning of life swept the peasant masses, producing a flood to arms which, so long suppressed, was now becoming unstoppable. It was the goals of winning the land and taking revenge for injuries suffered generation after generation, rather than Madero's politics or personality, that drew ever more recruits to the peasant combat units. In February 1911, Madero entered the country from the United States and set about regrouping his forces. On March 6 his attack on Casas Grandes was repulsed. However, Madero's military fortunes were not the decisive factor, and peasant uprisings continued throughout the month of March. In Morelos State, Emiliano Zapata and other local leaders organized the armed expropriation of several haciendas and began the struggle of what would soon be the Southern Liberation Army. Revolution was spreading from one state to the next, although Chihuahua in the north and Morelos in the south were already taking shape as the centers for the struggle as a whole. Madero's representatives had never broken off talks with the regime in their search for a deal that would allow the peasant. 1910-57. Insurrection to be ended. In May, however, Madero assembled most of his Chihuahua forces, some 3,000 men, in front of Ciudad Juarez. While he continued to hesitate, his military commanders, Villa and Orozco, decided by themselves to launch the assault. When the town fell on May 10, it was the first in the hands of the revolution. To the south, Zapata's forces established their headquarters in Cuautla after taking the town on May 20. The next day, they met no resistance as they entered the Morelos state capital, Cuernavaca. Both Diaz and Madero understood this twin warning from north and south. An agreement had to be reached before the peasant war spun out of control. Thus, on May 21, Madero and government representatives signed the Ciudad Juarez Accords, by which Porfirio Diaz undertook to hand over interim presidential powers to Francisco León de la Vera, then Secretary for External Relations, who would proceed to organize general elections. The agreement also stipulated that fighting would cease between the governmental and revolutionary forces, and that in each state the latter would hand over their weapons to the federal army. The accords were therefore designed to wind up the revolution, to disarm the masses, and to re-establish a bourgeois juridical order based on the federal army. Not a word was said about the land question or about any of the other issues mentioned in the San Luis Potosi plan. With his usual clarity, Luis Cabrera, the incisive critic of Porfirianism and the científicos of the preceding years, published in those days an open letter to Madero concerning the treaties of Ciudad Juarez, in which he invited him to discern the economic and political needs of the country, and he told him, "The responsibility that you hold at present is so serious that if you do not correctly perceive with the utmost clarity the political and economic reforms that the country demands, you will run the risk of having left alive the germs of future disturbances in the peace, or of not completely restoring calm to the country if you do not 58. Know how to fully satisfy the legitimate needs of the nation, you will leave planted the seeds of future revolutions, after having taught the people a dangerous form of rising in arms, putting our sovereignty in constant jeopardy." Madero did not listen to this warning, which in due time became prophetic. On May 25, 1911, Porfirio Diaz resigned, and on May 26 he boarded the steamboat Ipiranga to go into exile in France. An old connoisseur of the country and its people, in his resignation speech to Congress, the general summed up the meaning of his long government and intuited as no one else the profound character of the revolution that had begun. "The Mexican people, who so generously heaped honors upon me, who proclaimed me their leader during the war of intervention, who patriotically supported me in all endeavors undertaken to benefit the industry and the commerce of the Republic, this people, honorable Congressman, has risen up in millenarian armed bands, declaring my exercise of supreme executive power as the cause of their insurrection." Behind the program and leadership of Madero, Don Porfirio caught a glimpse of the uncontrollable peasant war and the Zapatista agrarian utopia. Porfirio Diaz resigned on May 25 and left the next day on board the Ipiranga to take up exile in France. On June 7 Madero made a triumphal entry into Mexico City. As far as the bourgeoisie was concerned, the revolution had come to an end. 10 For the peasantry, however, the revolution was only just starting. In various parts of the country, small groups of armed Indians and peons seized large areas of land from the big haciendas, plowing and sowing them under the protection of their own rifles. Many village communities thus reoccupied the land the haciendas had expropriated in previous years. The movement spread far and wide, while in Mexico City the top bore. 1910-59. GOAS politicians carried on with their deals and compromises. But although armed peasants took and cultivated the land in Chihuahua, Durango, Jalisco, Hidalgo, and Guerrero, it was above all in Morelos and Puebla that the movement became an irresistible statewide force. It spelled ruin for the Ciudad Juarez Accords. With no national leaders and no overall plan, without waiting for laws or decrees, the peasantry was using its social strength to solve the land question through simple and direct methods of its own. The Mexican Revolution was truly underway. 3. Zapatism. Zapatism was a concentrated expression of the nationwide peasant upsurge. After the fall of Diaz, armed redistribution of the haciendas took place in various parts of the country. The peasant units often refused to lay down arms. Where they disbanded or integrated into the army in conformity with the Ciudad Juarez Accords, it was not long before the returning guerrillas were denied work as peons and subjected to various forms of persecution. They therefore rose again in revolt, or prepared to do so. Morelos State was a peasant stronghold for resistance to the Ciudad Juarez deal. Here, many free villages had remained outside the haciendas, either retaining or seeking to recover their lands, while a sizable and concentrated agricultural proletariat had grown up on the sugar plantations. Zapatism had its roots in this dense population of peasants and agricultural workers, often one and the same people, living close to Mexico City, and in the old traditions of peasant struggle and organization, stretching back to the wars of independence and the Reform. The uprising of the Morelos peasants took the shape of a social revolution, while the other revolutionary movements were mainly political, writes François Chevalier. Now, although Morelos State was the front and operational base for Zapata's Southern Liberation Army, it was not an isolated area. Had it not been for the diffuse yet unstoppable nationwide uprising, there would have been no revolution in the South and no Emiliano Zapata. The South played a crucial role as the nodal point of a national situation. The Morelos villages created Zapatism and became Zapatist guerrillas, inventing 1,000 forms of struggle. 61. To defeat the Federal Army, whether under Porfirio Diaz, Madero, Huerta, or Carranza. They held the bourgeois capital, Mexico City, in constant check and occupied it on 2 occasions. Through all the turns of the revolution, they formed a political center that never yielded or gave up the fight. The sugar plantations had been the dominant economic reality in Morelos ever since the 16th century, and the region was traditionally the chief sugar producer in the republic. In the late 19th century, the haciendas had swallowed up many of the communal lands, reducing the villages to islands surrounded by a sea of hacienda cane fields which formerly had been common lands. As 1910 approached, the plunder continued despite the stubborn resistance of the local population, many of whose leaders paid the price of imprisonment, deportation to Quintana Roo or Yucatan, and even death. This is what happened in 1904 to the Yautepec leaders when they tried to use the law against the Atlihuayan hacienda which, in a typical action the year before, had enclosed 1,200 hectares of communal pasture land and sowed it with sugar cane. In the first decade of the 20th century, the Morelos plantation owners made big investments in machinery and turned the state into the most modern industrial region in the country. 24 sugar mills produced more than a third of Mexico's output. This prosperity was also reflected in the homes of the hacendados, in their magnificent imported furniture, their sumptuous, European-style interior decoration, their multi-hectare gardens, their stables for polo and race horses, and their kennels for hunting dogs. At the beginning of 1909, an election was held for the Morelos state governorship. Echoing the national divisions within the ruling classes, Patricio Hava, an oppositionist, stood as candidate with the support of future Zapatist leaders and possibly of Zapata himself. The police broke up meetings, jailing or outlawing opposition supporters, so that the regime's candidate, a rich local landowner, 62, called Pablo Escandon, emerged victorious with the help of the customary electoral fraud. A few months later, a genuine election took place in the small village of Ananequilco, which then had barely 400 inhabitants. This time, the local population met in a general assembly, using the methods traditional in the preparation of peasant struggles and ensuring that the authorities would not discover and ban the meeting. The 30-year-old man who was elected president of the Ananequilco Communal Council on September 12, 1909, was Emiliano Zapata. All the peasants in the village agreed it had been a good election for the times of struggle ahead. 1 Emiliano Zapata was born on August 8, 1879, into a peasant that had long lived in the area comprising Ananequilco and Villa de Ayala. His ancestors had fought in the independence and reform wars. Emiliano inherited a certain amount of land and livestock, and was neither a poor nor a rich peasant according to the categories in local use. The small area and low yield of his land led Zapata to involve himself in the animal trade. He was also considered an equine expert, particularly in the field of horse breaking, and his services were much in demand on the local haciendas. His elder brother, Eufemio, had moved to Veracruz and worked in commerce and various other occupations. As he reached 30 years of age, Emiliano had a solid reputation among the local peasantry, and his family roots, as well as his own activity, had won him their trust. Alongside the other 4 members elected to the communal council at the same meeting, he became a depository of the communal land deeds dating back to colonial times and beyond. In fact, Ananequilco was 7 centuries old, and some of its papers were written in the Nahuatl language, which, by 1910, only 10% of the Morelos population could actually speak. As in the rest of the country, these old communal deeds played an important role in the early stages of the revolution. The Mexican peasant revolution began without a prior theory or program. 63. The first objective of nationwide struggle was to recover communal lands. It appeared then as a natural continuation of the long struggle to enforce the legality of the peasants' historical claim. The inner driving force of the revolution was much more powerful than that. It was a true insurrection against all the forms of oppression, repression, plunder, and exploitation intensified by capitalist development. At first, however, its lack of a distinctive programmatic core created the need for a basic, unexaggerated unifying demand, a demand acceptable to everyone, not as a subversion of the established order, but as a restoration of the rights and legality which the landowners, with government backing, had themselves violated and subverted. The communal land deeds were thus the material proof that legitimized recourse to armed insurrection, serving as a bridge in peasant consciousness between the age-old struggle to defend their lands and an all-round revolutionary offensive. Basing itself on communal deeds, and profiting from the favorable situation in the country, the council over which Zapata presided kept up its legal struggle for the land. Unaware of the gathering storm, the new state governor, Iskandan, redoubled the attack on village lands both through pro-landowner legislation and through protection of actual abuses. In April 1910, while Zapata was away for several months, the Ananequilco village leaders sent a petition to the governor. As he read their beseeching letter, Iskandan could not have had the least suspicion that, a year later, these same men would take up arms, drive him from Morelos, and launch one of the greatest revolutions in history. Since the rainy season is approaching, they wrote, we poor laborers must begin to prepare the fields for our corn sowing. We therefore turn to the state governor, imploring him to deign to be so kind as to grant us his support, so that we may sow these fields without fearing expropriation by the landowners of the Hacienda del Hospital. We are prepared to recognize whoever turns out to be the owner of this land, whether it is the village of San Miguel Ananequilco or some other person. But we wish to sow this land. 64. So that we do not suffer any harm. Sowing corn gives us our livelihood, we have to support ourselves and our families on it. The governor fobbed them off with bureaucratic procedures, leaving the matter to die a rapid death. Meanwhile the Hacienda del Hospital, using a time-honored method to divide the peasants against one another, leased the land in dispute to people from Villa de Ayala, who then began to sow it. For many of these months, Zapata had been working as a horse minder at the Mexico City residence of a rich Morelos landowner. But when he returned in September 1910, After the Independence Day festivities in the capital, the Ananequilco villagers began to change their methods. Gathering together 80 armed men, Zapata went to the fields in question to address the Ayala peasants. He pleaded with them to leave, so that the conflict would be with the hacienda rather than among the peasants, and in this way the people of Ananequilco remained in possession of their land. Zapata then made an application to the central government, which found in favor of Ananequilco. After this victory, the people of Villa de Ayala and other villages gave their support to Zapata. In the closing months of the year, he followed the same approach in a number of village hacienda disputes. He would tear down the enclosure fences, distribute the land under the protection of his armed men, and leave the peasants in possession of their plots. By this time, however, the revolution had already begun in the north, and an insurrectional mood was also spreading in Morelos state. In November 1910, Zapata organized conspiratorial meetings in Villa de Ayala as a member of a group of Madero supporters. The official leader of the group was Pablo Torres Burgos, but Zapata provided the real strength and authority. In December, Torres Burgos went to meet Madero in the United States, agreeing on the details for an uprising in the south to support the San Luis Potosí plan. Ucuil Certain, in Puebla state, had been the urban center for the Madero conspiracy in the south. But on November 18, 2 days before the date set for an insurrection, the conspiracy had been discovered and Maderism beheaded in the region. 65. While the Villa de Ayala group waited for Torres Burgos to return, the peasantry began to show signs of impatience. The alarmed landowners and government rapidly set about arming themselves in the early part of 1911. But in February a number of local leaders came out in armed revolt with the support of their villagers, and formed units which, though rapidly spreading in Morelos state, lacked coordination or a clear political objective. In the middle of the month, Torres Burgos finally returned and confirmed that Madero recognized the group. He also showed them the documents by which he had been appointed Maderist leader in the state. Thus Madero's recognition linked the Villa de Ayala group to the broader national revolution. Although Zapata himself had been trying to contain his comrades' impatience, he had been preempted and drawn along by the initiative of other leaders. Genovevo de Lao, for example, later one of his most distinguished commanders, had risen in revolt at the end of 1910 with just 25 men and a single rifle. But now that Zapata had Madero's political accreditation, he and Torres Burgos decided to launch the insurrection. The two leaders met in Cuautla on March 10 to finalize their plans. The next day, they led the uprising in Villa de Ayala and successfully disarmed the police. Torres Burgos then read the San Luis plan to the assembled population, calling on them all to join the revolution. He was greeted with cheers and loud applause, and most of the battle-fit males were recruited there and then. At the same rally, Otilio Montano launched a slogan that already anticipated the split between Madero's plans and those of the southern peasantry. Instead of "Long live Madero," and "Death to Diaz," he raised the cry, "Down with the haciendas! Long live the villages!" The rebels' main objective was to seize the town of Cuautla. But first they had to acquire the necessary weapons, men, and battle experience. A few days after the revolution broke out in support of the San Luis plan, the first military actions took place and the first disputes appeared in the leadership. At that very moment. 66. However, Madero's designated leader, Torres Burgos, was surprised by federal troops and shot on the spot. The movement was left without a leader. One of the strongest armed groups decided to elect Zapata commander-in-chief of the Southern Revolutionary Movement. In the ensuing process of selection, Zapata gradually imposed his authority as leader of the revolution in the South by the confidence his past reputation and current actions inspired. Whereas Torres Burgos had been on the moderate wing of the original conspiratorial group, Zapata had been on the radical wing more closely linked with the peasantry. Nor was this the only difference. Torres Burgos's claim to the leadership had rested on his appointment by Madero, while Zapata's claim directly stemmed from rank-and-file recognition. But although this broke the tie of dependence with the exiled politician, it did not yet provide a new political legitimacy for Zapata's group. Indeed, Madeirism was the main link with the national revolution for all the spontaneous peas and uprisings which, in the course of these months, were seeking a political center for their guerrilla activity. The peasant revolution in the south took an ever more independent course. The fact that it initially rallied to Madeirism, however, was neither an accident nor the result of a maneuver, but corresponded to a necessary phase in its development. Similarly, when Zapata waited for Madero's official recognition before he launched the uprising, even resisting the pressure of other groups that had already taken up arms, he was guided by political intuition rather than opportunist inclination. He could see that only a revolution, as opposed to a local peasant uprising, would secure the land. Thus, his insistence on the national affiliation of the Southern movement had a deeply political significance. The Ayala group sought to link up with a national program, and the program at that time was the San Luis Potosí Plan. Zapata and his supporters entered the revolution as Maderists. The people of the South rose up in the name of the San Luis Potosí Plan. In reality, however, they were only interested in that 67 section of the plan which promised the return of their land. The faction that grasped the national political significance of the movement, Zapata's group in Villa de Ayala, united around itself all the other rebel groups in the region. Thus, despite the link with Madero, the Southern movement had from the beginning a peasant leadership, and once Zapata took command, it displayed ever stronger signs of independence. The Southern peasantry initially rose up in political support of a wing of the ruling elite. It then rapidly shifted to a de facto alliance, insofar as the revolution developed an independent leadership and an awareness of the conflict of class interests with Madeirism. Finally, this alliance turned into an open break through the emergence of a distinct program. The Ayala Plan, which represented the birth of Zapatism, transformed the South into the national political center of the peasant revolution. On March 29, 1911, in the kind of action that would often be repeated in the course of the war, revolutionary forces drove a locomotive through the gates of Chinameca Hacienda. Zapata and his men burst into the precincts and made off with 40 Savage rifles, the whole ammunition supply, and all the hacienda horses. As Zapata proudly recalled in later years, the revolution always armed itself with guns and bullets captured from the haciendas and the federal army. Within a few weeks, Zapata's peasant column already numbered more than 1,000 armed men. The campaign spread. And as Madero seemed to be nearing agreement with the government, Zapata brought forward the planned attack on Cuautla so as to establish his forces in a major regional town. On May 20, Zapata captured Cuautla with some 4,000 men, and then federal troops surrendered Cuernavaca, the state capital, without a fight. The Ciudad Juarez Accords were signed about the same time, and on May 25, Porfirio Diaz relinquished power. The provisional government of Leon de la Barra tried to implement the main article of the agreement by disarming the peasant forces. But he was not successful in the south, where Zapata refused to lay down arms until the peasants' land had been returned. 68. Negotiations were continually started and broken off. In the end, the Zapatists did agree to disarm some of their forces, on the understanding that the government would give them financial compensation and pay for their weapons. To a large extent, however, this proved to be a maneuver by the peasants to gain time. They would hand in their unusable or antiquated rifles, hiding or collectively storing the rest. Although many peasants also hid their guns in other parts of the country, the Morelos movement, with its largely independent lead airship, was the only remaining focus of resistance. The interim government therefore sought to bring all its military pressure to bear on the South. The bourgeois press launched a campaign for the forcible disarming of the Zapatists and for the reappropriation of lands already seized by the peasantry. However, in Morelos, Oaxaca, Guerrero, and other parts of the South, the peasants continued to occupy haciendas and to cultivate their recently conquered land under the protection of their own guns. So long as the agrarian revolution had an armed center, nothing could prevent it from maintaining its course through the peasantry's own initiative. The revolutionary peasants supported Zapata's intransigent refusal to hand in the weapons, understanding that any other position would entail federal army repression and loss of the occupied land. The interim president wanted to send the army straight against Zapata's forces. But Madero hoped he could gain time, realizing that military repression would not end the revolt but spread it to the rest of the country. Madero tried on a number of occasions to win Zapata over. During their last personal meeting, which took place between August 18 and 25 at Zapata's Coatla headquarters, he promised that his future government would legally endorse the return of the peasants' land. But the peasants themselves, with long experience of such matters, were not prepared to trade weapons for promises. They were right, the federal army began its advance on Coatla. 69. In an effort to defeat the Zapatistas, the talks broke down. Emiliano's brother, Eufemio, proposed that Madero should be shot there and then. This little man has already betrayed the cause, and he's too delicate to be head of the revolution. It would be better to break with him, he's not going to keep any of his promises. But Emiliano refused, arguing that they should wait until he lost the people's trust. When he breaks his promises, we'll soon find somewhere to string him up. Madero was thus able to return to the capital, and the war against Zapatism resumed in all its fury. Zapata did not offer battle in Coatla, but went through the state raising fresh troops and rearming his followers. On several occasions, he made incursions to the very gates of Mexico City. By September 1911 the whole of Morelos state was under arms. On October 1 Madero emerged victorious from the elections, and on November 6 he assumed the presidency. His main concern was to put an end to the peasant revolution. But if he was to eliminate all the scattered pockets of resistance, he first had to do away with the only mass movement keeping alive the nationwide insurrection. Emiliano Zapata drew the necessary political conclusion from Madero's rise to the presidency. Since Madero used his role as head of the revolution to call on the peasants to disarm and surrender, wielding the state power in support of this aim, the task was to form another organized pole of power that would stand against the continuity of the bourgeois oligarchic state from Diaz to Madero. Of course, Zapata did not formulate or express his conclusion in these terms. But this is what he put into practice by issuing the Villa de Ayala plan, just 3 weeks after Madero became president. It was to be the political expression of the nationwide peasant revolution, embodying Zapata's historical intransigence in the face of the bourgeois state and its 3 successive governments, Madero, Huerta, and Carranza. 70. Emiliano Zapata and Odilio E. Montano, a local schoolteacher who had joined Zapata's forces at the beginning and was a member of his general staff, worked together on the draft in the mountains around Villa de Ayala. There is no room for doubt that, while Montano was responsible for composing the final text, Zapata himself contributed the ideas. Montano fulfilled a role that has often been played by country school teachers during and since the revolution, that is to say, he gave expression to the demands, feelings, and needs of the peasantry. Nevertheless, the peasantry itself created such teachers and conferred on them their role. Point 2 The Ayala Plan comes, on the other hand, from a long Mexican lineage of revolutionary and agrarian utopian plans that includes even José María Morelos's Sentimientos de la Nación. They reiterate, under diverse forms, the persistent idea that the agrarian rent should be abolished, and they run through the entire 19th century and its peasant rebellions. Point 3 The Ayala Plan was signed on November 28, 1911, by 7 Zapatist generals, 17 colonels, 34 captains, and 1 lieutenant, who together formed the Revolutionary Council of Morelos State. They were all peasants apart from Montano and 1 other, and most of them were barely able to sign their name. Point 4 The plan bears the following title, Liberation Plan of the Sons of Morelos State who, fighting in the insurgent army, seek to fulfill the San Luis Potosí Plan, as well as further reforms considered beneficial to the Mexican fatherland. Madero, the document charged, had deserted the revolution, persecuted revolutionaries from his position of power, allied himself with elements from the Diaz dictatorship, broken the promises in the San Luis Potosí Plan in the name of the Ciudad Juárez Accords, and outlawed anyone who sought to uphold them. The Zapatist leaders therefore considered him a traitor. They no longer recognized him as head of the revolution or president of the republic, and openly called for him to be overthrown. After declaring that the Revolutionary Council would accept no political deals or 71. compromises until the dictatorial associates of Porfirio Diaz and Don Francisco I. Madero have been overthrown, the document adds the following basic points. 6. As a further component of our plan, we declare that the land, woodlands, and waters usurped by the plantation owners, científicos or chieftains under cover of tyranny and venal justice shall become forthwith the property of the villages or citizens who have the appropriate deeds and have been dispossessed through the trickery of our oppressors. Such property will be resolutely defended with arms in hand. Any usurpers who claim the right to it must argue their case before special courts to be established at the victory of the revolution. 7. The vast majority of Mexican villages and citizens no longer own the land they tread. They must undergo the horrors of poverty, while the concentration of the land, woodlands, and waters in a few hands makes it impossible for them to improve their social conditions in any way, or to devote themselves to industry or agriculture. Hence, the powerful landowners will be expropriated, and compensation paid for a third of these monopolies, so that the villages and citizens of Mexico may acquire common land and new settlements, legally obtaining funds for their village or for the tilling and sowing of the fields, and so that the Mexican people may in every way overcome their lack of prosperity and well-being. 8. Hacendados, científicos and local chieftains who directly or indirectly oppose this plan will have their property nationalized. Their tuoherds will be used to provide war compensation and pensions for the widows and orphans of those who die fighting for the plan. 9. Procedure with regard to the aforementioned property will be set forth in appropriate disentailment and nationalization acts. A norm and example may be the legislation on church property introduced by the immortal Juarez, which dealt severely with the despots and conservatives who have forever sought to impose on us the ignominious yoke of oppression and reaction. 72. Although these key points of the plan only touch the land problem, the peasant movement thereby asserted its political independence of Madero's bourgeois landowner leadership and subsequent bourgeois leaderships of the revolution. 5. Many other plans appeared in the course of the Civil War, the most advanced of which put forward workers' demands generally in un with the Liberal Party program of 1906. But two aspects basically determine the specific revolutionary character of the Ayala Plan. First, it proposes to nationalize all the property of enemies of the revolution, that is, all the landowners and capitalists of Mexico. Secondly, it goes beyond the Jacobin wing in stating that dispossessed peasants should immediately take over their land and that such property will be resolutely defended with arms in hand. All the other plans promised that, when the revolution had triumphed, various laws would be passed to redistribute the land in one way or another, or stated that peasants with the appropriate deeds would have to prove their validity in court before the landowners could be ousted. Zapata's plan, by contrast, called on the peasants to seize the land at once, arms in hand, and stipulated that the landowners would have to bring any claim before revolutionary courts. This transferred the burden of proof from the peasants to the landowners, turning the bourgeois legal regime upside down and establishing a revolutionary system of laws and courts. Furthermore, the call for armed defense of the peasants' lands presupposed that the revolutionary regime would be grounded upon the armed people. The plan therefore contained the principle of military organization in territorial militias linked to the point of production. There would be no need for the barracks, professional army, and standing detachments which had traditionally substituted for such forms. Zapata consistently upheld this principle from the moment when he refused to hand over his arms to Madero. This mode of functioning, which, as we shall see, was well described by Zapata's enemies, was one of his army's sources of instructability in periods of mass advance, but a source of weakness and fragmentation in times of retreat. 73. Emiliano Zapata did not set out to destroy the capitalist system. His ideas sprang from the peasantry, not from a socialist program. However, implementation of the Ayala Plan would have effectively smashed the living roots of capitalism. For it would have involved nationalization of all the property of the ruling classes. More important still, because actually applied by the peasantry was the principle that the people themselves should decide, arms in hand, that, instead of waiting for the revolution to triumph and enact the necessary legislation, they would begin cultivating and defending the land. The peasants of southern Mexico, however, were unable to carry this logic to its conclusion. The Ayala Plan, like the actions of the peasantry, only went so far as to counterpose popular initiative to capitalist power. It effectively created dual power, as the armed peasants themselves did throughout the revolution. But it did not raise the prospect of another state power. According to the plan itself, the duality established through revolution would issue in the re-establishment of bourgeois state power, albeit with the revolutionary democratic guarantee that the weapons would remain in the hands of the peasantry. The Ayala Plan did not, then, answer the crucial question of state power. Taken as a whole, it encapsulated the contradiction between peasant ideology and the revolutionary action of the armed peasantry. The methods were revolutionary, and posed a revolutionary challenge to capitalist power. But the peasantry could not rise to a nationwide social perspective or offer a revolutionary solution for the insurgent nation. For any real answer had to rise above a local or particularist level to take up the national question of the state. The decisive factor, in the end, was not revolutionary land seizures, but control of the centralized state power. If the peasantry does not follow the workers, Lenin once said, it will march in the toe of the bourgeoisie. There is not, and cannot be, any middle way. The Zapatist peasantry confirmed this thesis. The final fate of the revolution would not be decided in the countryside, but in the cities. The 74. Mighty revolutionary impetus of the peasantry managed to reach the city, but once there it could do no more than leave power in the hands of a weak and terrified petty bourgeoisie, which did, however, represent a viable option, that of the bourgeoisie. Still, while the revolution was on the ascendancy, the Ayala Plan provided a political basis for the territorial power established by the Zapatists, and for the peasant government in Morelos, which adopted laws and other measures concerning health, education, communications, and supplies, as well as minting the Zapatist pesos. This relative independence of the peasantry could only survive during the revolutionary rise of the masses. It expressed the dual nature not only of the peasantry in general, which tends toward the proletariat as an exploited class and toward the bourgeoisie as a class of property owners, but of the Morelos peasantry in particular, which comprised both peons or agricultural laborers and peasants tilling village land or aspiring to till their own. Once the peasant leaders had passed the first stage, however, and were faced with basic political choices, they could either follow a socialist course or bow to bourgeois legality. Indeed, the Zapatist Peasant Party did eventually split along those lines, whereas the reformist wing, mainly represented by intellectuals like Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, joined up with Obregon. The revolutionary wing associated with Zapata and others confusedly sought a socialist perspective. We can see this, for example, in the views Zapata expressed in 1918 on the significance of the Russian Revolution. By then, however, revolutionary activity was already on the decline. The assassination of Emiliano Zapata itself closed the cycle of rise, peak, and decline that marked the Revolutionary Peasant War, a cycle already prefigured, for all its vicissitudes, in the internal contradiction of the Zapatist Ayala Plan. The revolution spread in the south throughout December 1911, gripping the states of Morelos, Puebla, Guerrero, Tlaxcala, and Mexico early in the new year. In the most widely separated parts of the area, daily battles brought the Zapatist units, usually some 300 to 500 strong, into conflict with federal troops. 75. Where Zapatist forces were operating, the hacendados began to receive demands that they should pay their peons at least 1 peso a day or prepare to face the consequences. This is what happened, for example, to a Spanish hacienda owner in Chietla, Puebla State. Where the revolutionaries were already in firm control, however, they directly implemented the land distribution clauses of the Ayala Plan. At the end of January 1912, Zapatist forces attacked Huajuapan de Leon in Oaxaca state. A journalist from a Mexico City daily commented, "I have become convinced that Zapatism has spread to an extraordinary degree. All the small villages are on the side of Emiliano Zapata. Major centers like Tepalcingo support his forces and greet them with abundant supplies, whereas they display a hostile attitude to government troops and refuse them everything." In February 1912, armed peasant groups sprang up in support of Zapata in Michoacán and Hidalgo states. On February 3, the U.S. ambassador, Henry Lane Wilson, wrote to Washington that Zapatist troops effectively controlled all the territory between Cuernavaca, Morelos, and Chilpancingo, Guerrero. By March the Ayala banner held sway throughout the South, and the revolutionaries continually extended their power during the rest of the year. As the struggle spread, so the Ayala Plan itself came into operation. Villages took back their land from the haciendas, sometimes presenting a certificate but more often simply reaching a collective decision to cultivate the land and defend it with their guns. In some cases, the Zapatist High Command issued decrees such as the following. Considering that Ixcamilpa village has presented the appropriate land deeds, and that it has asked to take possession of its land from the chieftains who usurped it by brute force, we the undersigned, acting in the name of the Morelos Revolutionary Council and in conformity with the Ayala Plan, rule that they should take possession of the land which belongs to them and has belonged to them since the time of the viceroyship, as is shown by the legal deeds. 76. Dating from the viceroyship of New Spain, now Mexico. The inhabitants of the aforementioned village may immediately stake out their land up to the corresponding map boundaries, being free to improve, cultivate, or otherwise use the land in order to obtain its fruits. Freedom, justice, and law. Revolutionary Headquarters, April 30, 1912. General Eufemio Zapata, General O.E. Montano, General Emiliano Zapata, General Francisco Mendoza, Divisional Commander, Jesus Morales, General Proculo Capistran, Jesus Navarro, Colonel Jesus Alcaide. Right from the beginning until its peak in late 1914, the Zapatist army never departed from the form of territorial guerrilla militias. Whatever their size, these armed units operated under a common flag and recognized Zapata as commander-in-chief while retaining great independence of action under their own leader. When a major action was planned, several units would pool their forces, still maintaining their own leadership. The Zapatist troops had no barracks and received no pay, and they had no regular supplies apart from what the villages provided. Each soldier was also a peasant who worked his land. When a joint action was concluded, they would usually go back home to work. Although guerrillas would often travel a long distance to carry out an action, they could easily dissolve into the local working population at the approach of a superior federal force. The shortage of money, weapons, and, above all, ammunition was always a limitation for the Zapatist army. It acquired nearly all its guns and ammunition in battle with the enemy except for the very short periods in 1914 and 1915 when Zapata's troops occupied Mexico City. They had no funds to purchase bullets, nor, indeed, anyone from whom to buy them. Occasionally, workers at the National Cartridge Factory in the Federal District would smuggle them some supplies. But in 1918, the daily papers reported that a 77 number of workers at the factory had been arrested and shot for such activity. The peasant conception and structure of the war in the South did not permit a higher form of organization. Whereas the guerrilla form, driven by massive popular involvement, proved extraordinarily powerful during the rising tide of the movement, it displayed all its weakness when the masses began to retreat. For in this later stage, the guerrilla units had to bear the full brunt of the superior military organization of the constitutionalist army, a force which could base itself on the political and military centralization of the state apparatus, with its national, rather than localist, perspective. From 1912 to 1914, the Southern Revolution continued its irresistible advance without having to fight any major battles. Even at its best moments, however, the fact that the class aims of the peasantry were limited to land ownership did not allow of more than a shadow of centralized power in areas controlled by the revolutionaries. In general, the Zapatist forces did not hold on to towns, preferring to withdraw a few days or hours after they occupied them. They would constantly harry and ambush the federal army, retreat without offering a set battle, burn fields in enemy-held territory and control or totally block the railway system. In other words, they applied a typical guerrilla tactic, basing it on the unqualified support of the entire population. 6 The army met fire with fire, unleashing a war against the Morelos villages which set itself no bounds in time or content. For more than half of 1912, General Juvencio Robles sowed terror in the state and introduced a scorched earth policy. There were mass shootings, whole villages were sacked or burned down, and any peasant suspected of helping the rebels was tortured along with his family. Although the name had not yet been invented, General Robles already applied a strategic hamlet policy, whose aim was to destroy Zapata's nests by herding village populations into larger centers and razing their homes. The peasantry responded to white terror. 78. And massive repression with an equally massive insurrection, in which every child and grandparent also had a part to play. For the needs of the war, the Southern Liberation Army issued a whole series of decrees on supplies, troop conduct, communication, hygiene, and education. Together, these formed the legislation of the Morelos peasant power for the duration of the struggle. In fact, this legislation could only have been applied by the peasants, rather than a state bureaucracy. Its imprecision left ample scope for the class sense of the masses, for their fraternal, egalitarian conception of right and wrong as the best guarantee of justice. We may see this, for example, in a decree on supplies dating from the struggle against the Huerta government. From General Emiliano Zapata, commander of the Southern and Central Revolution in the Republic, to the forces under his command, and to the villages and armed groups in the various military zones of the revolution. 1. It is strictly forbidden to slaughter livestock belonging to poor people or supporters of the cause. Except in cases prescribed below, anyone who contravenes this order is guilty of a serious crime and will be liable to punishment. 2. Food supplies for the liberation troops will come from livestock belonging to the revolution, formerly owned by the hacendados of Morelos State, or, more generally, by enemies of the cause. However, only forces acting under the command of the appropriate leaders may slaughter animals. Isolated groups of 2, 3, 5, or 8 revolutionaries, who, for no just reason, are without their designated leaders, are in no way allowed to do this. 3. If a revolutionary force is in an area where no livestock belongs to the revolution, and in lack of any other foodstuffs, it may avail itself of animals owned by supporters of the cause, always ensuring that they will not be gravely affected. Anyone who does not 79. Respect this order is guilty of a serious offense and will be most severely punished without question of pardon. 4. Non-members of the Revolutionary Army who, owing to poverty caused by depredations which the illegal Huerta misgovernment, through its treacherous supporters, has committed in its own interests, need to have access to livestock for their subsistence, may slaughter animals belonging to the revolution or to supporters of the cause. But whenever the livestock of supporters of the revolution is to be used, it must belong to those who own many animals and will not be gravely affected. In such cases, application should be made to the local authorities or to the nearest revolutionary commander, who will appoint a commission from the local inhabitants and give it responsibility for slaughtering the required number of animals and distributing the meat among those most in need locally. Anyone who disobeys this order is guilty of a serious offense and will be most severely punished. 5. Care must always be taken not to slaughter oxen, or cows which have recently given birth, except when the lack of sufficient livestock makes it necessary to use what is available. Those who breach this order will be severely punished. 6. It is strictly forbidden to brand animals which belong to the revolution or are the property of other individuals. Anyone who does not respect this order will be severely punished. Let this decree be printed, published, distributed, and duly served. Morelos State Headquarters, October 28, 1913. Commander-in-Chief of the Southern and Central Liberation Army, Emiliano Zapata. In March 1912, Pascual Orozco led an anti-government uprising in the north around a program of political and social reforms. It rapidly gained the Chihuahua state, but in May it suffered defeat at the hands of federal troops under Victoriano Huerta. During this campaign, Francisco Villa, trained as a Maderist officer in Huerta's 80 Army, was nearly shot for insubordination. In the end, he was sent to prison in Mexico City, escaping before the fall of Madero. Within less than a year, fate had brought these three figures into total conflict. Huerta overthrew Madero with the support of Orozco and his men in the north, while Villa became the chief military leader of the revolution and eventually brought down the Huerta government in a series of victorious battles. Although seemingly independent of each other, the Orozco revolt and Villa's imprisonment had closely related causes. The Chihuahua peasant leaders who supported Madero and his state governor, Abraham Gonzalez, Orozco and Villa, were the only ones to have strength, prestige, and authority of their own among the regional peasantry. It was they who together initiated the only successful bat of the Maderist Revolution, the capture of Ciudad Juarez. In doing so, they violated Madero's express instruction that they should avoid combat and trust in his secret talks with the government. In fact, they had been forced to contrive various stratagems, sending advance units to draw the army's fire so that they could present the attack to Madero as a necessary riposte to enemy attack. This whole incident was one of the first serious manifestations of the clash between Madero and his peasant base. When the Ciudad Juarez Accords were finally signed, Villa's and Orozco's officers went to see both leaders on behalf of their troops, expressing their disagreement with the deal and demanding an explanation of how the land problem would be solved. Under this intense pressure from below, Pancho Villa then arranged a talk with the governor and drew the reply, "We'll see what can be done to sell some national land to those who want to cultivate it. In the meantime, you must wait patiently until the new government is installed." The peasant leaders left in disgust. "Sell us national land," they said. "Where are these national lands? Didn't the rich Chihuahua landowners build up their latifundia by purchasing national land, or by plundering the best of our land? Wasn't it for that reason that we took up arms and fought?" 81. The Orozco revolt would, in part, be a reflection of this discontent. Orozco became head of the Chihuahua Rural Guard, and Villa was brought into the army as an honorary general. But whereas the Rural Guard had traditionally been used to keep order in the countryside and to defend the property of the latifundistas, Orozco did not try to prevent the spontaneous occupation and redistribution of the land which the peasantry launched in the region. When the Ayala Plan was issued in late November 1911, it explicitly designated Pascual Orozco as national leader of the anti-Madero revolution. Orozco rose up a few months later against Madero's central government, relying upon support from the Chihuahua legislature and the senior and junior officers who had fought with him in the first phase of the Maderist Revolution. It is said that he also received financial support from U.S. mining companies and the Terrazas family, which were disgruntled with the taxation policy of the Maderist governor, Abraham Gonzalez. Orozco set forth the aims of his movement in the Empacadora Pact of March 25, 1912. This program starts by acknowledging the principles of the San Luis Potosí Plan, the Ayala Plan, and the Tacubaya Plan 7. It then denounces Madero's betrayal of the revolution, noting that he received $14 million for his movement and that he made the revolution with the money of American millionaires and the indirect or covert support of the United States government. In return, he placed the destiny of the fatherland in the hands of the American government. After enunciating plans for new elections and political reorganization of the country, the Empacadora Pact called for complete nationalization of the railways, a program of working-class measures to include abolition of employers' shops, payment of wages in cash, a maximum 10-hour day, prohibition of child labor below the age of 10, an increase in workers' wages and housing construction, and, finally, a land distribution program to include the return of plundered lands to their rightful owners. And 82. The distribution of expropriated latifundia among the peasantry. Compensation for the latifundia should be in the form of government bonds, bearing 4% interest and repayable in part every 10 years until final redemption. When, as we have seen, General Huerta ordered Villa to be shot for insubordination during the campaign against Orozco, he was merely using a pretext to rid himself of the only other peasant leader with popular roots in Chihuahua. Villa was eventually saved by officers who could see that his execution would precipitate a violent reaction among the troops and the population. Under their pressure, Madero had him sent to Mexico City, where he was held without trial, first in Lecumberri prison, and then in the military jail. Villa did not in fact realize that Madero's aim was to prevent him becoming leader of the whole northern peasantry, and he therefore retained his trust in the president. On December 26, however, when Madero's downfall seemed imminent, Villa escaped from Santiago Tlatelolco military prison and made his way to the United States. Madero was overthrown and assassinated in February 1913. Pacuel Orozco, already departing from the social concerns of the Empacadora plan, then gave his backing to General Huerta, the military commander who had defeated him in Chihuahua the previous year. From this point, Orozco, with his band of Colorados, was one of the fiercest defenders of the Huerta regime against Huerta's insubordinate officer, General Francisco Villa. In furthering Huerta's ambitions of power, Orozco sent his own father to persuade Zapata that the struggle against Madero had triumphed, and that he should now lay down his arms and support the new government. In reply, Zapata erased Pascual Orozco's name from the Ayala plan, and shot his father cum emissary in order to show beyond doubt that he would not negotiate with traitors. 8. Throughout 1912 the main focus of the revolution remained in the South. The Mexico City press raised a hue and cry against Zapata, the Southern Attila, complaining that under his barbaric socialism, hardly a single poor person in Morelos did not see his 83. Providence in the terrible rebel leader. The papers denounced the incapability of the army and government, Parliament called for the extermination of the Zapatistas, and the Madero government had to go begging in Europe and the United States for an additional $10 million loan with which to continue the war. In a report to Congress on April 10, 1912, Madero tried to play down the spread of Zapatism, fortunately this amorphous agrarian socialism, which, given the rough intelligence of the Morelos peasantry, can only take the form of mindless vandalism, has not found an echo in other parts of the country. Despite this truculent language, however, the bourgeoisie did not believe in the assurances given by Madero. The daily El Impartial, organ of the old Diaz oligarchy, was one of the most violent in demanding implacable repression of the Zapatists. Maybe Emiliano Zapata has some vague communist forebodings, we read in the issue of February 5, 1912, and he may, in his stupidity, even believe that his banditry is nebulously linked to apostleship. Such a conviction perhaps explains his attractive power for the masses. Without realizing it, he may be intuitively preaching an apocalyptic doctrine of disintegration and extermination under the false banner of some vague egalitarianism. Another editorial in the same paper is headlined, Zapatism, the Mortal Danger. The main argument is quite straightforward: either the government puts an end to Zapatism without delay, or Zapatism will eventually put an end to the government. It goes on to call for an energetic purification in Morelos, where Zapatism is in the air people breathe, rooted in every inch they tread. One does not require prodigious psychological insight, the editorial adds, in order to discover who the Zapatists are and where they are to be found. Everyone who inhabits Morelos and youths within the state-bound areas is a Zapatist by sympathy, by fear, by convenience, by cowardice, by ignorance, by malice, by conviction, by subjugation, by weakness, or by atavistic rebelliousness. These are the Zapatists, there they are. The prose of the oligarchic newspaper reflects the fear of the 84 property-owning classes in general, and more particularly, of the handful of big Morelos landowners, who fled without exception to Mexico City as the army was fighting it out with Zapata and his troglodyte hosts. Nevertheless, the editorial gives a fair description of the popular war, which bogged down the skilled and well-armed federal troops. It comes to the notice of an army unit that a band of Zapatists has appeared in the vicinity, committing, as is their wont, all manner of outrages. The army immediately sets out for the place in question. What will it find? It finds a peaceful village, young men with spades in their hands, women bent over their grinding stones, the authorities trying to discover the whereabouts of the men who attacked nearby haciendas, sad expressions, frightened looks. Where are the Zapatists? Who are the Zapatists? The Zapatists have not moved, they are here, there they are. As in the old magic comedies, the stage decoration and accessories have changed, but the characters are the same. Rifles have turned into spades, cartridge belt into spindles, a den into a garden, a bandit into a navvy. Just one thing remains fixed, transparent, beyond dispute, the attack and the robbery. In the end, only these saturated surroundings can explain a revealing and typical fact, namely, the spontaneous generation of a large, tightly knit group of 2,000 Zapatists near San Martin Texmelucan, who vanished overnight without leaving the slightest trace. How did they spring from nothing and return to nothing, these people whose exploits show them to be more real and tangibly than nightmare phantoms? They had bodies and made some use of them. If they have disappeared so completely, it is because they could merge with the crowd who creates and hides them, like steam dissolving into the very water from which it originated. The same kind of press accused Maderism of creating this situation with its promises of land contained in the San Luis Potosí Plan. President Madero answered these attacks through a letter to 85. El Impartial, published on June 27, 1912, in which he summarized his agrarian policy in power. I have always advocated the formation of small holdings, but that does not mean that people should go and dispossess any landowner. It is one thing to form small holdings through constant effort, and another to divide up the big properties. I have never thought or suggested that in any of my speeches or proclamations. It would be utterly absurd to demand that the government should acquire all the big properties and divide them among small holders, which is what people usually understand by redistribution of the land. Quite simply, the government would not have enough money for such an operation, even if it were to contract such a huge loan that mere interest payments would bankrupt the country. He further maintained that the only unfulfilled promise was the one relating to the return of land to those arbitrarily dispossessed. Since the Ciudad Juarez Accords, so beneficial to the nation, involved a modification of the San Luis Potosí Plan, the new government had to adapt all its actions to the law, recognizing the validity of court judgments and the legitimacy of every decree passed by the previous administration. It is therefore difficult to restore the land to those who have been unjustly dispossessed. The relevant judgments would have to be subject to review, in cases where the dispossession followed all the legal prescriptions. If we compare his pettifogging arguments with the sense of egalitarian solidarity evident in every section of Zapata's decree on supplies, then we have an instant picture of the class forces locked in battle and of the simple and stubborn grandeur of Zapatism. Under the Madero government, many different labor unions were able to operate openly. By mid-1912 there were the Longshoremen's 86. Guild of the Port of Tampico, the Mexican Mine Workers Union in the north, the Workers' Confederation in Torreon, the Confederation of Workers' Unions of the Mexican Republic in the Port of Veracruz, the Union of Stonemasons and the Confederation of Mexican Typesetters in Mexico City, and various railway workers' organizations in different parts of the country. The workers' movement went through a phase of organization, and numerous strikes won union demands. In January 1912, the government created the Department of Labor. In July 1912, The Casa del Obrero Mundial was founded in Mexico City, organized by workers, artisans, and some unionist and anarchist intellectuals, among them several Spaniards, one of whom was quickly expelled from the country. Anarchist ideas were also spread by the brothers Ricardo and Enrique Flores Magón of the Mexican Liberal Party by way of their newspaper Regeneration, sent to Mexico from the United States. The organizing committee of the POM, headed by Ricardo Flores Magón, had its base of operations in Los Angeles, California. The POM had concentrated its forces in Baja California, and on January 29, 1911, a group of Magones seized the border city of Mexicali to bring forward the social revolution that was the POM's objective. The revolt of Madero cannot call itself a revolution, wrote Ricardo Flores Magón in March 1911. Revolutions have to answer to social needs in order to be so considered. If not, they are only revolts. The Magones had the support of the members of the Industrial Workers of the World, known as the Wobblies, a revolutionary union organization based in the United States, and of anarchist, socialist, and unionist intellectuals and organizers like Emma Goldman, Jack London, and Joe Hill. However, they suffered the antagonism and repression of Porfirio Diaz, of the forces of Madero, and of the government in Washington, too many enemies at the same time. In late May, Joe Hill, a composer and singer of workers' songs, recruited IWW Unionists in Los Angeles to join the Magonist Rebellion, which in those days held the border city of Tijuana. This is how Hill described what he had seen on a trip to Tijuana: "As long as the red flag flew in Baja California, as much as I tried, I could not find a single important person in the revolutionary ranks. I only found, in great numbers, ordinary, everyday workers. On the other hand, groups of U.S. adventurers and soldiers of fortune also joined the movement. These were characters typical of the border region who were out for themselves and who created a climate as favorable to the disorganization of the movement as to provocations and ideas of annexing the territory of Baja California to the United States." Porfirio Diaz, on April 1, 1911, declared that the movement of Baja California was composed of bands of communists, among whom are many American pirates, with the fantastic idea of forming a socialist republic. Such an ill-conceived proposal can do no less than provoke the greatest indignation of the country. From Los Angeles, the organizing committee of the POM, in a manifesto to Mexicans, responded as follows: "The Porfirists allege that those who are fighting in Baja California are foreigners, as though to fight for the liberty and welfare of the Mexican people, one had to be born on that very soil. The Porfirists talk to you about patriotism, they, the traitors who have left in foreign hands the destiny of our race, they, the dogs who by giving our lands to foreigners forced us to leave the land in which we were born to seek our bread in this country." On May 20, 1911, on the eve of the fall of Porfirio Diaz, Ricardo Flores Magón insisted in Regeneration, "Understand this well, lackeys of Diaz and Madero, the liberals have no intention of separating Baja California from the rest of Mexico. Baja California constitutes the principal base of our operations to extend the social revolution to all of Mexico." However, it was not the Magonist social revolution, but the Madrist democratic revolution that was destined to triumph in 88. Those days. The Ciudad Juarez Accords and the resignation of Porfirio Diaz concentrated the diverse groups and factions in the struggle against Diaz around the Madrist course. Among these groups were many that had previously been attracted to the POM, and hence the movement definitively took this Madrist direction. The Magonist rebellion remained isolated, and its weaknesses and contradictions sharpened. In June 1911, the rebellion was defeated in Baja California. On June 14, the Los Angeles police detained the leaders of the POM, accusing them of organizing armed expeditions from U.S. territory against friendly governments. In September 1911, the POM issued a manifesto in which it called upon the people to abolish the principle of private property, and for the working class, arms in hand, to expropriate the capitalist class and establish a system in which land, housing, the machinery of production and the means of transportation were all used in common. The manifesto carried the words of the First International: the emancipation of the workers should be the work of the workers themselves, and after approving the taking of land by the campesinos, it said, here is no need to limit ourselves to taking possession only of the land and agricultural implements. It is necessary for workers to resolutely take possession of their own industries, so that in this manner the lands, the mines, the factories, the workshops, the foundries, the carriers, the railroads, the ships, the warehouses of all kinds and housing remain in the power of each and every inhabitant of Mexico, without regard to sex. The anarchism of Flores Magón, nevertheless, lacked any material instrument or organized forces in Mexico to bring its demands into practice. It could not, therefore, go beyond the field of general ideas and propaganda. Nor did it have the means of establishing contact and alliances with the peasants who later took up arms and seized lands, for whom the Ayala plan would end up being much more real and accessible, and therefore more effective in the day-to-day practice of their own revolution. 89. The first attempted coup against Madero took place in the early days of his government, when Bernardo Reyes crossed the northern border on December 13, 1911 and called for a popular uprising. Though completely isolated and forced to surrender on December 25, Reyes retained some prestige and contacts among the officers of the Federal Army that Madero left totally unchanged. The next attempt, following the Orozco Revolt, was headed by Porfirio Diaz's nephew, Felix Diaz, who brought out the Veracruz garrison on October 16, 1912, and tried to capitalize on the growing opposition to Madero within the army. But Felix Diaz did not have sufficient authority among the officers, and no one followed his lead. A week later, after his forces had been defeated, he was sent to Santiago Tlatlalco military prison. Thanks to the privileges and facilities the Federal Army granted its imprisoned officers, he was there able to meet with General Reyes and to establish a conspiratorial center against Madero's government. As the year 1912 drew to an end, the Maderist government was paralyzed and in the throes of crisis. On its right, conservative currents representing hacienda interests were demanding still more vigorous repression against the peasant revolution, while on its left, petty bourgeois currents within Maderism, including the so-called renewal deputies, were calling for reforms that would grant some land to the peasantry and thus tackle the roots of the insurgency. The Congressman Luis Cabrera, who 2 years later would become Carranza's ideologue and draft his agrarian legislation, most clearly expressed the viewpoint of such currents. In September 1912, he declared himself a Jacobin. The Jacobin is a social type that appears when it is time to save nations from great catastrophes, he said. Speaking in the Chamber of Deputies in December 1912, he saw the need for legal measures to endow the villages with communal land. Already in colonial times, he recalled, the peasants had come to depend upon 3 forms, the 90. Village property on which their houses stood, the land from which the local administration derived its resources, and the communal lands cultivated for the villagers' own subsistence. The Disentailment Acts then opened the floodgates for the haciendas to seize municipal and communal land by force or by corrupt court judgments, so that the peasants were left as prisoners in their stripped villages and forced to become casual hacienda laborers or to die of hunger. Cabrera was seeking a very concrete way in which to defend private property. As things stood, the haciendas could no longer rely upon the armed forces to keep the peasantry subdued, and it would therefore be best to give it some land. For either these people will pick up a rifle and go off to swell the Zapatist ranks, or they will find lawful ways of expending energy on their communal pastures, woodlands and farmland for the 6 to 8 months of the year in which they have no work on the hacienda. Cabrera therefore proposed that, in conformity with the law and the Constitution, part of the hacienda land should be bought up and given to the villages as their communal property. Rejecting the demand for communal land contained in the Ayala Plan, he argued that the previous regime had legally recognized most of the hacienda lands seized in one way or another from the peasantry, and that, whether they were fair or not, these land deeds should not be challenged by fresh legal proceedings. In other words, he defended the juridical continuity of the state, the very principle the Zapatist plan began by disavowing. 9 As we have seen, Madero dismissed this reformist solution as utopian, but he was not able to put down Zapatism by force. The coup which would put an end to his government and his life was becoming a necessity for the ruling classes. Since Porfirio Diaz leaned toward Britain in the imperialist rivalry for influence in Mexico, the U.S. government had initially been sympathetic to Madero. But now it looked with alarm on the spread of revolution on its southern border. President Taft moved a 91 considerable number of troops to the frontier area, and even sent diplomatic notes threatening intervention should the government of Mexico be incapable of protecting the lives and interests of Americans in the country. However, the Democratic Party candidate, Woodrow Wilson, won the U.S. presidential election in November 1912, defeating the incumbent president, William Howard Taft. The Democrats also won a majority in both houses of Congress. Thus, once the new administration came into office on March 4, 1913, the attitude of the White House toward Madero might change. The U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Henry Lane Wilson, deemed it necessary to strike first. In February 1913, when everyone in Mexico was talking of the imminent overthrow of Madero, the U.S. ambassador wrote as follows to his government: "In my view, the general situation here has become very gloomy, not to say desperate. In Chihuahua, Durango, Coahuila, Nuevo León, and Zacatecas, the hideous revolutionary ferment was breaking out once again. For 2 years now, more than a third of Mexico's states have been caught up in an ever-rising revolutionary movement. This fact, as well as others which we do not have to mention here, has been greatly demoralizing and disturbing financial and banking circles in the country. Not only does it seriously damage commercial business and reduce credit, above all it is a threat to the very existence of these institutions." A few days later, when the commander-in-chief of the Operational Army, General Huerta, overthrew the government, killed President Madero and Vice President José María Pino Suárez, and occupied the presidency, it was only natural that he should count on the support and approval of the U.S. ambassador, Henry Lane Wilson. However, Ambassador Wilson's opinion was not shared by other U.S. diplomats in various towns of the Republic. The coup began on February 9. General Mondragon rose in revolt at the head of 2,000 men, and with their help freed 92 Generals Bernardo Reyes and Felix Diaz. General Reyes then led his troops in an attack on the National Palace, falling at their head in the first exchange of fire. Felix Diaz took his place, and entrenched his forces in the sealed buildings of the Ciudadela, the barracks, and the army depot of central Mexico City. Since the commander of the Maderist forces, General Lauro Villar, had been wounded in the attack on the palace, Madero appointed General Victoriano Huerta to take charge of operations. The Ciudadela was besieged, but in the next few days Huerta showed no interest in an assault and did not even prevent supplies from reaching the golpistas. This peculiar siege ended after the tragic 10 days, which left many soldiers and civilians dead or wounded. Under the terms of an agreement signed on February 18, 1913, by Felix Diaz for the besieged and by Huerta for the besiegers, Madero was to be dismissed and provisionally replaced by Huerta himself, a new cabinet was to be formed, and Diaz was to be free to run as a candidate in the next presidential elections. Since, according to witnesses, the agreement was signed in the U.S. Embassy upon the personal intervention of Henry Lane Wilson, it has become known as the Ciudadela Pact or Embassy Pact. Madero and Pino Suárez were arrested that day in the National Palace. They resigned their posts on February 19, and 2 days later they were murdered by their escort while being transferred to Lecumberri prison for their own safety. In the last analysis Madero fell, as some of his own supporters predicted, because he had been powerless to stamp out Zapatism. But instead of stopping the revolution, the Huerta coup was the signal for the flames of peasant war to engulf the whole country. The agrarian insurrection burst on all sides, following neither a plan nor a leadership. The strength of this peasant revolution greatly exceeded the capacity of ruling politicians to contain or repress it. Its elemental quest for land expressed in such basic demands as immediate redistribution of the haciendas, restitution of village land, and armed protection of those working the land attacked the very foundations of Mexican capitalism. For under 93. The Porfirio Diaz regime, capitalist development had found its national center of gravity in the handful of big landowners who held most of the country and the state, so that agrarian property continued to be the essential basis of capitalist accumulation. The revolution, Zapata's barbaric socialism, struck at precisely this point. Thus, unlike earlier peasant wars, which opened the way for capitalism, the Zapatist revolution challenged the very foundations on which capitalism molded and sustained itself. In this sense, it prefigured the 20th century agrarian revolutions, rising from peasant war to an alliance with the urban subaltern classes, a whole reshaping of the state and, in many instances, national or socialist goals. Although Emiliano Zapata could only glimpse this future, the breach he opened has never been sealed. THENORTHERND4ISION. 4. The Northern Division was one of the greatest historical achievements of the Mexican subaltern classes, its emergence a turning point in the peasant war and the revolution. They created this army out of nothing, sweeping everything in their path and hoisting one from their own ranks, Francisco Villa, the main military leader of the revolution. Unlike the Zapatist forces, Villa's Northern Division was not politically independent during the period of its greatest military victories over the Federal Army. As it advanced on the center of the country in order to bring down the government, it appeared as one of the three armies supporting the bourgeois political leadership of the revolution. Within this structure, it became ever more independent in its military activity, reflecting the need for political independence confusedly felt by its peasant base and leadership. But had it not been for the Zapatist army in the south, this need would never have found a form in which to express itself. The bourgeois and petty bourgeois leaders of the revolution anticipated with dread a junction between Villa's peasant army swooping down from the north, and Zapata's peasant army closing on Mexico City from the south. For this would unite the strongest military and the strongest political talent acquired by the peasant leaders, drawing the insurrection together at a national level. These leaders realized that such a development would not only bring down their worst adversaries, but also expose their own perspective to the unpredictable dangers of an alien and hostile force, the revolutionary peasantry. 95. So long as the revolutionary upsurge continued, however, they did not have sufficient military, social, or political strength to oppose Zapatism and Villism or to prevent a link-up between the two. The Ciudad Juarez Accords had sealed the political continuity between Porfirio Diaz and Madero on the clear basis of an end to the peasant insurrection. If Madero was assassinated by his own right wing, eventually headed by General Huerta, this was because he proved incapable of fulfilling this basic condition. The aim had been to contain the revolution in the rest of the country through Madero's remaining prestige, while isolating and militarily defeating it in its organized southern stronghold. With Madero's assassination, however, the last faint hope disappeared. The Huerta wing did not share this perspective, believing that prolonging of the Maderist regime would increase the attractive power of the South for the rest of the country. The U.S. ambassador's correspondence clearly reflected this feeling. The situation has become very gloomy, not to say desperate. In reality, the situation was not dependent upon what Madero did or failed to do. The revolution was already breaking throughout the whole country, and the Huertist coup merely sparked a generalized insurrection. Huerta initially tried to vaunt his opposition to Madero as a way of neutralizing and attracting Orozco's forces in the north and, above all, Zapata in the south. Orozco did, indeed, rally to the Huertist counter-revolution. But although the new government, like Madero before it, offered Zapata safeguards, money, property, and posts in the Morelos administration, his response was to call for a struggle against Huerta in the name of the Ayala Plan, refusing to lay down arms to anyone until the principles in the plan had triumphed. By contrast, the governors of all but Coahuila and Sonora states recognized the Huerta regime. As in the Maderist stage, Zapata's political attitude was crucial to the continuity of the revolution. The whole country was in revolt a few weeks after the fall of Maderism, and this time the focus was Zapata with his Ayala Plan and Southern Liberation Army. 96. Zapata's stand may have speeded up the anti-Huerta declaration of the 53-year-old Venustiano Carranza, a big landowner who had been a senator under Porfirio Diaz, then a Madero supporter and governor of Coahuila state. It was not the only factor, however. Maderism had attracted support from the very broad section of the petty bourgeoisie which sought a democratic nationalist way out from the Diaz dictatorship. It was among these layers that the tendency represented by the Maderist government had found a social base, also being able to count on much of the northern bourgeoisie and the Coahuila or Sonora hacendados. In confronting Huertism, then, Carranza assumed the continuity of a tendency which, on the one hand, saw concessions as the only way of containing the revolution, and on the other, aspired to become its national bourgeois leadership with a political base in the nationalist petty bourgeoisie and, through their social connection, in the peasantry itself. Joined only by the Sonora state governor, José María Maderina, Carranza refused to recognize Huerta as president, invoked the principle of constitutional continuity by referring to his own election in Coahuila, and called for the overthrow of the usurper government. This call was formalized in the Guadalupe Plan, a manifesto to the nation, signed on March 26, 1913, over a month after the coup, in the hacienda of Guadalupe, Coahuila. Condemning the anti-Maderist coup, the plan rejected the Huerta government as well as every legislative or judicial authority and every state governor that recognized the federal government. It resolved to form a constitutionalist army, to support its declarations with arms, and to appoint Venustiano Carranza as commander-in-chief of the army. It further stipulated that the commander-in-chief, upon entering Mexico City, should assume charge of the executive power and call general elections for the presidency of the republic. When Carranza presented the draft plan to his young officer supporters, a group including Captain Francisco J. Mujica argued for the inclusion of working-class demands, points referring to land distribution and the abolition of employers' shops, and a number of 97 other social questions. In reply, Carranza stressed the need to unite the broadest possible forces and to neutralize the many enemies who would be turned against the revolution by such demands. First there had to be a military victory, and then could come the social reforms. By means of this old argument, typical of a leadership seeking to contain a revolutionary movement within its own horizons, Carranza forced acceptance of the Guadalupe Plan with its call for nothing more than a change in government. This early discussion already pointed to one of the major contradictions of Carranzism, which persisted throughout the period of armed struggle and found new expression in the drafting of the Constitution, namely, the contradiction between Carranza's bourgeois leadership and the Jacobin wing rooted in the military and represented by Mujica and, to some extent, such figures as Lucio Blanco. Although Carranza permanently held this wing in check, he had to make concessions at crucial moments in order to retain it as his bridge to the masses. Obregón subsequently came to the fore as an arbiter in the dispute, as well as in the broader conflict between Carranzism and the revolutionary movement. But in order to carry this task to completion, he had to await a decline in the revolution, eliminating Carranza on the way. Conversely, in order to place its own stamp on the Constitution, the Jacobin wing had both to mature in the course of the struggle and to await a further extension and deepening of the revolution. Despite the political poverty of the Guadalupe Plan, the Constitutionalist Army stood as a military pole of political legitimacy and material strength throughout the North for the uprising against Victoriano Huerta. In March 1913, Francisco Villa crossed into Chihuahua from the United States, where he had taken refuge on escaping from prison. As an old Maderist, he joined the newly emerging Constitutionalist Army and used his prestige among the Chihuahua peasantry to organize a brigade. A few months later, this would become the Northern Division. 98. Under the Porfirio Diaz regime, a number of clashes with the landowners had forced Villa to go on the run, doing various jobs in the fields or living in the mountains from cattle stealing. 1 His enemies would never cease to describe him as a bandit and an outlaw. But in this uneven struggle with the rural guards, he developed that natural capacity for combat and revolt which flourished in the brief Maderist campaign and earned him his authority as a military leader in Chihuahua. In addition, Villa very soon displayed a great talent as a military organizer, not only with the mass of peasant soldiers who made up his army, but also with the officers of his general staff, whether their origin was in the peasantry, the impoverished petty bourgeoisie, or the military academies. This side of his activity also proved fruitful among the working-class layers of the North, above all the miners and railway workers. The latter, in particular, the majority of whom were won over to Villism, played a decisive role in the organization of troop movements by train, and one of their number, General Rodolfo Fierro, occupied one of the highest positions on Villa's general staff. In this way, the Northern Division took shape and developed into an irresistible military machine. The Constitutionalist Army also included other formations, the Northeast Army, under General Pablo González, which operated in the states of Tamaulipas and Nuevo León and throughout the northeast of Mexico, and the Northwest Army, based in Sonora and commanded by Álvaro Obregón, which moved south through all the West Coast states. While the Northeast Army conducted a hesitant and marginal campaign in its home region, the main battles of the Civil War took place along Obregón's line of advance in the west and Villa's in the center. Both armies followed the course of the railway unts, the first the Pacific Railway, the second the Central Railway. And so, the tracks laid for the extraction of raw materials toward the north drew the Northern Revolution toward the center of Mexico. Technically, Villa's division remained subordinate to the Northwest Army under Obregón. This was Carranza's personal decision. 99. For although he had to rely on Villa's support, he displayed from the beginning an attitude of deep mistrust and hostility. In practice, Villa did not accept this hierarchical subordination, and the Northern Division acted as a formation equal to or higher in importance than the Northwest Army. However, since Carranza was never willing to call it an army, Villa's force has gone down in history as the Northern Division. In its heyday, it was much more feared by the enemy than any of the other military formations, armies or not. The Northern peasantry, roused by a revolution in which it saw the prospect of land, provided the soldiers for all three sections of the Constitutionalist Army. Most of the officers came from the provincial petty bourgeoisie, although some, like General Felipe Angeles, the Villist artillery commander and strategist, had previously been in the Federal Army. Álvaro Obregón was a well-to-do small farmer in Sonora State who soon distinguished himself both for his military flair and for his political talents and ambition. Plutarco Elias Calles, another future president and organizer of the post-revolutionary Mexican state, had been a police superintendent in the small frontier town of Agua Prieta, Sonora. Manuel M. Dieguez, who won promotion as a divisional commander in Obregón's army, had led the 1906 strike in Cananea and was leader of the municipal council when Huerta launched his coup. The other constitutionalist officers were of similar origin, some would die in the course of the war, while others rose to dizzying heights, becoming the millionaire pillars of the new national ruling class and its political and economic apparatus in the years after the 1910-20 revolution. One group of officers, who later supported Obregónism in its political ascendance, developed as a revolutionary nationalist, Jacobin, and even socialistic current within the Carranzist army. Its foremost exponent was undoubtedly Francisco J. Mujica, later head of the Jacobin wing at the Constituent Congress. This group fused revolutionary nationalist ideology with the general influence of the insurgent peasantry, hoping to push through its ideas in the very 100. Development of the struggle. Victory, in its view, involved not merely a change in government, but a change in the basis of the Mexican state which would transfer land to the peasantry, expand working-class conquests, and open the way for a rather ill-defined socialist course. Although there was a permanent conflict between Carranza and this group of officers, it did not always appear on the surface. For it was generally subordinate to the still deeper conflict with Villism in the army ranks, and to the open struggle with the government and the Zapatist movement. When General Lucio Blanco led his troops to capture the Tamaulipas border town of Matamoros on June 4, 1913, this provided one of the first occasions on which the conflict with Carranza openly expressed itself. After establishing firm control over the region, Blanco and his chief of staff, the then Major Mujica, decided that they should begin to apply the principles of the revolution by organizing land redistribution. In August, Mujica, as the driving force behind the project, expropriated a hacienda from a counter-revolutionary general and publicly distributed among the peasants. Carranza's reaction was swift and sharp. He ordered Blanco to call off any further land distribution, relieved him of his command, and transferred him to another zone. In his place he appointed General Pablo Gonzalez, the future butcher of peasants and organizer of Zapata's murder, whose military incompetence was so great that he became known as the general who never won a battle. In his talks with Carranza's emissaries, Mujica not only defended the expropriation in question but argued that the social reforms should be continued throughout the very course of the struggle, and that in Sonora State, where the constitutionalist movement was initially strongest, property belonging to enemies of the revolution should be immediately nationalized. However, Mujica came from Michoacan, and the social composition of the forces that led the revolutionary movement in Sonora and Coahuila was hardly propitious for his ideas. In both states, but particularly in Sonora, the modern hacendados and well-off small farmers who placed themselves at the forefront of the movement typified 101. By José María Maturina and Álvaro Obregón, respectively had no inclination toward measures of this kind. The Sonora-based army, and the constitutionalist forces in general, assured regular pay for their soldiers. Unlike the Zapatists, then, these troops looked to army service as a means of subsistence for themselves and their families, in times when better paid work was not available. If there were not enough funds to go around, Obregón would order the rank and file to be paid before the officers. Key to success was the uninterrupted control of Sonora since the beginning of the revolution, something Carranza could not match in Coahuila, which allowed the pre-existing state apparatus to maintain its well-organized administration, finances, economic resources, and local armed forces. This helps to explain the extraordinary weight of Sonorans within the constitutionalist movement. They were, so to speak, the Prussians of Mexico's capitalist north, driving forward to conquer and unify the country during the First Revolution and the successive governments of Huerta, Obregón, and Calles. 2. On September 20, 1913 in Hermosillo, Sonora, the commander-in-chief, Venustiano Carranza, officially appointed General Álvaro Obregón to head the Northwest Army, with jurisdiction over Sonora, Chihuahua, and Sinaloa and the territory of Baja California. Obregón, whose forces controlled the whole of Sonora, had won 2 battles in March against the Federals, one at Santa Rosa, the other at Santa Maria. Now, or shortly after, such leaders as Dieguez, Calles, and Iturbe, who had revolted on their own initiative at the time of the Huerta coup, integrated their military detachments into the Northwest Army. Pancho Villa, whose brigade had already scored some victories, including the capture of San Andrés, therefore came under the jurisdiction of Obregón. On September 29, 1913, his own and other brigades united in the Northern Division, of which he was elected 102. Commander. On October 10, the brand new division took the important railway junction of Torreon, capturing both military equipment and a sizable quantity of rolling stock. Over the next year, Villa's division would increase its strength at breathtaking speed, rapidly surpassing in military importance the forces that operated under Obregón in the west of the country. Until Torreon, Huerta had been strengthening his position in power with the help of internal and foreign credits. His first step was to shake off his allies from the February coup, Diaz and Mondragón, by attaching them to missions abroad, and to forge alliances with Catholic, Porfirist, and pro-Reyes politicians, as well as exercising an attractive power over the Orozco movement. In broad outline, he continued Madero's policy toward both capital and labor, as he also did on the land question. He tightened the links with British imperialism, the United States having inclined toward his ally and rival, General Felix Diaz, and asserted his own authority in the army. Huerta raised the strength of the army to 85,000, and a year later some 200,000 Federals were said to be under arms. It is possible, however, that a number of places were allocated and never actually filled, so that the money to pay and equip these phantoms went straight into the pockets of the correspondingly swollen officer corps. He also continued Madero's attempts to establish good relations with the trade union leaders, seeking their active cooperation with his government or at least their neutrality in the Civil War. Official histories, picturing Huerta as an inept officer and a habitual drunkard, cast him as the villain of a piece in which all the other bourgeois leaders were fearless knights in shining armor. But although his fondness for drink is well established, this was not his defining characteristic, at least so long as he had some chance of success and was able to keep some control of the situation. He 103 should be taken seriously, as he was by his enemies of the time. In essence, he was an army man who showed certain qualities on the battlefield and followed an energetic, skillful, and remorseless policy of reaction, both in organizing the counter-revolutionary repression and in resisting the pressures from Woodrow Wilson, which grew stronger and more menacing as he sought political support from Britain and other European powers. 3 Huerta's career did not, of course, cover a wide span. Villa's triumph at Torreon dramatically cut it short by demonstrating the capacity for struggle and victory which the constitutionalists had accumulated in this early period of the war. Huerta produced a coup within the regime in response to this military setback, the pressure from Washington, and the mounting opposition of the Mexican Congress. On October 10, 1913, he dissolved Congress and called presidential and parliamentary elections for October 27, which he naturally won. A few days before, however, on October 17, Carranza had counterattacked by declaring a provisional government in Sonora as the only legitimate authority for the whole national territory. On October 21, he produced his masterstroke: the Federal Army would be dissolved after the victory of the constitutionalist forces. In this way, Carranza drew one of the key lessons from Madero's fate. After the Battle of Torreon, Villa returned to the north and prepared to take Chihuahua City in mid-November. But then, while still leading people to believe that he intended to capture the town, he carried out one of those maneuvers that greatly boosted his military reputation. He began by ordering a forced march to Ciudad Juarez in the north, and en route seized a train on its way down to Chihuahua. At the next station, he captured the telegraph operator and made him send a message to Ciudad Juarez in the name of the station master, reporting that the track ahead had been cut by revolutionaries and asking for instruction. From Ciudad Juarez, the unsuspecting federal command ordered the train to return and to cable its position from every station along the route. Villa, with 2,000 men, climbed onto the train, while the cavalry followed at 104. A gallop. The operation was repeated at each station. He seized the telegraph operator, cut the line to the south, and cabled for instructions. In this way, the train full of Villists eventually reached Ciudad Juarez, all but announcing its arrival yet not arousing the least suspicion. Once in the town, Villa and his soldiers leapt from the train and quickly overcame the thunderstruck garrison. This bold stroke gave Villa crucial access to the frontier, from which he was able to receive military equipment and other supplies. The story of his feat also increased Villa's military prestige in the popular imagination, and made his northern division a recruiting agent for the revolutionary forces. When the Federal Army sent troops from Chihuahua, Villa went out to defeat them on November 23, 1913, at the pitched Battle of Tierra Blanca. On December 8, he occupied Chihuahua without a struggle, the Federals already having abandoned the town, but the next day, fresh Federal troops managed to retake Torreon. On January 11, 1914, he again defeated the Wordist army at the Battle of Ojinaga. By early March, the Northern Division had secured the whole of Chihuahua State and completed preparations for a southward thrust to break the back of the federal forces in the center of the country. Meanwhile, Obregon's army, having taken the Sinaloa capital, Culiacan, on November 20, 1913, had entered a period of military inactivity in which it mainly limited itself to controlling the northwestern coastal states of Sonora and Sinaloa. Everyone could see that the decisive battles were being prepared by Villa's advance on the center of the country. It was the Northern Division, not its two flanking armies, that had acquired sufficient impetus to beat the Federal Army in the central regions where its military strength was still intact. Villa's forces would break this strength by successively capturing Torreon and Zacatecas in April and June 1914, the key military engagements in this stage of the revolution. In March 1914, when the Northern Division left Chihuahua for Torreon with General Angeles already on its general staff, it was a strong and assured combat force at the height of its military capacities. 105. The golden period of the Northern Division lasted throughout 1914. It was a pole of attraction for the insurgent peasants, their women, their families. Its officers had all sprung from the same peasantry. Audacity, bravery, and fighting capacity were the criteria for selection. With passion and love, John Reed describes in Insurgent Mexico how the Villists carried out their advance in the first half of this triumphal year. It was an armed mass that moved southward, engaging in battles big and small in its conquest of Mexico. On train or horse, accompanied by their women and their children, the soldiers of the Northern Division embodied the irresistible force of the revolution. Although the Villist advance had an appearance of great disorder, its actions displayed a higher order than that of any military regulations. It was imposed by the common will and the common objective guiding the peasant in arms. Victory meant land. There will be no more rich and poor after the revolution, we will all be equal and live in peace, we will have the land, and there will be no exploiters. Pancho Villa drew on this peasant wellspring to concentrate the universal will to victory under his own command. He could do this better than anyone, since he himself was a peasant, synthesizing all the qualities, desires, and aims of his men. By virtue of his organizational abilities, Villa was able to convert this armed mass into the best army of the Mexican Revolution. The vast multitude of northern peons and landless peasants found life purpose in Villism. For the first time they could express themselves, fighting to win and take control, not to suffer repression and defeat. Unlike the Zapatist movement in the South, Villism did not have a program. It was therefore Villa's own personality, as the best soldier, horseman, and countryman, that came to represent the insurgent peasantry. The soldiers saw themselves in Villa, and he inspired them with absolute confidence. He raised to a heroic level the characteristic features of them all, courage, hatred, and mistrust of the exploiters, implacability and cruelty in battle, astuteness and candor, tenderness. 106. And solidarity toward the poor and oppressed, and also their instability. We can thus understand the many theatrical aspects of Villa's actions as a means of communication with his base, an elementary method of unifying the soldiers under his command. Villa's personality was necessary to unite and give leadership to those masses in motion, who in turn rallied and absorbed poor or ambitious petty bourgeois, deserters, soldiers, and the armed units spontaneously forming and then dissolving in northern villages before and after a battle. Most of the striking, energetic characteristics the bourgeoisie deprecated in Villa while concealing that thousands upon thousands of peasants were murdered in cold blood by its own cruel commanders, from Carranza down were in fact the very features he needed to guide and command his army, in the absence of the culture and education enjoyed by the Federal Army officers who had attended military college. Since Villa, more than any other figure in the revolution, spread terror among the ruling classes, their denigration of him is merely an inverted reflection of fear. The terror, of course, originated not so much in Villa as in the peasant revolution he represented. But he did know how to turn it to advantage, nurturing and promoting the invincible reputation of the Northern Division as an element in the military struggle. For if the enemy can be filled with terror, the battle is already half won. Many stories of Pancho Villa's cruelty were essentially no more than basic instruments, sometimes instinctive, yet vital, with which to sow revolutionary terror among the enemy class. On the opposite side, Madero, Huerta, and Carranza all slaughtered the Morelos peasantry en masse, burning, shooting, or deporting half the population of the Zapatist zone. The army, Marx wrote, was the small peasant proprietor's point d'honneur, the peasant himself transformed into a hero, defending his new possessions against external enemies, glorifying his recently won nationhood, and plundering and revolutionizing the world. The uniform was the peasant's national costume, the war was his poetry, the small holding, extended and rounded off. 107. In imagination, was his fatherland, and patriotism was the ideal form of his sense of property. For the Villist army was much more than this for the Mexican peasantry, it was its strength and military party, it was its human personality, which, denied for centuries by the oppressors, entered the world in fire and blood, cheerfully clearing its path of the bosses, the rich, and the privileged and leisure classes. Party through experience, party through his own awareness and intelligence, Pancho Villa knew how to conduct his campaign. This explains the tremendous military impetus of the Northern Division. When we win the Revolucion, a Villist captain told John Reed, it will be a government by the men, not by the rich. We are riding over the lands of the men. They used to belong to the rich, but now they belong to me and to the companeros. An old peasant added, the revolution is a good thing. When it's over, we'll never, ever be hungry, God willing. 5. With this concentrated charge of expectations, the Northern Division swept down to the capital, cutting the landowner's army to pieces on the way. Victory does not come from hopes alone, but above all from organization of the fighting forces. In this Villa was a true master, he could make full use of the train to organize supplies, obtain funds and military equipment from the appropriate places, furnish 30 and even 40 whitewashed hospital wagons with the latest surgical and other equipment, and ensure that wounded soldiers were speedily evacuated to the rear. He tried hard to introduce the norms of military regulation, productively integrating career officers into his army. He kept by his side General Angeles, the most outstanding of these officers, and used his artillery skills and knowledge of strategy in the main victories of the division. As commander, Villa showed great vigor and audacity in the maneuvers of battle, for which the cavalry, his natural element and favorite weapon, was well suited. But he also had an inborn grasp of the economy of forces, and a concern for the fighting and living conditions of his troops. In complete contrast, Federal officers 108 looked on the simple soldier as cannon fodder for prodigal use on the battlefield. Not only did the Villist soldier have a revolutionary objective, but experience had taught him to believe that his leaders paid as much heed as possible to the men's fives. He therefore found it quite reasonable when an order required him to risk his fife or even to go to his death. Above all, however, the Northern Division was the army of the peasants, headed and mostly officered by peasants. Its trains were loaded with peasant men and women, who were becoming the masters of Mexico. Wherever it advanced, it would raise the peasants' hopes and focus their support. In every town or city it entered, prison doors were opened and pawn shops closed, giving back their belongings to the poor people. Its very fines of march encouraged them to rise in revolt, to seize the land, and to cultivate their own small holdings on haciendas from which the big landowners had been expelled. Like the Zapatists and all people's armies, it had its own intelligence network. The peasants saw everything, and innumerable mouths kept it well informed about the enemy's plans for city defense, military operations, and so on. Thus, so long as the mass upsurge continued, the Northern Division was an invincible force. Through it, or under its protection, the peasant masses settled many big or small accounts that had built up over centuries of oppression and plunder accounts with the rich, or their agents and allies, and with the seigneurs, or their foremen, stewards, and rural guards. It was the revolution. A magnificent fighter and organizer, Pancho Villa is a nightmarish memory for the Mexican ruling classes. He taught that the Federal Army was not invincible in civil war, leaving a tradition in Mexico that a peasant army, led by a peasant general, can win battle after battle until finally annihilating it as a military force. The bourgeoisie can tolerate and even forget this from one of its own, but it can never forgive it from an ex-peon born on its old haciendas. A peasant turned bandit who, though he received hardly any basic schooling, mastered to perfection all the arts of horsemanship, agriculture, and weaponry, who, though learning to write only in 109 Mexico City prison, displayed a lightning organizational mind, who had unpredictable reactions and spread them among powerful enemy forces unknown to the bourgeoisie. Such a man appeared to be the embodiment of absolute evil, of revolution. Most crucially, he showed that nothing the ruling classes considered vitally necessary was in fact indispensable, that since a peasant leader could organize what its own best administrators could never do, their rule as a class was not necessary. This is a nightmare for the rulers, but above all it is a further source of self-confidence for the people of Mexico. Thus, although official history denigrates Villa and extols the figure of Carranza, Villa is still to be found in songs and corridos, in popular art and storytelling, and in the hopes of the poor and the oppressed. The Northern Division was the military form of power of the peasants, just as Zapatism was essentially its social form. This was the irresistible force that in March 1914 swept down from Chihuahua to Torreon, and on April 2 overcame Federal Army resistance and seized the town. Before Villa's 12,000 men captured Torreon in several days of battle, they had taken the nearby towns of Sacramento, Laredo, and Gomez Palacios. A few days afterward, the Northern Division inflicted a fresh defeat on the Federal Army at San Pedro de los Coloradoneos, destroying a rather tardy relief column swollen by remnants of the defeated Torreon garrison. These twin victories, the most devastating blow so far received by Huerta's army, left the Northern Division in control of a major city that was at once the center of an area rich in resources, an important railway junction, and an operational base for the attack on Mexico City. In fact, the town of Zacatecas was now the only remaining obstacle on the road to the capital. The victories of Torreon and San Pedro de las Colonias increased the military prestige of Villa's army and shattered the fighting spirit of the government troops. Villa and Angeles decided that, after a brief halt to equip their men with the newly won Torreon supplies, the time would be ripe to mass on Zacatecas and resolve the war once and for all. During the same month, April 1914, the Zapatists captured Iguala and Chilpancingo in Guerrero State. The Northeast Army took Monterrey, the capital and industrial city of Nuevo León, and the Americans intervened in Veracruz, effectively cutting off Huerta's supplies of European weapons through that port. At this point, the second conflict in the Mexican Civil War came to the forefront, namely, the clash between Carranza's leadership and the peasant armies on which he relied to combat the Huerta faction. Carranza needed to check the growing dominance earned by Villism through its military victories and its prestige among the peasantry. His first task, then, was to prevent the Northern Division from occupying Mexico City, as the previous course of the war would have logically suggested. Acting as commander-in-chief of the Constitutionalist Army, he sent Villa an order which, though absurd from a military point of view, was vital to his own political objectives. The order was to halt his advance, to refrain from attacking Zacatecas, and to swing his forces into an attack on Saltillo, the Coahuila state capital and official seat of the Carranza government, then in Federal Army hands. Villa and Angeles objected to this illogical and diversionary maneuver, arguing that it left the enemy time to regroup and entrench itself in Zacatecas. But in the end they respected the order. Rounding off his political maneuver, Carranza sent emissaries to Obregón with instructions that his Northwest Army, inactive for several months, should profit from the weakening of federal resistance due to recent defeats and make a rapid advance on Mexico City. For its part, the Northern Division duly marched on Saltillo, routed the enemy at Perdón on May 17, 1914, and, in the same process, captured a large quantity of arms and ammunition. Shortly afterward, it took the Coahuila state capital without a fight and left it in the hands of the constitutionalists. After the fall of Torreon, the fate of the Wordist regime was sealed. Now began the next phase of the civil war, in which the I-10 bourgeois Carranzist leadership struggled to hold the Villist and Zapatist armies in check. Although Carranza still needed Villa's backing as in the past, restraint was now becoming more important than support. Carranza had to accept the power and methods of Villism, just as the bourgeoisie in the French Revolution had been compelled to accept the plebeian methods and revolutionary terror of the Jacobins. Carranza also had both to contain the peasant forces within the structure and objectives of the constitutionalist army and to organize them in a militarily effective manner. The distant, hostile leadership of Carranza and his own officers had never been able to achieve these tasks, and success depended on the trust the armed peasants had in one of their own people, Pancho Villa. Carranza's policy was the same as that of every weak national bourgeoisie, reliance upon active mass support, involving a mixture of concessions and restraints. But Carranza could not triumph through classical bourgeois forms and had to accept the revolutionary methods of Villism. All Carranza's stubborn efforts to save the authority principle, as he liked to call it, showed both that he was aware of this emerging pattern and that he had no other choice. For all its military strength, Villa's leadership could not by itself transcend the limitations of the constitutionalist program. It did not comply with it indeed. Eventually the two came into conflict, but neither could it put anything else forward. It could only wring concessions for the peasantry and the poor within the confines of that program. Furthermore, an army based on the military principles of the Northern Division was only possible within an alternative perspective of state power, which the peasants alone were incapable of providing. Without a state backbone, the peasantry could by itself attain only Zapatist-type forms of guerrilla army and guerrilla militia. And when Villa later had to fight against the Carranza-controlled state power, he was himself reduced to organizing on a large scale, it is true, precisely this form of guerrilla warfare. His limitations were not at the abstract level of military organizational capacity, but were concretely rooted in his peasant base. After clearing the Saltillo region of enemy forces, Villa regrouped in Torreon with the aim of continuing his southward advance. Fresh orders then arrived, instructing him to wait and to commit part of his forces, 3,000 to 5,000 men, in support of General Panfilo Natera, whom Carranza had charged with the capture of Zacatecas. Villa was furious. He knew that Natera could not take Zacatecas, that the men he was supposed to send in support would not be enough to tip the struggle in favor of the attackers, and, above all, that the military victory the Northern Division could certainly secure was being snatched from their very hands. The conflict with Carranza now came right into the open. Villa refused to send his men as he had been ordered, and offered Carranza his resignation as commander of the Northern Division. The commander-in-chief immediately cabled his acceptance, at the same time summoning all the Northern Division generals to propose a successor at a special meeting. Villa was thanked for his services and ordered to take the military command in Chihuahua City. In their reply to Carranza, the generals asked him to withdraw his acceptance of Villa's resignation. But he stood firm, invoking authority as a higher principle than military utility. There followed a violent exchange of telegrams. Carranza refused to give way, while the generals, continuing to recognize Villa, declared that they would no longer follow orders from the commander-in-chief. The whole Northern Division, together with its general staff, thereby came out in open insubordination against the constitutionalist high command. General Felipe Angeles was the political mind behind this military stand that saved from disintegration the commanding staff of the Northern Division. Venustiano Carranza would never forgive him. In the middle of June, Villa assembled all his military forces and began to follow the line of the railway down to the KCY town I-12. 113 of Zacatecas. The early interruption in his advance, the absurd orders from Carranza, the political sabotage from above, the detour to Saltillo, none of these had taken the impetus from his mighty battle machine. Indeed, Pardon and smaller combats had heightened the confidence and ardor of the Northern Division. The race for Mexico City between the Northern Division and the Northwest Army now reached its climax. Villa still took on the major battles and minor flushing out operations, while Obregon handled the minor battles and more extensive local engagements. There were two reasons for this division. First, although the Federal Army sought to contain both sections, it placed the greatest obstacles and the bulk of its troops in the way of Villa, seeing him as the inimical class threat. Secondly, Carranza's headquarters tried to hinder the one, while impelling the other forward. Across the battle lines, then, a kind of bourgeois united front was tacitly established between Carranzism and Wordism, not to arrest the war, but to reduce the Villist danger. This united front also operated against Zapata, whom Carranza did not recognize and never ceased to describe as a bandit. And yet, the Zapatists played an important military role against the common Wordist enemy, constantly threatening the gates of Mexico City and tying down 8,000 to 10,000 federal troops in the south while the constitutionalist forces advanced from the north. For their part, the Northern Division and the Southern Liberation Army increasingly formed a de facto peasant united front in which the Zapatist forces, militarily weaker but with a distinctive political program, exerted a powerful attraction over the Villists and gave them confidence for their inevitable break with Carranza. Their enemies, from Huerta to Carranza and Obregon, also saw them as closely related movements, and tried everything to prevent or delay a military link-up between the two. Thus, although the war continued between the reactionary federal wing and the progressive constitutionalist wing of the bourgeoisie, both were tacitly united in holding back the insurgent peasantry. The class division, obscured by the smoke of battle, now proved to be much deeper and longer lasting than the thunderous clash of armies, eventually drawing up new battle lines that corresponded to the class struggle itself. This is, after all, the unyielding logic of every civil war. It was therefore Obregon, benefiting from the tacit agreement of the bourgeois high command, who was destined to win the race for Mexico City ahead of Zapata and Villa. But since maneuvers are of much lesser historical importance than material class forces, Obregon's entry into the capital with the complicity of victorious friends and defeated enemies only served to put off the fateful hour. A few months later, at the highest point of the Mexican Revolution, the Villist and Zapatist armies triumphantly marched from north and south into Mexico City without firing a single shot. On June 22, 1914, the Northern Division had begun its attack on Zacatecas, which had already been under fire from General Natera's troops for 10 days. On June 23, in the largest armed action so far in the Civil War, Villa captured Zacatecas and completely destroyed a 12,000-strong federal army, with all its officers, trains, artillery, ammunition, and supplies. Only a few small detachments managed to escape annihilation. The road to Mexico City was open. The next day, Villa decided to resume his advance, first dispatching Angeles and a few Northern Division brigades to capture Aguascalientes in preparation for the entry into Mexico City. But now the high command of the Constitutionalist Army violently pulled in the reins. On June 24, after he had reported the Zacatecas victory to Carranza, thereby continuing to recognize him as supreme commander, Villa learned that he had just dismissed General Felipe Angeles as Under-Secretary of War responsible for the department in his cabinet. Carranza subsequently promoted Obregon and Gonzalez as major generals, while keeping Villa at the lower rank of brigadier general. He also refused to recognize the Northern Division as an army, although it was militarily and numerically superior to those commanded by Obregon and Gonzalez. Finally, Carranza held up the trains that delivered Monclova coal for Villa's I-14 locomotives, and impeded the delivery of arms and ammunition from the Northeast Army port of Tampico to the Northern Division. In effect, then, he took a series of civil war measures against Villa within the Constitutionalist camp itself. With no coal for his trains and no ammunition for his troops, Villa had to end his advance and ordered Angeles to return to Chihuahua. He himself fell back on Torreon, leaving an advance guard in Zacatecas to keep control of the region and to maintain communications between this town and his permanent base in Chihuahua. Carranza was in any case not yet seeking a break. He needed to gain time for the new and inevitable phase of the civil war that would pit him against Villa and Zapata. Moreover, some of his own officers, particularly the petty bourgeois nationalist wing, were pressing for an agreement with Villa. For different reasons, both they and Carranza feared the consequences of a break on the rank-and-file soldiers, well aware that the Northern Division and its commander had unequal prestige among the constitutionalist troops and the peasant towns and villages of the north. Intermediaries for the Northeast Army, including General Antonio I. Villarreal, a signatory of the 1906 Liberal Party program, finally brought about an agreement for discussions in Torreon with Northern Division delegates to resolve the differences between Villa and Carranza. This series of meetings concluded in the signing of the Torreon Pact on July 8, 1914, shortly before the fall of Huerta. The mere fact that both sides signed a pact, when Villa's division was supposed to be under Carranza's high command, shows both that the split had reached major proportions and that Carranza still needed some kind of reconciliation in order to avoid an open clash. He was thus acting upon a relationship of forces which found expression in the clauses of the pact itself. In essence, the Torreon Pact affirmed that the Northern Division would recognize Carranza as commander-in-chief and end the insubordination it had shown prior to Zacatecas, that the constitutionalist commander-in-chief recognized Francisco Villa I-15 as the sole commander of the Northern Division, that, according to availability, the Northern Division would be supplied with all the necessary material for combat, that both sides would communicate with Maturina, Sonora state governor, who for some time had been in conflict with Obregon and Carranza, and try to persuade him to resign in favor of a third person impartial to himself and his opponents, that once the commander-in-chief had assumed the executive power following Huerta's defeat, he would call a convention of constitutionalist leaders from the different armies on the basis of one elected delegate per 1,000 soldiers, and that the purpose of the convention would be to set a date for presidential and parliamentary elections, and to discuss and approve the governmental program which the newly elected president and representatives should follow. The eighth and politically most important point is the so-called Golden Clause that Villa and his staff, among them the former Magonist Antonio Villarreal, forced into the Torreon Pact. Here, for the first time, Villism found its way to the general formulation of a political program. Clause 8 reads as follows. Since the present conflict is a struggle of the disinherited against the abuses of the powerful, and considering that the misfortunes afflicting the country stem from Pretorianism, plutocracy, and the clergy, the Northern and Northeast Divisions solemnly undertake to fight until the ex-federal army disappears and is replaced by the constitutionalist army, to implant the democratic system in our country, to secure the well-being of workers, to bring about the economic emancipation of the peasants through just distribution of the land or other means that help to resolve the agrarian problem, and to correct, punish, and make duly accountable those members of the Roman Catholic clergy who have given material or intellectual assistance to Huerta the usurper. The Torreon Pact, and this clause in particular, fairly accurately reflects the military, social, and political relationship of forces between I-16. The different constitutionalist sectors in the period following the Bat of Zacatecas and just preceding the overthrow of Huerta. The superior military and social strength of Villism was fettered by the weakness of its politics vis-a-vis the Carranza leadership. In its turn, however, this leadership had to make concessions to general social demands, avoiding a break with Villism and the peasant base on which, through Villism, it rested as a nationalist leadership. Yet again, Villa's experience in battle led him to use his strong side in order to discuss and secure political concessions. Some of Carranza's officers, particularly the revolutionary Nationalist wing, also fought for these concessions as part of their own program. Thus, in Clause 8 of the Torreon Pact, we can clearly see the indirect presence of the earlier discussions around the Guadalupe Plan, in which Carranza had faced a group of young officers led by Mujica, the initiative taken a year later by Lucio Blanco and Mujica to redistribute land in Matamoros, and more remotely, through General Antonio I. Villarreal, the general social aspirations of the 1906 Magonist program. It was this conjunction of forces that made possible not only Clause 8 but the pact as a whole, including the compromise agreement on a conference of military leaders to establish the program of the future government. Through this signed compromise, the whole constitutionalist army openly expressed its role as a political party and a constitution-making formation. It was no longer just Carranza's high command, but all the officers in the northern armies who now assumed the representation of the revolutionary movement. Although the form was still a substitution, it did impose a petty bourgeois army democracy upon the personal, centralized command of the Carranza leadership. It was the distant expression, within the army itself, of the mighty revolution then shaking the country. As far as Villism is concerned, the pact involved a certain rapprochement with the movement in the south. For the influence of I-17, Zapatism inevitably grew among the Villist soldiers, especially as the peasant armies scored major victories and the revolution neared its climax. Carranza had to balance upon this combination of forces. In this balancing act, Carranza's aim was to win time by putting off a split, so as to win space by occupying more territory and consolidating state power in Mexico City. Thus he let the Northeast Army delegates conduct the negotiations in Torreon, keeping himself on the sidelines, while the Northwest Army marched at full speed on the capital, and the Northeast Army held its positions in order to control the movements of the Northern Division and, if necessary, to meet them with force. Making certain concessions, he also had to check the influence that Sixtuism, the peasant masses, and, indirectly, Zapatism exerted upon a radical section of its own officers. But insofar as some of these factors seemed to come under his control, and insofar as any further general concessions might take concrete shape, Carranza hastened to disown the Torreon Accords on the grounds that he had never put his own name to them. He would only accept that part which referred to the end of the insubordination of the Northern Division, but not the programmatic points or the compromise call for a convention. By the time he made his position clear, Obregon was at the gates of Mexico City and the fate of the capital was sealed. Obregon's army was already crystallizing as the military embryo of the future Mexican state apparatus. For although Pablo González was politically much closer to Carranza, a number of features made this force the principal military lever for the commander-in-chief: its superior organization and command, its base in economically and politically important regions, beginning with Sonora, the continuity of the Sonora state administration and its budget since the beginning of the revolution, and its line of advance to the capital along the Pacific Railway. Above all, however, the tendency represented by Obregon offered Carranza some opening to the people. Thus, not only was Obregon the ablest general in Carranza's team, but he was also a possible intermediary. I-18. Between Carranza and Villa, although at a certain point his own political ambition and the objective conditions of equilibrium between the two leaders prompted Obregon to bid for the role of arbiter. Among Obregon's officers was a section of the nationalist military tendency which, as in the cases of Lucio Blanco and Rafael Buelna, would later have a transitory and informal alliance with Villism. But the officer corps of both Obregon's and González's army developed as a military stratum that would be one of the foundation stones of the new Mexican ruling elite. Obregon's own family became new landowners enriched by the revolution. Abelardo Rodriguez, a president for 2 years, became a multimillionaire, and Aaron Saenz rose from a modest captain in Obregon's army to the richest sugar tycoon in Mexico. Many other names could be added to the list. The officers began to adopt corresponding tastes and customs in the very course of the campaign, believing themselves in the luxurious houses and mansions abandoned by rich landowners. They used their silverware, drank their wine, and were attended by their servants. They organized fiestas and receptions for society families, making connections here and there, and those families with the most initiative tried to arrange marriages for their daughters. As in the French Revolution, the old property-owning classes grew ever bolder in seeking family ties with these parvenus. From a social point of view, of course, the function was also to contain those petty bourgeois raised by the revolutionary wave, and to absorb their initial impetus into the old class wisdom of the exploiters. Although Obregon's officers retained much closer links with their rank and file than those of any bourgeois army, not to mention Huerta's corrupt federal army, they still developed as a separate layer enjoying multifarious relations with the less compromised class sections which had supported the enemy. This did not happen in Villa's army, divided as it was from the enemy by an unbridgeable class abyss. Conversely, although Obregon's army everywhere received local support as the armed, marching representative. I-19. 120. Of the revolution, it did not arouse that wave of enthusiasm which accompanied the Northern Division on its way through the country. Nevertheless, the underlying base of peasant hopes and mobilization was the same. It was an army of the revolution, and wherever it went the revolution was vanquishing the old regime. Even the differentiation of the officer corps, by no means a clear-cut process, was held in check while the revolution stayed at the full and the masses continued to dominate the arena. What later hardened into a distinct layer, and then into a social class, initially existed at the level of mere tendencies and inclinations. For the time being, these same officers were the bearers of a revolutionary force which, coming from their own peasant base, lifted them to the crest of the wave. Obregon and his colleagues were therefore able to build from scratch an army which, though never matching Villa in spectacular military activity, did win a series of battles and show considerable boldness of movement. Such audacity was indeed crucial to its survival, for as the Northwest Army moved southward, it lost its initial operational base in Sonora, where Governor Maturana withdrew support as part of his conflict with Carranza. Thus in mid-May, when Obregon received the order to advance rapidly on Mexico City and so gain the upper hand over the Northern Division, he really had no option but to push ahead. If he tried to withdraw through the difficult mountainous terrain, he ran the risk that his bases would be cut off. If he did not advance with sufficient speed, the federal forces might mass in his path and block the way. For he knew that after June 25, Villa would be forced by lack of supplies to halt his advance on Mexico City, thereby relieving the pressure on Huerta's troops. Obregon decided to use his rapidity of movement to the full. Without pausing to attack minor towns, he left them surrounded and swept down to the capital with his trains. His driving conviction was that politics, and therefore the Mexican capital, were now the decisive factors, that the enemy's will to fight had already been. 121. Broken by Villa's victories up to Zacatecas, and that, as Engels once said, in revolution, as in war, it is absolutely necessary to stake everything at the decisive moment, whatever the probable outcome may be. So it was that Obregon came up against the enemy army at Orandain, in the vicinity of Guadalajara, Jalisco, the second largest town in Mexico. On June 6, 1914, he completely routed the Federals and drove them into Guadalajara itself. 2 days later, when the remaining 3,000 troops abandoned the city, Lucio Blanco's cavalry annihilated them at the Battle of El Castillo. The Northwest Army entered Guadalajara without a fight and resumed its unimpeded advance on the capital. Defeated on all fronts, Huerta handed authority over to an interim president, Francisco Carbajal, on July 15. 10 days later, the new man offered to negotiate the surrender of Mexico City and the government to the constitutionalist forces. Throughout the advance, the Obregon command had displayed great rapidity of movement, audacity of attack, capacity for maneuver and initiative, and military discipline. Above all, General Obregon had been extremely skillful in exploiting the mistakes committed by the enemy. These qualities were, in turn, based on the revolutionary impetus of the peasant soldiers, which made it possible to ensure a level of discipline in marked contrast to the lack of an army tradition and the improvised clothing that could hardly be called a uniform. But the sharpest contrast was with the discipline of fear which the federal officers imposed on a demoralized soldiery devoid of any fighting spirit. As soon as the bat turned against them, this collapsed into total disorder. Only this impetus from below can explain such features as the celebrated train that ran without a railway. The incident occurred in early 1914 in Sonora State. An army train had FO run between 2 points controlled by revolutionary forces, but the line passed through the federal-held town of Empalme. The decision was then taken to 122. Pass on one side of the town, where there was no railway track at all for 14 kilometers. The soldiers prepared 500 meters at a time, the length of the rails available to them, and set in place the engine, rolling stock, and water tanks. As the train advanced, they picked up the rails and put them down again in front, special teams having been sent ahead to level the ground. The whole operation lasted 15 days, during which time a number of enemy attacks had to be beaten off. But eventually the train returned to the normal line, having established a Mexican variant of Marx's idea that revolutions are the locomotives of history. Actions of this kind were quite beyond the imagination of the passive and cautious federal command. Their movements were sluggish and conservative, when they did not take up purely defensive positions in the towns. The rank and file, essentially conscripted peasants subject to the brutal discipline of the old Porfirian army, lacked a fighting will and purpose. Besides, it was a corrupt and disintegrating army, whose commanders traded on the side with ammunition, supplies, and tents, as well as their soldiers' pay. Thus, although their formal military training was greatly superior to that of most constitutionalist officers, they suffered defeat after defeat at their hands. And since defeats, like victories, have a cumulative effect, the Federal Army force in Mexico City, though tens of thousands strong, was incapable of fighting another battle in the days before its final dissolution. 6. Some writers consider that United States intervention tipped the scales of the Mexican Revolution. Certainly Washington never ceased to intervene during the Madero period, as it had done under the Porfirio Diaz regime, and it certainly took a direct interest in the whole course of the revolution across its southern border. But such intervention was far from crucial in determining the evolution and outcome of the struggle. 7 For many years, Mexico was one of the fields in the struggle between rising American imperialism and British imperialism. Washington had sided with Madero against Diaz, but then, acting 123. Through its ambassador, it backed Huerta against Madero, and later, President Wilson was hostile to Huerta and favored Carranza. As the revolution gathered pace, the U.S. government sent permanent or semi-permanent representatives not only to Carranza but also to the Villist and Obregonist commands. These sent back detailed reports on the course of the struggle, as well as on their discussions with senior officers. Emissaries even managed to hold talks with the Zapatist high command. On the other side, Carranza was especially active and had a permanent mission in the United States. U.S. border towns provided a meeting place for revolutionaries. Whereas Huerta's war materiel mainly arrived through the port of Veracruz, the early supplies of arms and ammunition to the Constitutionalists came across the United States frontier. In the other direction, Mexican cattle that used to belong to pro-Diaz ranch owners were sent north in payment for the weapons. On August 27, 1913, however, President Wilson intervened more directly by ordering an embargo on arms sales to Mexico. This mainly affected the Constitutionalist Army, since most of Huerta's military supplies came by sea from Europe. But the required materiel was still smuggled across the long border, obviously at a higher price. When the impotence of the regime began to make itself felt, and when Huerta decisively turned to Britain in exchange for certain concessions, the United States took a number of direct steps against him. In doing this, however, Washington effectively declared its readiness for military intervention against either side if any attempt was made to attack or expropriate the oil, mineral, or other holdings of U.S. capitalists. On April 21, 1914, using the pretext of a minor incident with some U.S. soldiers in Tampico, a Marine force under Admiral Fletcher occupied the port of Veracruz after a brief tussle with the garrison. As a result of this U.S. invasion, the second in history, if we leave out minor cross-border incursions, Huerta's supply port was in effect closed. Meanwhile, on February 3, 1914, a month before the Great 124 Villas offensive, Washington had lifted its arms embargo in the north. Huerta, acting in the name of the federal government, appealed for resistance to the invasion and called on the Constitutionalists to join in a national front against the invader. But the revolutionary forces, aware that the Marines were not about to push deeper into the country, could already see victory on the horizon and naturally declined the offer. Besides, Huerta suffered most from the occupation of Veracruz. In the camp of the anti-Huerta revolution, the leader who most clearly assumed the representation of the nation was Venustiano Carranza. Addressing himself to the U.S. government, he demanded the withdrawal of the Marines from Veracruz and stated that the defense of Mexican territory was above internal conflicts. The peasant leaders Villa and Zapata, who were naturally also opposed to the invasion, functioned only as a local or regional, rather than national, force vis-a-vis the Americans. Here, too, appeared one of the elements that influenced the final outcome of the struggle in Carranza's favor. His leadership took up the representation of the nation, whereas such a task was beyond the capacity of the peasant leadership. Washington saw that any further action would arouse the whole nation against the invaders, and so it evacuated Veracruz in November 1914, 3 months after the fall of Huerta. At the time of Huerta's fall, the four revolutionary armies embodied, from left to right, the factions that would enter into political and then military conflict with one another. On the left, controlling the southern part of the country, Zapatism and the Southern Liberation Army called for a deepening of the social content of the revolution and the implementation of the Ayala Plan. Villism, with its northern division, was then breaking with Carranza and moving into an ever closer alliance with Zapatism. It was firmly entrenched in the north, above all in its operational base in Chihuahua and Durango. On the right was Carranza, with Pablo González and his Northeast 125 Army. Although the army had little military prestige or authority, it provided a direct lever and form of military representation for the Carranzist tendency, also securing the port and oil region of Tampico. In the center, actually occupying Mexico City, was Álvaro Obregón with his Northwest Army. This tendency represented the two wings of the nationalist petty bourgeoisie, both those, including Obregón himself, who were favorably disposed to capitalist development and those who, feeling attracted to the peasants' and workers' demands, constituted a bridge toward the Villist movement and, in the case of Lucio Blanco, for example, would later form a temporary alliance with it. For its part, the Northern Division had officers like José Isabel Robles and Eugenio Aguirre Benavides who felt the attraction of Obregonism. When the decisive military clash erupted between Villa and Obregón, these last two currents eventually found themselves on shaky middle ground. At the moment of Huerta's overthrow, Carranza was counting on Obregón and González as a force against Villa and Zapata. But although Obregón supported Carranza, he was trying to forge an independent policy of negotiation with the northern Villista leaders, as opposed to Carranza's policy of bloody repression. Until the military clash broke out, he therefore sought to attract Villa and some of his officers in an effort to isolate hardcore Zapatism. This involved concessions, however, that Carranza was not prepared to make. In August 1914, this contradiction was still obscured and overshadowed by the fundamental class division setting both them and González against Zapata and Villa. It was the Obregón and Carranza-González tendencies which occupied the capital, established a provisional government of Mexico, and drove a militaricum geographical wedge between the Villist North and the Zapatist South. However, the problem was not just military or even political, but above all social in character. The fall of Huerta was a major turn that echoed with tremendous force throughout the country. The 126 peasants felt triumphant. Armed peons and peasants were entrenching themselves on the lands they had just won, redivided, and sown, or were completing the redistribution of those they had not yet taken by assault. The peasant high tide was rising in the whole of Mexico, pounding any political or military obstacle in its path, imposing its colossal weight to alter the relationship of forces established in the hour of victory through political maneuver and military action. But at the same time, its own leaders had not anticipated this and were not clearly aware of its implications. Only when the social upsurge imperiously required a political, class expression, without actually finding one, would the policy of the fascism opposing this upsurge come to the forefront. Only at this point would the situation be ripe for a military solution. It was not the occupation of Mexico City but this huge social rising that dominated the next few months, prompting a leftward shift in the whole political and military relationship of forces. THECONVENTION. 5. Obregon's entry into Mexico City on August 15, 1914, followed a few days later by the installation of the Carranza government in the capital, opened an interval of political struggle between the opposing factions. The constitutionalist leadership, conducting a national-scale politics, took the initiative by trying to neutralize and politically subdue the peasant leaderships. Carranza's aim was to stabilize the political situation, to control the military situation, and to gain time in relation to the peasant armies, one back in its northern Chihuahua base, the other held in check in the south. As it took up positions in Mexico City, Obregon's army replaced the federal army marked down for dissolution under the terms of the surrender. It also took over the federal outposts against Zapata's forces in such a way as to curb any intended advance. From this position of military strength, Carranza prepared for talks with the Zapatists to demand that they submit to the new government. For their part, the Zapatists had occupied Cuernavaca, the last Morelos town in federal hands, and now faced the constitutionalist advance posts on the border of the federal district. In the states where they established their own administration, the constitutionalists passed a series of decrees to satisfy the most immediate demands of the people: abolition of employers' shops and cancellation of all debts owed by the peasants and peons, a minimum wage, an 8-hour day, and a compulsory day of rest. However, no legal measures were taken to solve the land problem or to sanction the vast land distributions already undertaken by the peasantry on their own account. 128. In Mexico City, the trade union movement resumed public activity, and on September 26, 1914, the new authorities allocate the St. Bridget and Josephine convents to the Casa del Obrero Mundial, in place of its old headquarters, which had been closed by the Huerta regime in May and reopened on August 21. There the unions held their various meetings of organization and reorganization. Like Villa in Chihuahua State, Zapata and his general staff formed the only government in the south, particularly in Morelos, Guerrero, and part of Puebla. The de facto land redistribution was virtually complete, or else was nearing completion in those localities which had remained till the last under federal control. In Cuautla, for instance, Eufemio Zapata sent the following message to Emiliano Zapata's headquarters: Mexican Republic, Liberation Army. I report that the irrigated land is already being suitably redistributed in the area surrounding this and other towns which have requested it. The people appointed to this task have an expert knowledge of the reference system for redivision. I report this for your information and other purposes. Reform, Liberty, Justice, and Law. Cuautla Headquarters, September 19, 1914. General Eufemio Zapata. Once Carranza was installed in Mexico City, he had a number of discussions with Zapatist representatives, while delegates like General Villarreal and the lawyer Luis Cabrera held other talks with Emiliano Zapata and his general staff. In every case, however, the negotiations ended in deadlock. Zapata insisted that, as the basis for any agreement, the constitutionalists should endorse the principles of the Ayala Plan, above all those concerning land redistribution. Carranza would only accept the submission of the Southern Liberation Army to his own forces, refusing any discussion of land distribution. The hacendados, he argued, have legally sanctioned rights. It is not possible to take away their property and give it to 129. Those who do not have the right. A Zapatist delegation sent by General Genovevo de Lao received the following reply: "This land redistribution business is absurd. Tell me which haciendas you own and are able to redistribute, so that each of you can redistribute what belongs to you and not to someone else." Here the discussion came to an end. In December 1910, more than 2 years before Carranza, General Genovevo de Lao had risen in armed revolt with 25 men and a single rifle. He was a peasant then, and would still be a peasant when he died in the 1950s. But the man who had the perfidy and insolence to ask which haciendas he had to redistribute was himself a big Coahuila landowner. Such, then, were the last discussions between the bourgeois and Zapatist leaderships. Each now dug into their positions and waited for the time to resume the struggle. While they were completing the land redistribution in their own region, the Zapatists adopted a number of political positions, also related to the agrarian problem, which were part of their own preparation for the country's reorganization and made them the functioning government in the South. In August 1914, the Zapatist command again set forth its political positions in a call to the Mexican people. The peasantry, so the document states, took to revolt not in order to conquer illusory political rights that give it nothing to eat, but for the patch of land that should provide food and freedom. Rejecting any form of military government, or any merely electoral solution not involving social reforms, it reaffirmed the arguments and demands of the Ayala Plan. It proposed that all the leaders of combat groups, the representatives of the insurgent people in arms, should assemble to appoint an interim president, who should sincerely and unreservedly accept the three great principles of the Ayala Plan: expropriation of land by reason of public utility, confiscation of property belonging to enemies of the people, and restitution of land to dispossessed individuals and communities. Otherwise, the manifesto warned, the armed struggle would continue until these goals were accepted. 130. General Manuel Palafox was at this time in correspondence with Atener Sala, a wealthy Mexico City gentleman who argued that Zapata should adopt his utopian Sala system for legal land redistribution and countrywide settlements of small farmers. Palafox, then a growing influence in Zapata's high command, closed the exchange of letters in September with a lengthy programmatic statement. It is worth reproducing this in full, since it reveals the scope of Zapata's policy in 1914 and the way in which his leaders envisaged the practical application of the Ayala Plan. Mexican Republic, Liberation Army. Cuernavaca, Morelos Headquarters, September 3, 1914. Señor Don Atener Sala, Mexico City, Federal District. Most worthy Sir, I have received your much-awaited letter of August 28 and read it with attention and careful consideration. I would now like to make the following points. Having read quite closely the pamphlets and other documents, based on your study of the agrarian problem, which you kindly sent to Revolutionary Headquarters, I realize that they pose agrarian principles very different from those outlined in the Ayala Plan. Many million pesos would be required to implement your system, more than our unhappy country has at its disposal. For according to your plans, the government would have to lay out large sums of money on the essential land redistribution measures, especially those relating to new farming settlements. But the country is in no position to make such payments, and it would be unjust to purchase the land holdings which enemies of the revolution have illegally possessed for many years. The agrarian revolution is working with complete justice to inscribe on its banner the three great principles of the agrarian problem, namely, redistribution of the land to the villages or individuals dispossessed in the dark days of bad government, confiscation of property belonging to the enemies of the Ayala Plan, and expropriation by reasons of public utility. The revolution advocated by the Ayala Plan simplifies file. The Convention. Agrarian problem into the three preceding principles without wasting one centavo. Its aim is that tomorrow, when the revolution forms a government, it will not be necessary for anyone, including the proletariat, to pay a single centavo. Money is not needed to return the land which someone took from another with the support of a bad government. Money is not needed to confiscate property from those who, for so many years, have directly or indirectly supported the government in the struggle against advocates of the Ayala Plan. It will only be necessary to pay small sums to compensate foreigners whose rural holdings have to be expropriated by reason of public utility, and this will apply solely to foreigners who have not meddled in political affairs. On closer analysis, however, such expropriations will not cost the nation a single centavo, if we take into account that payment will be made with the value of urban property confiscated from enemies of the revolution. You will not deny that most hacendados in the Republic have committed hostile acts against the revolution, even giving financial assistance to previous governments. It is therefore just that Article 8 of the Ayala Plan should be applied to them. Even though you say that this system is not noble, it is necessary if the millions of disinherited Mexicans are to be given something to eat. It is better for humanity that thousands of bourgeois, rather than millions of proletarians, should die of hunger. This is what a right moral sense tells us. The distribution of the land will not take place exactly as you indicate, through parcelization. Instead, such redistribution will be effected in the most just way, in accordance with the customs of each village. Thus, if a particular village wishes the communal system, this is how it will be done, and if another village wishes parcelization of the land to establish its small holdings, this will be done. Supported by the revolution, they will then till the land with zeal. And after some years have passed, any bourgeois who seek to acquire their confiscated property with the help of some government will not succeed, because the villages with arms in hand will be able energetically to impose hair wool on the 132 government and to protect their rights. Time itself will prove that this is so. But if something goes wrong and the villages let themselves be despoiled of their land, that will not be our fault. We are now handing them back their land, we are teaching them how to keep it and to ensure that their rights are respected. The Southern revolutionaries are filled with a sense of the evil and corruption of governments. The long 4-year struggle has taught us the hard way that we have the just right to ensure that village interests are not tomorrow spurned by some nefarious government. If we are to avoid this, we must pass on these agrarian principles, firmly guaranteed, to the next and future generations. The guarantee is to demand at any price that the coming revolutionary government raise to the level of constitutional precepts the 3 agrarian principles mentioned above, so that the agrarian question remains both de facto and de jure implanted in the country. We shall not entrust these agrarian principles, for which so much fighting has been done, to any government not identified with the revolution. We therefore demand of Mr. Carranza that the interim government of the Republic should have a clearly revolutionary character, in keeping with Article 12 of the Ayala Plan and other well-defined points, that the program of the interim government should be discussed at the convention formed by Revolucionaries of the Republic, and that this program should naturally embrace questions not included in the Ayala Plan, such as the creation of agricultural banks, the large-scale irrigation works needed in some states of the Republic, the improvement of public education, improvements for the worker, improvements for the small trader, and lastly, a campaign against clericalism. As you see, these aspirations go beyond what Mr. Carranza has in mind. If there is not a satisfactory solution, the 65,000 Southerners will shoulder their Mausers and march off against the new enemies of the Ayala Plan, against those Carranzists who think they can treat with contempt the trust and hopes of the 133 Mexican people. And if, as may happen, I have to take responsibility for such a course, then history may judge me and I will respect its verdict. I hope that this hastily written account will give you some idea of the real tendencies of the Southern-led revolution. Point 1. This letter written by Manuel Palafox is one of the most advanced texts of the Zapatist movement, anticipating everything essential in the agrarian law that would be decreed in Cuernavaca a year later, in October 1915. Nevertheless, it is locked in the same internal contradiction that characterized the Ayala Plan. Zapatism directed the slogan of expropriation without compensation against all the property of the bourgeois landowners, beginning with the latifundia. But although the Mexican economy of the time was still based on agricultural production, its command levers were to be found in the towns and industry. At this point, the present program becomes imprecise and confused. Notwithstanding the permanent duality at the heart of Zapatism, however, this letter clearly expresses its will to go beyond the confines of bourgeois law, its egalitarian moral norms irreconcilable with Madeirism and Carranzism. It is better for humanity that thousands of bourgeois, rather than millions of proletarians, should die of hunger. That is what moral sense tells us. These principles did not wait for the hour of victory. The Southern Liberation Army put them into practice wherever it held sway. Thus on September 8, 1914, at the height of the political confrontation with Carranza, the Zapatist government in Cuernavaca issued the following decree. Art. 1. Property belonging to enemies of the Ayala Plan Revolution who directly or indirectly oppose, or have so opposed, the application of its principles, is hereby nationalized in accordance with Art. 8 of the Plan and Art. 6 of the decree dated April 5, 1914. Art. 2. Liberation Army Generals and Colonel, in liaison with 134. Revolutionary Headquarters, shall issue nationalization orders for both rural and urban property. Art. 3. The municipal authorities shall keep a record of nationalized property and, having publicly announced the nationalization order, shall report in detail to revolutionary headquarters about the category and state of such property, as well as the number of former owners. Art. 4. Nationalized rural property shall pass into the possession of villages with no land or other elements of labor, or shall be entrusted to orphans and widows of those who have fallen in the struggle for the victory of the ideals of the Ayala Plan. Art. 5. Nationalized urban property and other such holdings of enemies of the agrarian revolution shall be used for the establishment of agricultural promotion banks, whose task will be to ensure that small farmers are not at the mercy of usurers and are at all costs able to prosper, as well as to provide pensions for the widows and orphans of those who have died in the present struggle. Art. 6. Nationalized lands, woodland, and waters taken from enemies of the cause shall be distributed to villages either in common or in parcelized plots, according to the preference expressed. Art. 7. The redistribution lands, woodland, and waters may not be sold or alienated in any form. Any contract or transaction tending to alienate such property is null and void. Art. 8. Rural property redistributed in parcelized plots may only change owners by legitimate succession from father to son, every other circumstance being subject to the preceding article. Art. 9. This decree shall take effect immediately. Communicated to you for publication, circulation, and due observance. Reform, Liberty, Justice, and Law. Issued at the Cuernavaca headquarters, on the 8th day of September 1914. Commander-in-Chief of the Liberation Army, Emiliano Zapata. Point 2. The dispatch from Enfimio Zapata quoted earlier was one of the first applications of this decree. It should be remembered that 135. Although the northern peasantry was then seizing land on its own initiative and cultivating it under the protection of its own rifles, no similar decree had yet been issued by the Villist command. The conflict between Zapata and the bourgeois leadership did not just refer to intentions and programs, but directly focused on the actual situation and regime in the zones of the respective armies. The conflict with Villa followed a more sinuous but equally irreversible course. As always, the unstable alliance between bourgeois and peasant leaderships broke down in the hour of victory. In this case, however, when the Carranza leadership tried to turn round and butcher those who had carried it to victory, it found them in Villa's powerful and militarily independent army. This, together with the political support of Zapata's intransigence, was able to find the form and resolution to stand up to their recent ally and leader. General Obregon played a singular role in the breakup, his first impulse being to avert it through mediation. He went off to Chihuahua on the authority of Carranza, as well as his own as a revolutionary army commander, and tried to persuade Villa to submit in return for certain promises that essentially reiterated those of the Turian Pact. Secondly, however, Obregon was playing another game, which diverged from the aims of the bourgeois leadership and foreshadowed his later Bonapartist policy. Thus, he sought to lean upon Villa in order to force Carranza into a policy of social concessions, through which he might broaden his social base and channel the revolutionary upsurge then breaking through on all sides. Thirdly, Obregon went in person to the heart of the Villist bastion in Chihuahua, testing the strength of Villa's authority over his officers, trying to gain influence among some of them, and directly assessing the military strength and state of mind of the Northern Division. In other words, Obregon engaged in a kind of factional activity in which nothing less than his own skin was at stake. Having greeted him with a military parade, Villa saw the double game and was on the point of having Hinge shot. But after he 136 had already summoned the firing squad, he hesitated to take on the responsibility and eventually invited Obregon to supper instead. Nearly up against a wall, Obregon moved straight onto a reception at which he was the guest of honor, and from there to a political agreement with Villa set forth in a letter to Carranza dated September 21, I-914. Then, as he was on his way back south, Carranza rejected the agreement in a telegraph message to Villa. Interpreting all this as a murky maneuver, Villa gave orders for Obregon to be brought back and shot without more ado. But some sympathetic Villist leaders allowed him to continue on his way, and Obregon escaped the death penalty demanded by the peasant wing of Villa's general staff as the price for his intrigue and espionage. The whole of this famous episode sums up well the political instability of Pancho Villa. It is not simply Obregon's personal audacity which explains why the chief military commander and second political leader of the victorious forces in Mexico City should have embarked on such a hazardous venture. Not having the forces to oppose the Northern Division, he needed to gain time and avert a head-on confrontation. At the same time, he felt that he had to impress his own policy on Carranza if he was to have the minimum social base with which to take on Villa. All Obregon's initiatives, together with his hardiness, or foolhardiness, dictated by his unstable situation between two antagonistic forces, reveal the great apprehension which his own PEOPLE, Carranza's team, and the whole constitutionalist high command felt with regard to Villa's forces and movements. All these maneuvers were doomed to failure. For the crucial element here was not political skill in beguiling the peasant leaders, the old tradition of bourgeois and petty bourgeois lawyers and politicians, but the real-world relationship of forces. Although direct struggle would eventually decide the issue between the opposing forces, the hour of Obregonist Bonapartism was still several years in the future. The strength of the mass movement had not yet been consumed, its energies were burning throughout the country. 137. And the real class relationship of forces still had to be tested through the clash of arms. Still without a base to act as arbiter, Obregon continued to give political and military support to the Carranza government as its principal army leader. In this capacity, he was able to wrench concessions but not the command post itself. Since the Turian Pact, and even before, the need for a Congress or convention to draw up a post-victory program began to make itself felt among the constitutionalists and in the Zapatist documents and publications. Such an assembly appeared as the ground on which factional differences, held back in the struggle against the common enemy, could be peacefully resolved. In a letter written in mid-September 1914, Carranza informed Obregon and Villa that he had decided to call such a meeting of all military leaders in Mexico City on October 1. This was a concession to the combined pressure of the senior Northwest Army and Northern Division officers, this time headed by Obregon. It was this letter which Obregon carried to Chihuahua on the Ixazion when he narrowly escaped the firing squad. The letter from Obregon and Villa to Carranza was dated September 21, just a few days before the final break between the Northern Division and the new government. The joint reply rejected the idea of a meeting on October 1 on the grounds that the officers present would be appointed from the center instead of representing their troops, that since the questions for discussion had not been specified, the agrarian problem, which may be said to have been the soul of the revolution, risked being downgraded or even excluded in favor of less important matters, and that the immediate calling of federal and state elections and the implementation of the agrarian reform had to be declared as the primary objectives of such an assembly. It further stressed that the Northern Division could not attend the meeting until it was assured that redistribution of the land would be discussed. The letter was never answered, for the break came the next day, and Pancho Villa sent a telegram to Carranza stating that he no longer recognized his leadership. In a public declaration, he specifically 138 charged that the commander-in-chief refused to accept a convention on the basis proposed in the Turian Pact and was no longer abiding by the program outlined in his letter to Obregon and Villa. A meeting of constitutionalist officers headed by Lucio Blanco proposed that a convention be held in Aguascalientes or other neutral ground as a way of avoiding an armed confrontation. This town, straddling the way between Mexico City and the advance post of the Northern Division in Zacatecas, therefore became a symbol for the negotiations with Villism favored by part of the radical wing of Carranza's senior officers. Carranza himself flatly rejected the idea, arguing that the principle of authority must be upheld at the cost of any sacrifice. On September 26, already back in the capital, Obregon joined those who had set up a peacemaking commission between Carranza and the Northern Division, so that now the most important Carranzist military leaders were also pressing for an agreement. Lucio Blanco even took care to inform Zapata of the conflict underway, suggesting that he, too, should send delegates to a convention on neutral ground. Finally, at a meeting in Zacatecas between delegates from the Peacemaking Commission and the Northern Division, including Villa himself, it was agreed to open a convention of military leaders in Aguascalientes on October 10, 1914. By this very token, the two sides accepted an armistice sus pending all hostilities and troop movements. The position of certain officers who joined the Peacemaking Commission was rather more than a maneuver. They were afraid of a clash with Villa, but they also felt influenced by the peasant revolution and repelled by Carranza's narrow-mindedness and inflexibility. They realized, or suspected, that his policy not only ran counter to the revolutionary impulses that had carried them into the armed struggle, but would require the massacre, in tens and hundreds of thousands, of the very peasants who had made the revolution. But they also shrank from the rough, uncultured, radical fiatures of Villism and Zapatism, from that thoroughgoing revolutionary prospect of mass power which, though imprecise for want of a clear program, had been brought closer by the nationwide. 139. Peasant uprising. They could see the leveling thrust of the revolution, but not its future. The peasantry could not show it to them, nor could they go beyond the ideological horizon of the bourgeoisie, however much they tinged it with Jacobin hues. This whole tendency sought a rapprochement with Villa that would not entail a break with Carranza. It was the strongest force among the constitutionalist officers, owing not only to its own weight, but also to the borrowed weight of the upsurge, and of the Villist and Zapatist movements. In the end, then, they were able to force Carranza to accept the Aguascalientes Convention. Officers like Lucio Blanco saw the projected gathering as a kind of Mexican counterpart to the convention of the Great French Revolution, which would issue forth a series of revolutionary programs and laws. When the delegates finally assembled, however, none would have a concrete idea of the programs and laws to be adopted. Obregon, his feet more firmly on the ground, saw the convention as a way forward which, with the support of the petty bourgeois wing of Villist officers and the radical wing of constitutionalists, would discard the peasant Villa at one extreme and the bourgeois Carranza at the other. It would then call upon the Arbiter, General Obregon, to resolve the conflict. In pursuit of this aim, he threw all his weight behind the idea of the convention, which allowed him to continue the political grand maneuvers interrupted by his near execution in Chihuahua. Luis Cabrera believes that most probably, The only way out for the convention will be a new war, and demand from the conventionists the sanction of radical reforms. All these factors eventually combined to force Carranza to yield. However, the convention actually opened in Mexico City on October 1, 1914, with Carranza's own civilian and military delegates, and with an agenda not at all like the one agreed on with Villa at the recent armistice. The delegates quickly ratified the commander-in-chief as head of the executive power. But when the Northern Division threatened to march on the capital from Zacatecas, Carranza gave in to Obregón and on October 5, 140, accepted that the convention should move to Aguascalientes, a neutral town but with the Northern Division stationed outside its gates. The military convention of Aguascalientes began its work on October 10, 1914. Now that the civilians had been excluded, all the delegates were military men, Carranzists and Villists, under the leadership of Obregón and Villa, respectively. A few days later, the convention declared itself a sovereign and supreme body, and sent a commission to invite a delegation from Zapata. Lengthy sessions were meanwhile devoted to secondary and procedural matters, from which the conflict between Carranza and Villa already began to emerge as the central focus. These sessions reflected the delegates' lack of parliamentary experience. But they also indicated something much deeper, namely, the lack of a clear program and perspective among the tendencies participating in the assembly. These military men were there because the peasants had borne them to victory over Huerta. And yet the peasants, the true protagonists of the revolution, were not present. No one directly represented their concerns and their demands, even though these shone through all the surface debating. Obregón's aim was not to solve this contradiction, but to gain time by exploiting it and eventually to break Villism apart by playing on its political weakness. The delegates swelled up in speeches full of big words and devoid of ideas. While the convention became bogged down, the prevailing expectation and indecision undermined the confidence and the expectations, and inactivity began to weigh heavily on the Northern Division itself. On October 27, after a delegation headed by two Villista generales, Felipe Angeles and Calixto Contreras, went to Morelos to invite and convince them, a Zapatist delegation took its place in the convention. Although it did not take part in the voting, since Zapata had insisted as a precondition that the convention support the Ayala principles, its presence nevertheless transfigured the assembly. It was the only tendency to come forward with a program that bore some relation to the real demands of the peasantry. The arrival of the Zapatists produced at a political level what? 141. Carranza, and above all Obregón, had been concerned to avert only at a military level, namely, the junction of Zapatism and Villism. So decisive was this development that it immediately dragged along the whole convention, including the Carranzist delegates left with neither a program nor coherent arguments with which to oppose it. On October 28, the Carranzists, whose radical wing had suddenly found a lever of support, were forced to join the Villists in a unanimous acclamation of Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the Ayala Plan, all those containing political and social demands, and soon after, Articles 12 and 13 as well. The session ended with cries of "Long live the revolution! Long live the Ayala Plan!" The convention had reached its climax, although the ensuing crisis would take a couple of days fully to mature. The question of Carranza's withdrawal from the executive power provoked an ever sharper conflict. Carranza maneuvered with letters, telegrams, and legal arguments, asserting that until Villa and Zapata resigned their command, the convention could not decide on his fate. It was an impossible discussion, for it was quite obvious that, so long as the clash of arms had not demonstrated the true relationship of forces, no one would dream of relinquishing his command and destroying his own tendency. On October 30, the convention approved a motion, drawn up by a commission including Alvaro Obregón, Felipe Angeles, Eugenio Aguirre Benavides, and Eulalio Gutierrez, to the effect that Carranza should cease to be in charge of the executive and that Villa should give up his command of the Northern Division. At the same time, the convention was to name an interim president who would call elections within a fixed space of time. Concerning Zapata, the assembly declared itself without jurisdiction, since his forces had not sent an official voting delegation. Carranza continued to maneuver over his resignation, posing a number of conditions which indicated that he had absolutely no intention of accepting the decision. On November 1, the convention elected 142. General Eulalio Gutierrez President of the Republic, a man who could count on the support of the Villists and the unofficial goodwill of the Zapatists. On November 3, Villa proposed a characteristic solution to the conflict between himself and Carranza, not a few days' exile in Havana, as Carranza suggested, nor straightforward dismissal of them both, but a decision by the convention to shoot the two simultaneously. The gesture met with applause and hurrahs, in the best style of the sovereign military convention of Aguascalientes. But, of course, nothing was resolved. On November 10, finding no agreement possible, President Gutierrez declared Venustiano Carranza a rebel and appointed Francisco Villa operational commander of the two convention armies, essentially the Northern Division. Obregon, whose role as arbiter was now aborted, joined up with Carranza and gave him his support. Carranza, in fact, had already left Mexico City. On November 12, from Córdoba, Veracruz, he branded Villa and Gutierrez representatives of reaction in rebellion against his government, a characterization Obregon would use throughout the coming campaign. For his part, Villa informed Zapata that he was going to advance on Mexico City, and requested that he mobilize his own forces in order to prevent the Carranzists from reinforcing the garrison in the capital with troops from Veracruz and Puebla. Meanwhile, all the Carranzists had abandoned the convention, and by about November 20 any possibility of a political solution had disappeared. The crisis now took the form of an openly military conflict between the conventionist government headed by Eulalio Gutierrez and the constitutionalist government headed by Venustiano Carranza, and between their respective army commanders, Francisco Villa and Alvaro Obregon. When the break with Carranza was consummated in mid-November, the convention issued a manifesto reaffirming that the people had embarked on the revolution in pursuit of deep social needs rather than a merely political formula, and that in epochs of profound social and political turmoil, when institutions totter and 143 come crashing down, sovereignty resides in the armed people. The manifesto enunciated a minimum program that included the following: withdrawal of United States forces from Mexican territory, restitution of communal lands to the villages, the destruction of latifundism, so that large landed property is disentailed and redistributed among the people, who bring forth the produce of the soil through their own exertion, nationalization of property belonging to enemies of the revolution, and freedom of association and the right of workers to go on strike. The military crisis was the natural continuation of a political crisis that proved insoluble as soon as the convention, instead of serving as an instrument for Obregon's maneuvers against the peasant leaderships, became the meeting ground between the two and moved to the left through its adoption of the Ayala Plan. The convention, which never was nor could have been a body representing the aspirations of the peasant base of the revolution, was nevertheless in no position to set itself up as a juridical structure for containing that base. The revolutionary upsurge and the military strength of the peasant armies were much too strong, while the bourgeois leadership had too weak a social base, and the petty bourgeois tendencies, like the petty bourgeoisie in general, were too politically unstable and too much under the social influence of the revolution. Its incapacity to carry out either of the two opposite functions is the essential reason for the characteristic innocuousness of the Aguascalientes Convention. Obregon, who fought for the convention within the constitutionalist forces, had mainly, if not entirely, used a military bureaucratic apparatus yardstick to assess the probable strength of Zapatism within the assembly. His assessment was therefore wrong. Like everyone else, he was aware that Zapatism enjoyed the support of the peasant masses. But in his militarist view of things, this support had to find a mediation if it was to carry weight in the sphere of high politics. In other words, it had to express itself through a bureaucratic, intellectual, and military apparatus, a body of lawyers and officers such as the constitutionalists were then developing. 144. An apparatus that is what Zapatism lacked. Its few well-dressed intellectuals were subject to the firm, unyielding will of Zapata, the armed representative of the peasant base. Its officers and generals were peasants, with the clothing and habits of peasants, and only the word general before their name distinguished them from the ranks. The Zapatist delegation arrived almost penniless in Aguascalientes, since the Liberation Army did not have the money to pay the costs of the trip. Zapata wrote to Atener Sala, asking him to lend the delegation a few thousand pesos as it passed through Mexico City. But that rich friend of the peasants invoked the flimsy financial excuses such people usually offer. He's bourgeois to the bone, he didn't give us 1 centavo, one delegate wrote to Zapata, adding that their first funds came through Angeles from Villa in Zacatecas. The clothing and habits of the Zapatists, just arrived from the impoverished South, sharply contrasted with the cars, uniforms, and lavish spending of the nascent military bureaucracy that formed the Carranzist delegation in Aguascalientes. It is not strange that Obregon thought he could continue his own game and keep control of the convention after the arrival of the Zapatistas, and perhaps even run rings round them politically. For he was unable to grasp the historical essence of Zapatism. What Obregon did not see was that the Zapatists were bringing the ELE mental program of agrarian revolution with them onto the convention floor. Zapatism proved to have a social power of attraction beyond the ken of its opponents. Not only did it win over and politically focus the powerful Villist forces, but the junction of the two movements in turn created a transitory pole of attraction for part of the radical wing of constitutionalist officers. Carranza had been able to control them so long as constitutionalism, through Villa's military and political subordination, could keep the Villist peasant base under control. But once Villism met up with Zapatism, it shattered that control forever. This whole regrouping of forces took shape not through hollow. 145. Interminable debates in the convention, but in the relationship of real-world forces politically expressed in the unity of Villists and Zapatists under the banner of the Ayala Plan. Political program weighed more than the army mergers in the process of unification, at a time when the two forces were still militarily separated from each other by the armies of Obregon and Pablo González occupying Mexico City, Querétaro, and the whole central region between Zacatecas in the north and Morelos in the south. Once the Villists and Zapatists had united at a political level, the Constitutionalists could try to maintain their military wedge between the Northern Division and the Southern Liberation Army, but they could find no social wedge to drive between the two. The political wedge of Carranzism, notwithstanding its left wing, appeared too weak and lacked both a program and a base. Some of its own army officers were even feeling the attraction of the united Villist and Zapatist movements. Since the social power of the revolution now operated through a military and political center that, for all its limitations, was an effective material force, the constitutionalist military wedge was now itself in danger of falling apart. Obregon had sought to use the convention as a political wedge, but did not have an adequate program to equip it with a social base. Nor could he conjure one up by relying on the military bureaucratic apparatus or on short-winded maneuvers among the peasant delegates. He therefore had to fall back upon Carranzism, the bourgeois side of the class fine. This was the time for weapons, not for compromise. And so, the constitutionalists, particularly those who followed Obregon, withdrew from the assembly a few days after they had voted by acclamation to back the Ayala Plan. The convention was a political disaster for the bourgeois leadership, above all for Obregon, who had embraced the whole project only to see it slip completely out of his hands. Apart from keeping the Zapatists at bay on the outskirts of Mexico City, the constitutionalists had done very little since they arrived. 146. In the capital. The month since August 1914 had been a time of political and military paralysis, unshaken by the war of verbal maneuver around the convention and all the parallel negotiations. Instead of working in their favor, as they had hoped, time had turned against them, since the unification of the Villists and Zapatists opened an apparent way forward for the masses. The constitutionalist government had taken no effective measures to win the population of Mexico City to its side. Thus, when Carranza broke with the convention, he set off for Veracruz state and conducted his last delaying tactics by telegram while negotiating the U.S. withdrawal scheduled for September. The constitutionalists were in no position to defend the capital. Lucio Blanco, the military commander of Mexico City and head of the Northwest Army Cavalry, had leanings toward the conventionist side, and Obregon was himself preparing for his troops to abandon the town. Meanwhile, Pablo Gonzalez, whose Northeast Army faced the advancing Villists, had already withdrawn southward from Querétaro without offering a fight. On November 23, the U.S. Marines fulfilled their agreement with Carranza and evacuated Veracruz. The next day, Obregon's army trains evacuated Mexico City for Veracruz, and Lucio Blanco assumed command of the city in the name of the convention. A number of like-minded officers also broke with Carranza and took their troops over to the conventionist side, thereby weakening still further Carranza's much-reduced army. That same night, November 24, 1914, Zapatist forces entered the capital and gave assurances to the whole population. On December 3, the Northern Division, together with the convention and its government, moved into the city through Tacuba and Azcapotzalco. The next day witnessed the meeting between Villa and Zapata at Xochimilco. The peasant armies now occupied the capital and the whole of the north and center, while Carranza's forces were a mere segment of an army, routed and driven into a coastal strip to seek refuge in 147. The port of Veracruz. The entire country shifted to the left under the violent impact of a revolutionary upsurge that seemed to know no obstacle. In December 1914, the armed peasants were the masters of Mexico and of its seat of power, the National Palace in the capital of the Republic. Mexico City, December 1914. 6. The occupation of the capital by the peasant armies synthesized what was going on in the country. The peasant war had now reached its highest point. The old oligarchy had lost its power forever, together with much of its property. Nothing like this had happened before anywhere in Latin America, nor would it again for many decades. The representatives of the new bourgeoisie had not yet managed to consolidate this power in their own hands. Indeed, faced with the mighty onrush of armed peasants, they had been forced to abandon the political center of the country, Mexico City, and the material symbol of power, the National Palace. In reality, there was a vacuum of power. For it was not enough that the oligarchy should lose power and that the bourgeoisie should be incapable of holding it, someone still had to take it. The peasant leadership did not take power, it merely kept it in custody, as at the National Palace, in order to hand it over to the petty bourgeois leaders of the Aguascaliente Convention. The exercise of power demands a program. The application of a program requires a policy. A policy means a party. The peasants did not have, could not have had, any of these things. The urban working class, as an independent political force, was absent from the arena. There were workers in Villa's army, particularly miners and railway workers, but they were there as individuals, not as an organized force. Anarchists and Magonists existed as a diffuse current within the leadership of the incipient unions. And the inclination of the anarcho-syndicalist leaders was to entangle themselves with the state rather than to risk uniting their fate to the 149. Uncertain destiny of the armed peasants. In fact, they did not even have a program to offer the peasantry, since the revolutionary Magonist appeals, filtered through the prism of the union leaders, were not anchored in the class struggle as it existed in the real world, as opposed to the world of ideological speculation. The workers and artisans of Mexico City looked with sympathy on the peasant armies, greeting their arrival with countless spontaneous expressions of friendship and solidarity. Yet feelings were not enough to establish a worker-peasant alliance. The new unions did not have the necessary program and political organizational expression, while the peasant leadership, torn between the revolutionary impetus of its armed base and its own illusions about good laws and good, illustrious men, did not grasp the necessity of such an alliance. This was also true of the peasant masses themselves, despite their natural suspicion of the new Katrines. In that year, 1914, the world socialist movement was at its lowest point in many years. The first great imperialist war had just broken out, and the peoples of Europe were paralyzed and caught up in the slaughter of World War I. Not only did this determine the isolation of the Mexican Revolution at the critical moment, it also served as a measure of the historical achievement of the Mexican peasantry. For without realizing it, they were the high point of the revolution around the world when they took control of the capital in December 1914. With ingenuousness, but also with determination, they then tried to carry further the task that history and their own courage had placed on their shoulders. The occupation of Mexico City by the peasant armies is one of the finest episodes of the entire revolution, an early, impetuous yet orderly expression of strength that has left its mark on the country, one of the foundations that, unshaken by setbacks, treachery, and conflict, uphold the pride and self-respect of the Mexican peasantry. Martín Luis Guzmán, a fine writer who, having joined Villa in the hour of victory, deserted at the approach of defeat, left an 150. Outstanding literary chronicle of the Revolution, The Eagle and the Serpent. In a vivid description of the period, the Zapatists at the palace, he displays all the feelings of fear, hatred, doubt, incomprehension, and ambivalence characteristic of the petty bourgeois who formed the conventionist government. It is worth quoting at length from his account, which also highlights the internal contradiction that would soon bring the unstable government to the point of collapse. Guzmán was Under-Secretary of War in this government, the secretary being General José Isabel Robles. Eulalio Gutiérrez wanted us to visit the National Palace before his government was installed. So José Isabel Robles and I presented ourselves that very evening. Eufemio Zapata, who kept guard of the building, came down to welcome us at the main gate and started to do us the honors of the house. Judging by his behavior, Eufemio seemed very full of his temporary role, which was to settle the new president into his own government house and to initiate him into the splendors of his future rooms and offices. As we are stepping out of the car, he shook our hands and said a few words of rough yet friendly welcome. I looked around me. Moving off slowly, the car was scarcely through the gates which lay under one of the courtyard arcades. Further back, the spandrels formed by the compact white of the arches and the penumbra of the wall opening met each other at an angle. A group of Zapatists were watching us from the guard room, while others looked at us through the pillars. Were these groups humble or suspicious? What they aroused in me was rather a strange sense of curiosity, due in large measure to the setting of which they formed part. For that huge palace, which had always struck me as so unchangeable, now seemed almost empty, delivered for some incomprehensible reason to a band of half-dressed rebels. We went up the staircase of honor rather than the old one. Eufemio walked ahead, like a caretaker showing a house to prospective tenants. As he climbed each step, with his tight wide-seamed trousers, his drill shirt open below the waist, and his excessively 151 broad sombrero, he seemed to symbolize the historic days through which we were living. For his boorish, not humble, figure contrasted with the refinement and culture heralded by the staircase. A palace footman, a coachman, an office holder, an ambassador would have moved respectfully up these stairs, with the greater or lesser dignity inherent in his position and congruous with the hierarchy of more exalted ranks. Eufemio moved like a young stableman who thinks he will suddenly become president. There was a discord between shoe and carpet in the way his shoe trampled the carpet, a discord between hand and stair rail in the way his hand rested on the stair rail. Every time he moved his foot, it seemed surprised not to stumble on broken ground. Every time he stretched his hand, it groped in vain for a tree trunk or a rough edge of stone. One had only to look at him to realize that all his rightful surroundings were missing, and that what now encircled him was too much for him. But then a tremendous doubt came over me. What about us? What impression would our small group, Eulalio, Robles, and I, have made upon an observer as we followed behind Eufemio, Eulalia and Robles with their Texan hats, their ungroomed appearance, and their unmistakable lack of refinement, I with the timeless air of civilians who plunge into Mexico City politics at a time of violence, to become presumptuous intellectual advisors appointed, at best, to successful caudillos, or at worst, to criminals who pose as rulers. When we reached the top, Eufemio took tireless pleasure in showing us each one of the presidential rooms and apartments. Our footsteps echoed by turns on the shining wax floor, which reflected the shape of our bodies broken by the multi-hued rugs. Behind us, the click-clack of two Zapatists following at a distance rose and fell in the silence of the empty halls. It was a soft, low sound. Ex-Zion ally, the click-clack stopped for several moments, as the Zapatists paused to look at some painting or piece of furniture. I then turned round to observe them. From that distance, they seemed encrusted in the broad reach of the hall, forming a curiously still and remote double shape. They stood very close to everything, silent. 152. Bareheaded, with long, shiny, compressed hair, modesty holding their broad hats in both hands. Their mild, uneasy, almost religious concentration certainly rang true. But what did we represent, Eufemio, Eulalia, Robles and I? Did we represent something fundamental, sincere, and profound? We commented on everything with smiling lips and firmly placed hats. Whenever he came to something, Eufemio did not hesitate to give his often primitive opinion. His remarks displayed an optimistic and ingenuous view of high office. Here, he said, is where the government people meet to chat. Here is where they dance. Here is where they eat supper. It gradually became clear that, in Eufemio's mind, we had never known the feel of a carpet, never had the slightest idea of the function of a sofa, a console table or drawing room furniture. And so, he explained it all to us, in a tone of such simplicity that I felt a real tenderness towards him. In front of the presidential chair, his voice reached a pitch of triumph bordering on ecstasy. That's the chair. And he added, with an enviable rush of candor, since I been here, I come to see this chair every day, so that I can get used to it. Just think, I always used to imagine that the presidential chair was for riding on. One Eufemio burst out laughing at his own simplicity, and we joined in the laughter. But Eulalia, who had been itching to make a joke at the Zapatist general's expense, now gently put his arm round his shoulder and made barbed remark in his caressing honey-toned voice. It's not useless, comrade, for you to be a good rider. You, and others like you, can be sure of becoming president on the day when horses are fitted with this kind of seat. As if by magic, Eufemio stopped laughing and grew sullen and taciturn. For Gutierrez's repartee, extremely cruel and perhaps extremely apt, had touched him to the quick. "O.K., he said moments later, as if there were no longer anything worth seeing, let's go down to the coach houses and stables. We'll have a quick look round, and then I'll take you to the rooms where I and other comrades live." We spent some time looking at the coach houses and stables. 153. More to please Eufemio than for our own pleasure. Once among the horse collars, reins, bits, and bridles and the smells of creaking and greased hide, he displayed an incredible amount of precise knowledge. He seemed to know no less about the breeding, training, and grooming of horses. Above all, he spoke to us with an enthusiasm that made him forget the incident of the chair, and he then took us to the part of the palace occupied by himself and his colleagues. It was a fair indication of his sincerity that Eufemio had found rooms to his taste in the poorest and most remote of the inner patios. No doubt he was well aware of the excessive modestness of his shelter, for he tried to preempt criticism by giving us an advanced description. "That's where I am," he said. "Since I've always been poor, I wouldn't be able to live in bigger rooms. This is the account of an enemy within, who could not in spite of himself help feeling a certain respect. These people were, and felt themselves to be, intruders, and Guzman says as much. Yet they could not resist expressing their bitter sense of irony at the peasants who trample on culture. In their view, a footman, coachman, office holder, or ambassador was able to represent culture in the inner sanctum of the state. In other words, any servant of the bourgeoisie subject to its class values. But they felt insulted by the presence of a peasant leader who, in his very manner of climbing the stairs, canceled the whole bourgeois hierarchy of ranks. The most important factor in this account is one that does not register in the author's consciousness: the palace is empty, the new president and his secretaries represent no one and have no force of their own, and yet, Eufemio and the Zapatists, who do have this force, speak of the government as an alien body, the government people, and have not fully cast off their respect for the symbols of bourgeois domination enshrined in the palace. They have not made this their own, they have just occupied it. Their meetings do not take place here, nor any other events in their political and social life. Although the old command center of the ruling classes stands silent and empty, and although the petty bourgeois conventionists seek refuge in jokes in the face of the enormous tasks ahead, the victorious peasant armies do not have a seat for their government in the palace or any other building in Mexico City. In short, there is a vacuum of power. On December 6, from the National Palace balconies, Villa and Zapata reviewed a march past by troops of the Northern Division and the Southern Liberation Army. Later, having posed together for a photograph, they took turns sitting in the presidential chair. "We'll see how it feels," they said. Two elements now dominated the political situation in the capital: the alliance of the peasant leaderships, and the government they had set in place. Then there was the state apparatus, without an apparent head but with all its ministries, functionaries, and bureaucrats. Not knowing what to do with it, the peasant leaders entrusted the convention government to administer it to the people's benefit. The members of the government said yes, but apart from a few nebulous and vaguely democratic notions, they too did not have an idea of what to do. Indeed, they felt that the peasant leaders were treating them not as dignitaries but as mere administrative employees, and to an increasing extent as prisoners of the very people who had to be prevented from going beyond the law. The property of the old oligarchy was placed under control and occupied. The president, as well as the generals, ministers, and top civil servants, had moved their homes and offices into the old mansions abandoned by their bourgeois owners. They slept in their beds, ate at their tables, and drank their wine. But the structure of private property was intact, or at best, in controlled suspension until the skies cleared and the continuity of the state apparatus ensured that it would remain so. Although the peasants had redistributed 155. The country haciendas, the turmoil in Mexico City unfolded in the lofty realm of politics, barely touching the property bedrock of the social class structure. Zapata and Villa first met in Xochimilco, on the southern outskirts of Mexico City, on December 4, 1914. Their meeting resulted in the so-called Xochimilco Pact, really more of a verbal agreement on the general course of the struggle. There is a stenographic record of the first part of this meeting, in which the main conversation involved various stories from the war. The only political perspective was that the government should be entrusted to educated people, while they themselves continued military operations, each in his respective zone. Of course, they agreed that the lands of the rich should be redistributed and given to the people. As Villa put it in the discussion, our people have never had justice, nor even freedom. The rich have got all the major land holdings, while the poor wear rags and work from dawn till dusk. I believe that life must be different in the future, otherwise, we're not worth the Mausers we carry. However, political power was to be given to the petty bourgeois conventionists, who were in turn preparing to hand it back to Carranza. The peasant leaders would try in vain to keep them under control. The petty bourgeois went on maneuvering, and when the peasant machete threatened to put a stop to their maneuvers, they simply decamped and left behind as much damage as possible. The dialogue between Villa and Zapata is enough to show that their own political limits left them with no alternative but to trust in those Catrines of whose future betrayal they already had some foreboding. The stenographic record contains this exchange. Villa: I don't want public positions, because I don't know how to deal with them. We'll see what these people are up to doing. We'll just appoint the ones who aren't going to make trouble. Zapata, I'll advise all our friends to be very careful, otherwise, they'll get the chop. SERRATOS, OF course. 156. Zapata, because I don't think we'll be fooled. It's been enough for us to rein them in, keeping a very close watch on them, and to keep feeding them under our control. Villa, it's very clear to me that we ignorant men make the war, and the cultured people have to make use of it. But they should not give us any trouble. Zapata, the men who've worked the most have the least chance to enjoy those city sidewalks. Nothing but sidewalks. As for me, each time that I walk over these sidewalks, I feel like I am tumbling down. Villa, this ranch is too big for us, it's better out there. As soon as this business is sorted out, I'll be off north to the country. I've got a lot to do up there. And the people there will fight hard. This dialogue contains the seeds of both political and military defeat. Unable to keep power in their hands, the two leaders are prepared to hand it over. They therefore give up the idea of a centralized army, which would require a centralized state power, and decide to forsake the center that is already in their hands. Each will return to fight in his own region, whose horizon they have not been able to transcend in a vision of the nation. As Villa puts it, this ranch is too big for us, it's better out there. For their part, the members of the convention government were as if suspended in midair. The peasants could hoist them into government, but real power required a national program which, apart from restitution of the land, was beyond their capacity to provide. For however radical its methods may be, Jacobinism still needs a bourgeois class mold. In the same way, although a river may temporarily flow out of its bed, it is still that bed which determines its basic course. If Jacobinism were to destroy the bourgeois class mold, instead of merely racing ahead, then it would cease to be Jacobinism, it would change its base and be changed into socialism. At one point, the revolutionary strength of the armed peasantry was able to create a government of its own, separate from the Carranza government. This demonstrates, above all else, that although the 157 prospect of revolutionary seizure of the land formally corresponds to a democratic demand, it already transcends the limits of the bourgeoisie and necessitates a confrontation with the ruling class. Yet the peasantry could establish a government, but it could not establish a stable national power of its own. The Carranzist government, driven to the sea, weakened militarily by defections and socially by its open clash with the peasant armies, was nevertheless the only one with a national perspective. Here lay the essence of its superiority. For just as the unstable, vacillating elements in the Convention Heights had been attracted by the social dynamism of the revolutionary upsurge embodied in the peasant military thrust, so now the uncertainty and inner paralysis of the Convention government, unable to translate this dynamism into a revolutionary policy, would soon fragment and soften them for the attraction of the constitutionalist movement. This attraction was all the more powerful in that Obregon's was becoming dominant among the constitutionalists. Indeed, it was only his radical-tinged policy which, in the absence of an independent course on the part of the peasant leaderships, could actually exercise this attractive power and politically weaken the enemy forces. The powerful thrust of the revolution is shown by the fact that the peasantry tried to become politically independent of the government of the bourgeoisie, installing a new government in the occupied capital rather than simply keeping up the war in the countryside. It stood in contradiction to Carranza's genuinely bourgeois government, but the contradiction was even more profound with the insurgent peasant base that supported it against Carranza. In the end, therefore, the conventionist government came to act as an agency of Carranza against the peasant leaderships. Years later, the chronicler of conventionist indecision, Martin Luis Guzman, gave a lucid and cynical account of this process. Eulalio, who was far from being a fool, took in our situation perfectly. 3 or 4 weeks in power were 158. Enough to confirm him in his original idea, all that could be done for the moment was to play for time and to seek a way of escaping from Villa without falling into Carranza. But to wait meant to defend ourselves and to defend ourselves against the most immediate threat, who was Villa and Zapata. We therefore had to work out one of the most incongruous policies imaginable, to help our declared enemies, the Carranzists, to subdue our official supporters, the Villists and Zapatists, so that we might reheave ourselves a hide from the tremendous pressure with which the more immediate power was weighing us down. The conventionist government in the capital was thus not an institution of power. Guzman recognizes this when he talks of 3 of 4 weeks in power, but an unstable, conflictual alliance with a section of the radicalized petty bourgeoisie. It was a kind of pre-constituent assembly, and like all such bodies, it posed 2 problems without being able to resolve them: where is the country going, and who is to steer it on course? It could not answer the first question, and still less the second. This situation could not last long, nor did it. The government itself fully reflected this contradiction. The perspective of its more conscious elements was to use the peasants' strength as a bargaining point with Obregon, and hence with Carranza. Merely in order to be accepted as parties to negotiation, they had to show that they controlled this strength. But since, in reality, they did not control anything, all they could demonstrate was that they were engaged in underhand sabotage. Other members of the government had a completely volatile and nebulous perspective. In general, however, it was a gathering of careerists, illusionists, adventurers, waverers, and spongers, or, in the best of cases, disoriented and presumptuous intellectual advisers appointed to successful caudillos, as one of them, Martín Luis Guzmán, would write years later. It differed from the summit of other peasant parties in his story only insofar as the armed peasant base was not just an electoral 159 mass, but a force actually dominating the country. Through its own leaderships, of which Zapatism was the politically decisive one, it kept a deeply suspicious watch over these heights, placing rifles in the way of their maneuvers. Inevitably the contradiction would soon reach bursting point. These politicians, too impotent even to issue an agrarian reform law, were an impediment by their very presence. They looked on Villa and Zapata with a mixture of fear and hate. Through their actions, methods, and inaction, they placed a barrier between the urban workers and the Villist or Zapatist peasantry, joined in this endeavor by the union leaders who could see some career prospectus with Obregon. They paralyzed and betrayed everything. The most corrupt lived in the abandoned luxury of the bourgeoisie, while the more gullible lived in the clouds. None of them represented anything, save the lack of a politically independent national perspective. Nevertheless, the formation of the conventionist government expressed something deeper and longer lasting than the men who joined it, something unique in the history of peasant wars. For through Villa's military organization and centralization, and through Zapata's political intransigence, the insurgent peasants were capable of a supreme effort to step forward as an independent national force, to draw along a section of the petty bourgeoisie, if only on a conditional and temporary basis, and to exert such a powerful influence on the Jacobin current within constitutionalism that the peasants' weight in the revolution would eventually find a more permanent political expression. This supreme effort, though inevitably disappointed, heralded the coming era of revolutions that would formally begin 3 years later in Russia. The military situation appeared altogether favorable to the armies of the convention. They dominated the capital and the entire center of Mexico, virtually all the northern regions, nearly all the richer and more important states, and the great bulk of the railway network. For their 160 part, the constitutionalists retained their last bastion in Veracruz and nearby areas, as well as a few northern ports and frontier towns and some southern regions that played no significant role in the revolution. During the weeks after the capture of Mexico City, Villa took Guadalajara and the state of Jalisco from General Dieguez, while Zapata drove General Salvador Alvarado back from Puebla to Veracruz. At the same time, Felipe Angeles fought another successful campaign, capturing Saltillo and Monterrey, among other towns, defeating the Constitutionalists at the battles of General Cepeda and Ramos Arizpe, and bringing virtually all the Northwest territories under his control. In late December and early January 1915, the country was one huge battlefield on which units of the Northern Division and the Southern Liberation Army were simultaneously fighting the Constitutionalists in the north and northwest, along the Pacific coast, in the Gulf region, on the borders of Puebla, and in the center of the country. In doing this, however, the conventionist armies converted all the advantages of their central position into disadvantages, completely dispersing their forces on several fronts against secondary enemies. Nothing could have been of greater benefit to the weak-end Constitutionalist center in Veracruz, which needed time for both military and political reorganization. A Constitutionalist general, Juan Barragan, described the military situation in these crucial days as follows. A brief analysis of the topography in which the belligerent armies were operating is enough to show that the Constitutionalist forces were in the worst military position. Let us begin with the northern states. In Sonora, Agua Prieta was the only town in the hands of Constitutionalist troops. Chihuahua, Coahuila, and Nuevo Leon were entirely controlled by the Northern Division. In Tamaulipas, the Constitutionalists still held Nuevo Laredo, Matamoros, and Tampico, while the capital and the rest of the state were in conventionist hands. The Gulf states, Veracruz, Tabasco, Campeche and 161. Yucatan, dominated by the Constitutionalists. Yucatan subsequently lost. The Pacific states, Chiapas, controlled by the Constitutionalist government. Oaxaca, partially dominated by the enemy, but the Isthmus and the rest by the Constitutionalist army. Guerrero, in enemy hands, except for the port of Acapulco. Colima, controlled by troops loyal to the High Command. Sinaloa, dominated by the enemy, apart from the port of Mazatlan. The states of the Mexican Interior, all in enemy hands, including the capital of the Republic. It will be clear from this description that Constitutionalist forces occupied what we might call the periphery of the Republic, while the Villists and Zapatists had installed themselves in the center. Strategically speaking, this placed the former in an inferior position. It is certainly true that the Constitutionalists, controlling ports on both coasts and a number of frontier towns, could obtain adequate supplies of war materiel from abroad and distribute it, mostly through Veracruz, to the various military columns. But it is also undeniable that they had to overcome numerous time-consuming problems in transporting men and materiel to reinforce their weak points. The Villists and Zapatists in the center of the country dom in at the railway network, as well as holding various towns on the northern frontier. They could therefore rapidly shift their troops to any point they needed to attack or defend, and were also in a position to receive regular supplies of war materiel produced in the United States. 2 General Francisco Grajales, who considered Obregon a military genius of the Revolution, has left this account of the same period. It is a hard task to outline the general picture offered by the country in those days. The belligerent armies scattered over the whole territory of the fatherland, deprived of organic stability as a result of constant defections, and equipped with a troop force of uncommon mobility, appear to the observer in an inextricable confusion. But, from a geographical point of view, it is possible to note a 162 number of theaters of operation. The principal one was in the center, with Puebla as the battlefront. Secondary theaters took shape in Jalisco, Tepic, Sinaloa, Sonora, and Baja California, and still others very soon appeared in the northeast, Yucatan, and the Tehuantepec Isthmus. In the center, the Constitutionalists could only count on the remnants of the Northwest Army Corps located at various key points along the railway between Veracruz and Puebla. The Northeast Army Corps had virtually disintegrated in its retreat from Querétaro to Pachuca following clashes with the Northern Division. Some fragments set off in the direction of Tuxpan and Tampico, while others passed over to the enemy. The convention government resolved that the Southern Liberation Army should take charge of the campaign against Constitutionalist forces operating in the states of Puebla, Veracruz, and Oaxaca, the operational theater in the center, and instructed General Villa to conduct the campaign in the west, northwest, and northeast. This absurd dispersal of forces, stemming from Zapata's obtuse criteria of localist jurisdiction, brought a miraculous salvation for the constitutionalist side. The dispersal of forces combined with the greatly inferior quality of the Zapatist officers and soldiers, who had to face none other than the war-hardened legions under the personal command of General Obregón. 3. Who and what was responsible for this absurd dispersal of forces? We have already seen that on December 4, at their very first meeting, Zapata and Villa agreed to fight in their respective zones. General Angeles, who had long discussions with Villa on the further course of the campaign, was in disagreement with this decision. As soon as the Villist forces entered Mexico City, he proposed that, instead of pausing, they should pursue Obregón's battered army and focus the entire thrust of the Northern Division. 163. On its annihilation. But Villa opposed this plan, since his base was in Chihuahua, he argued, and since his supply unstretched from Ciudad Juarez to Mexico City, the first task should be to protect these lines against enemy attack, while Zapata took charge of attacking, or at least bottling up, Obregón's forces. Angeles insisted that this absurd and dangerous division of forces would dissipate the sustained momentum of advance, that the national capital had now replaced Chihuahua as the principal base, and that it was necessary to reach the sea and shatter the enemy center in Veracruz, since Obregón would again use any short respite in order to regroup his forces. The other constitutionalist forces scattered about the country were an element of secondary importance, whose surrender would follow the annihilation of the Veracruz center. They are like hats hanging on a rack, he said by way of analogy. There's no point in pulling them off one by one, when a single blow at the rack, I mean Carranza, will bring them all down by themselves. Although the rack was a very graphic image, the task of convincing Villa involved not images but class questions. However we look at it, Felipe Angeles was clearly right. Being a professional solider who saw the war and the country in national terms, he inevitably had a broader political horizon. Villa, like Zapata, was dominated by regional peasant criteria. He was extremely uneasy at the thought of being cut from his regional base in the north, not only for logistical reasons, but also because his prestige and authority were those of a peasant leader. In his view, seizure of the capital could not possibly compensate for the distance from his base. The roots of his assurance were in the land, that is, in his native region. For his part, Zapata not only shared these feelings but regarded the south as his own military jurisdiction. Villa was prepared to accept this division, sharing as he did the regionalist peasant logic in which it originated. But he did not have the same confidence in the military aspirations of the Zapatist army, which he knew to be inferior to both the Northern Division and Obregón's forces. 164. Thus, at a time when the peasant armies could and should have concentrated all their strength on the annihilation of the enemy center in Veracruz, their allotted task of protecting long supply lines and fighting in their respective zones inevitably led to dispersion. On the opposite side, Obregón viewed things according to the same criteria used by Angeles. Fearing, as the most logical course, a concentrated assault by all the Villist and Zapatist forces, he prepared for resistance with grave doubts about the possibility of success. When the assault did not take place, he understood that the conventionists were losing momentum and giving him the respite vital to survival. Throughout the first half of December, he feverishly reorganized his troops for the counteroffensive. On December 13, Carranza appointed him commander of the operations against Villa, setting the recapture of Mexico City as the first objective. Meanwhile, the delay and dispersion of the offensive lost Villa some of his authority over such wavering conventionist offices as Lucio Blanco, and helped to speed up their defection. Previously, they had been swept along by the strength of the peasant upsurge and the irresistible advance of the Northern Division, although they had still harbored many reservations about Villa and Zapata. Now that the offensive had slowed down, and the convention government was politically paralyzed, these doubts rapidly gained the upper hand. This difference in strategic vision between Villa and Zapata on the one hand, and Angeles and Obregon on the other, essentially came down to an irreducible divergence of aims. Villa and Zapata were fighting for land, Obregon for power. Villa and Zapata did not know what to do with Mexico City, while Obregon needed the capital as a national political center and a social base. Obregon was still in a position of military inferiority. But since it is political power that ultimately settles the question of land ownership, the advantage was already completely on his side, although there would have to be great battles before he asserted it in reality. 165. Angelus's military arguments, expressing a national political perspective, would never convince a man who, like Villa, did not share this perspective and was unable to rise above his regionalist vision. Angelus bowed to his leader's decision, engaged and won some magnificent battles, and eventually lost the war alongside Villism and the Northern Division. In considering the peasant occupation of Mexico City, one is immediately struck by the fact that they had no organic expression of power at a time when they mastered the greater part of the country. Everyday life continued in the capital, as it always does after, and indeed during, a revolution. Two powers, the conventionist and the constitutionalist governments, nominally controlled distinct parts of the country, while in the capital itself another duality of power had arisen between the conventionist government and the peasant leaderships. These leaderships could not impose a policy on the government, because they did not have one, and Eulalio Gutierrez and his ministers were not in a position to control the activity of the peasant leaders. The Villist-Zapatist occupation of Mexico City was distinguished by its orderly character. There was no looting, and the troops neither committed excesses nor provoked disorders. Their discipline owed more to a basic feeling of solidarity with the workers and the poor of Mexico City than to the existing army regulations. Disorder and even crimes, when they happened, came mostly from the officers enjoying their new power in bars, restaurants, and similar places. Whereas this relative order prevailed in social life, the opposite was true of political and economic life. No one assumed command or took initiatives, and the two powers wasted much of their time in conflicts that paralyzed them both. Gutierrez and his ministers wanted to impose forms of bourgeois legality, but the peasant leaders essentially retained the laws of war, including the elementary laws of revolutionary terror through which they ensured their rule. Unlike the terror used against the masses by Diaz and Huerta, and by Juvencio Robles in Morelos, this was directed against the 166 political enemies of Villism and Zapatism and the tiny, clearly identifiable minority of rich people. The workers, poor petty bourgeois, semi-peasants and artisans felt safe under the occupation of the peasant armies. Every day, however, these same people experienced the government paralysis, the ineffectiveness of president and ministers, the lack of initiatives, and the incapacity for political action displayed by Villism and Zapatism. They saw, felt, and endured the progressive worsening of the political situation, the administrative chaos, and the growing shortage of supplies. The dual power expressed itself in some striking ways. The peasant leaders were nominally in the service of the government, which had to approve the economic measures necessary for them to continue the war. In practice the reverse was true, at least as far as Villism was concerned. For Villa continued to draw his resources from the northern territories, especially through the sale of expropriated livestock in the United States and through a special tax on rich traders living in towns under Northern Division control. In Mexico City, senior officers such as Villa's old friend, General Urbina, would finance their units, and occasionally themselves, by kidnapping rich people and demanding a ransom. It was curiously symptomatic that the supposed rulers of the capital, who could have raised the necessary funds simply by confiscating them from the same people of wealth, nonetheless resorted to the clandestine kidnapping tactic used by hunted peasant bands. The settling of accounts with political enemies proceeded in the same way. For Villa and Zapata, as their Xochimilco conversation already showed, the main function of the convention government was to give legality to the power of the peasant armies. Thus, given that Gutierrez and his cabinet opposed radical measures in this or any other field, the revolutionary terror and reprisals had to be conducted behind their back. This empirical, unstructured form of dictatorship of the peasantry had to operate in a clandestine manner, because it did not have the sanction of its own government. 167. The enemies of Villism and Zapatism raised a hue and cry over the anarchy reigning in the capital at that time. There was no such anarchy, and most of the city's population did not live in a climate of fear or uncertainty. Indeed, having experienced all the former governments, from Diaz to Huerta, they at last felt that people like themselves, the armed peasants, had the material force on which political power depends. Although the peasant leaderships did not exercise power and handed it over to Gutierrez and his ministers, their troops provided a degree of protection from state abuses that the poor people had never previously enjoyed. Anarchy and the settling of accounts essentially represented a disorderly attempt by the peasant leaders to counter the growing weight of bourgeois tendencies within the convention government. They were part of what Guzman called the tremendous pressure with which the more immediate power is weighing us down. Very careful, otherwise they'll get the chop, Zapata had said in Xochimilco, but the peasant machete fell without a clear plan to direct its blows and make them politically effective. Although distrust and lack of structure gave rise to mistakes, a class intuition generally guided the settling of accounts. This is clear in the case of the conventionist David Berlanga. When Villa ordered him to be shot, it was because he had continually criticized Villa's abuses and argued that Gutierrez and his ministers should break with the bandits, Villa and Zapata. Much clearer, however, is the case in which Juan Banderas, a general from Sinaloa nicknamed El Agachado for his bent back, waged a campaign of persecution against Gutierrez appointee as Secretary of Education, the lawyer José Vasconcelos. One day, it was reported to Villa that General Banderas was looking for the Secretary of Education in order to shoot him. When Gutierrez protested that such a situation was inadmissible, Villa called in El Agachado, a former peasant like all the officers in the town, and asked him if the reports were true. He further demanded to know what Banderas had against Vasconcelos, who a few months earlier had been full of praise for Villa. Banderas replied that before the 168 revolution, he had been arrested in Mexico City in connection with a land dispute. Vasconcelos had then visited him in his cell, offering to defend him and secure his release in return for a large sum of money. Banderas raised the money at great cost to his family. But once he had handed it over, Vasconcelos never reappeared in the prison and left him to rot. Villa suggested that Banderas leave the minister alone, so as not to provoke a government crisis, offering to reimburse the sum out of Northern Division funds. Banderas refused. The money did not concern him in the least. It was just that such an immoral man should not be Secretary of Education and responsible for the upbringing of children and young people. If he was going to break this little lawyer, it was to do some good for the youth of Mexico. Villa must have found the argument irrefutable, because he did not insist any more. Instead, he summoned Vasconcelos and, offering to find him a temporary job in Northern Division territory, told him that he should give up his post and leave the capital. For El Agachado was very much a man of principle, not to be trifled with, who would kill him if he remained. Now, Villa added, you are reaping what you once sowed. Vasconcelos did leave the capital, but as an open enemy intent on making propaganda against Villism and Zapatism. This incident played a part in triggering the crisis of the conventionist regime. Eulalio Gutierrez complained that Villa had allowed a peasant general to drive out at pistol point none other than the Minister of Education in his government. Villa pointed out that he had offered Vasconcelos a bodyguard, only to be turned down. But Gutierrez kept up the pressure. What kind of government was this, he asked, which had to use a bodyguard to defend its officials against pro-government troops? After a number of similar incidents, Villa finally placed his most select troops, Los Dorados, on guard over the presidential residence. At the same time, he informed Gutierrez that he was now a prisoner. 169. And that if he attempted to escape in order to steal back legality, he would find Villa's troops in control of the house, the city, the streets, and the trains. Gutierrez, it is said, replied that he would leave by donkey if necessary, thereby consummating the break with Villa. The dual power inherent in the convention regime thus entered into the most dramatic form of crisis. Since Gutierrez was the president and the law, Villa did not want to apply his normally radical method and have him shot. It was therefore just a question of days before Gutierrez found a way of escaping, even on the back of a donkey, and with his departure, the untenable phantom government finally broke apart. Yet this phantom government, useless for any positive initiative, was a very real force in all its negative aspects. It was a center of organized sabotage against the peasant armies, particularly the Southern Liberation Army, whose lack of independent funds made it dependent on the convention government for the new, more formalized warfare against an enemy greatly superior to Huerta's corrupt armies. This sabotage, combined with the military weakness of the Zapatist guerrillas and the geographical dispersion of the peasant armies, left the road almost open for Obregón to march on the capital from Veracruz. Again, Martín Luis Guzmán has left a frank report of this treachery. He presents himself as one of the main operators of a policy through which we functioned more as allies of Obregón than of Zapatism and Villism. He writes, Robles, Aguirre Benavides, and I conducted operations from the Ministry of War, with a cool precision whose good results compared with the vexations and dangers of our endeavor. These particularly affected myself, for although I was not an army man, had no guard, and was not surrounded by watchful officials, I had to contend with the ill will of innumerable Zapatist senior and junior officers who saw me as the infamous author of their defeats. This was at a time of utter personal insecurity, when Mexico City, as so often before in our long history of political crime, woke up each morning to 170. Ask who had been murdered during the night, and when every night it considered the most cruel and treacherous murders to be feasible. Robles had said to me, as you are aware, we won't achieve anything against Villa for the time being. What does he need us for, except for a banner? But things are different with the Zapatists. If they ask for money, hand it over and just make sure they don't get their hands on the account. But if they ask for guns, or ammunition, or trains, don't even give them water. It had to be seen how some of Zapata's subordinates would grow increasingly agitated at me, and how others would try to make financial gain out of the situation. During the days when the Zapatists were fighting to wrest Puebla from Alvarado's forces, I used all imaginable resources to avoid supplying them with guns, bullets, and locomotives. Since neither Robles nor Aguirre Benavides appeared much in their offices, I was the one besieged by the commanders of the Southern Liberation Army. They would come to see me with their numerous general staff. The semi-darkness of my office was broken by the large, conspicuous patches of their beltless cotton pants. Their steps made a soft, mellow sound, and they filed past like a huge crowd on an invisible road, their enormous, wide-brimmed hats producing a breeze in the stale, confined air. I made them sit down without distinction of rank, and became entangled in highly intricate disquisitions on the modern art of fighting with and without bullets, with and without rifles, with and without trains. Everything went very well as I convinced them that the arms, explosives, and ammunition factories did not provide 1/100th of what we needed, or as I made them understand why, within our alliance, only General Villa was equipped to produce enough. But if they thought, or even suspected, that I wanted to refuse help, they would put me in great danger and mount a huge scandal. One disappointed group took its revenge by 171. Doing a kind of rifle and pistol dance in the waiting room, sowing fear among the 50 or so people present. And these were the mildest cases. One general, for example, without beating about the bush, simply threatened to kill me if I did not provide trains for the relief of Mosic, then under attack by the Carranzists. When I assured him that I had no locomotives, he replied that he had seen some in such and such a station. and when I tried to compromise by offering him an antiquated and almost unusable engine, so old that it still needed firewood, he calmly replied with great exasperation. "O.K, boss. I'll take it. But if they beat me, you'd better watch out, you son of a bitch. Because then I'll come and deal with you." Hearing the insult, I gripped a crystal paperweight on my table and prepared to hurl it at the Zapatist general's head. "Son of a what?" I said angrily. "Nothing, boss, nothing, don't get upset. It was just a manner of speaking. But I'm not joking. If they defeat me, I'll be back to rub you out." It is true that Guzman may have later exaggerated his own treachery in order to boost his reputation among the victors and, more curiously, in the eyes of history. It is also true that this and the numerous other acts of betrayal did not play a decisive role. But they were still rather important. A genuine dual power, falling on either side of the class lines, then opposed the peasant leaderships to both the constitutionalists and the convention government, although these two formally appeared as mutual enemies. Once again, the apparent battle line did not coincide with the deeper class line of division, and once again it was the latter that eventually shaped the former, when the conventionist politicians either abandoned all struggle or went over to Obregon. On January 7, 1945, Eulalio Gutierrez, acting on behalf of Ministers Robles, Lucio Blanco, and Aguirre Benavides, wrote a letter to Obregon in which he offered to join his ranks and relieve Villa of his command. On January 15, all four fled from Mexico City after formally decreeing the dismissal of Villa and Zapata. 172. The essential reason for the coming defeats lay in much deeper aspects of the situation, above all, the sense of disillusion the masses felt in their hearts at the political impotence of their leaders. The revolutionary tide had reached its peak with the occupation of Mexico City, the Xochimilco discussions between Villa and Zapata, and the march past the National Palace. From that time, the subaltern classes instinctively or half-consciously looked forward to a political transformation in their favor. Their enemies were rooted. And now that their leaders had seized the formal attributes and national seat of power, they expected them to exercise it in their interests. At the very least, a law should be passed to give them ownership of the land they had occupied and were already tilling, a law similar to Lenin's first decree on the land. They did not, of course, formulate things in this way, but in practice they expected it to happen. The peasant leaders should also have taken measures to win the support of the urban population, first of all limiting the length of the working day and fixing a minimum wage. They should have fulfilled the hopes which, having drawn huge masses for 4 years onto the path of revolution, now seemed as close at hand as the presidential chair visited by Eufemio every day and tried by Villa and Zapata in turn. Yet nothing of the kind happened. Although the process was not directly apparent, disillusion began to sink into the deepest layers of consciousness. The nationwide upsurge continued, more land was still being occupied, the revolution seemed to be pursuing its course. But no, it had run up against an obstacle. The lack of a national political program was now weighing with all its force upon the PEOPLE. They felt that they had already done the maximum, taking by assault the distant, glittering capital of their oppressors, and that here, an invisible stumbling block had nevertheless arisen in their path. "We ignorant men make the war," Villa had said at Xochimilco. "The cultured people have to make use of it." 173. The disillusionment was political in character, since the revolutionists could not see a political way forward once the gigantic social upsurge had reached its peak. This in turn reacted upon the upsurge itself, starting to break up the perspective which had momentarily seemed to offer itself through the alliance with the petty bourgeois sector of the convention. Thus, the immediate dispersion of military forces had deep social roots. It expressed the historical impossibility of a national peasant government and foreshadowed the slide into a form of large-scale guerrilla warfare conducted by retreating peasant guerrillas. In other words, it announced that the revolution had reached the highest point attainable under the existing leadership and would now start to decline, however great the heroic, yet defensive, mass struggle still ahead. All this was written in the events of December 1914, although naturally no one was able to read the writing. When Obregon broke with Villa and abandoned the Aguascalientes Convention, it seemed that the failure of his balancing game between Villa and Carranza had left him a prisoner of Carranza within the constitutionalist camp. Villa had changed from an opponent within the constitutionalist ranks to an enemy outside. This shift not only strengthened Obregon's unity with the commander-in-chief, but also forced Carranza to lean upon the policy of Obregon and the radical wing in order to meet the threat of Villism and Zapatism. Thus, instead of accentuating the hold of Carranza's right-wing tendency, the break with Villism actually produced a radicalization of constitutionalism, the function of which was to provide a social counterweight to the peasant armies during the culminating phase of the revolution. There were a number of further reasons for this radicalization. First, since it no longer had the cover of Villism and its alliance with the Northern Division, the constitutionalist movement had to come forward with concrete promises, a program of social reforms addressing the interests and concerns of the peasantry. Secondly, the fiasco of Obregon's grand maneuvers at the Aguascalientes Convention, directed against the Zapatist program. 174. Undoubtedly convinced him that certain concessions had to be made to the peasantry. Thirdly, the retreat from Mexico City, in the midst of partial military disintegration and the indifference of the population, indicated a return to Obregon's initial line of assisting trade union activity in the capital. The aim, then, was to use various social measures to build support among the workers, artisans, and urban poor, not only in Mexico City, but also in Veracruz and at a national level. Fourthly, as the revolutionary upsurge reached its height, the weakening of the constitutionalist apparatus and military positions had augmented the influence of the radical wing which sought to link the movement to the masses. As Lucio Blanco had seen, it also forced a number of concessions from Carranza, designed to counteract the attractive power of Villism upon the radicales, or at least to soften their dissatisfaction that the break with Villa had not been averted. All these factors were operating as the battered constitutionalist army regrouped its forces in Veracruz, and in the region controlled by the Eastern Army under General Candido Aguilar, who many years later would be the undisputed political leader of Veracruz state. From Veracruz, Obregon applied all his energy in reorganizing the constitutionalist forces for a counterattack on Mexico City. The first stage was to be the recovery of Puebla, which the Zapatists had captured in mid-December from General Salvador Alvarado. In Veracruz, the capital of the constitutionalist government, Obregon could count on two advantages: his control of the port and its entrances, through which arms and ammunition could be freely imported, and, for the purchase of these supplies, tax revenue from the wealthy Minatitlan oil region and from Yucatan henequen exports. These provided a much more secure source of funds than the already dwindling livestock reserves that were Villa's financial mainstay. The port also assured an escape route by sea if, as was then expected, the Northern Division and the Zapatist army managed to encircle the town. Lastly, whereas the Northern Division supply unts were remarkably extended and imposed a major burden for J. 175. Their defense, the extreme compression of the Obregonist unts partly offset the advantages of the central position, in any case neglect by the Villist and Zapatist forces. The crucial element in the preparations, however, was not military but political in character. First, the Carranzist Luis Cabrera wrote up a series of programmatic goals for the revolution, amplifying the Guadalupe Plan in a way that revealed the political influence of the Obregon tendency. This new formulation, promising land redistribution as its main point, signified that the main struggle against Villa and Zapata required the adoption of some of their objectives, albeit in a circumscribed manner. At the same time, the objectives were more precisely defined and placed within a national perspective and juridical frame. A series of further demands, absent from the Ayala Plan and the Zapatist decrees, were introduced to attract the support of the workers and urban masses. Thus the radical wing of the constitutionalist movement, whose influence could not have failed to be dominant in this period, sought to shape from below a sui generis workers' and peasants' alliance around the leadership of constitutionalism, an alliance remaining under its control and serving its partisan interests. All this would have been pure illusion without the second aspect of the preparations. If the attempt to win a sector of the revolutionary masses through concessions had sufficient resonance to lift constitutionalism from the mire, this was above all because the lack of a national program deprived the other camp of a real and much-needed urban workers' and peasants' alliance. Moreover, the impact of the new constitutionalist program, issued so late in the day, was reinforced by an objective experience of decisive weight in the consciousness of the people, namely, the paralysis affecting the conventionist government established with Villa's and Zapata's support. On December 12, 1914, just before the Zapatists captured Puebla, Carranza formally approved the additions to the Guadalupe 176 plan in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the Constitutionalist Army and head of the executive power of the Mexican Republic. In its preamble, the decree ran through the Carranzist version of the conflict with Villa and the Northern Division, typically not even mentioning Zapata as part of the revolution. Once the victorious revolution reached the capital of the Republic, so this version goes, it tried to organize the provisional government in a proper manner, resolving to heed the demands of public opinion and to satisfy the people's urgent need for social reforms. But then it ran up against the difficulties which reaction had been preparing within the Northern Division, with the aim of frustrating the victories won by constitutionalist army forces. The term reaction was especially directed against General Felipe Angeles, whom Obregon singled out as the eminence grise of Villism. The accusation recurs throughout the text. General Villa bases himself on the very elements who prevented President Madero from orienting his policy in a radical direction, and thereby bear the responsibility for his fall. Or again, since General Villa's reactionary troops mainly seek to obstruct the revolutionary reforms needed by the Mexican people, and so on. The document also presents an account of the evolution and results of the Aguascalientes Convention. Its conclusion is as follows. While the essence of the Guadalupe Plan must be upheld, the Mexican people and the Constitutionalist Army must very clearly define their present military goals. These are to annihilate the resurgent reaction headed by General Villa, and to implement the political and social principles inspiring this high command, the ideals for which the Mexican people have fought during 4 years and more. In the words of the preamble, the Commander-in-Chief also has an obligation to ensure that, as before, effect is given to all the laws crystallizing the political and economic reforms which the country requires, and that such laws are issued during the fresh struggle about to develop. This sudden urge for reforms changed the basic orientation of 177. The Guadalupe Plan, whereas it had previously talked of considering these problems at the end of the revolution, it now stressed that the reforms measures should be taken during the struggle about to develop. Today, not tomorrow, that is that basic promise appearing in all key articles of the decree. The two conceptions which confronted each other before the signing of the original Guadalupe Plan, the one represented by Mujica's young officers, now had its revenge over Carranza's. The articles of the decree set out a kind of revolutionary dictatorship. Art. 2. The Commander-in-Chief of the Revolution and head of the executive power shall issue and enforce, during the course of the struggle, all the laws, regulations, and measures designed to satisfy the economic, social and political demands of the nation, carrying out the reforms which public opinion considers necessary to guarantee the equality of Mexicans, agrarian laws assisting the formation of small holdings, dissolving the latifundia, and restoring to villages the land of which they have been unjustly despoiled, fiscal legislation designed to establish a fair system of taxing landed property, legislation to improve the condition of the rural peon, the worker, the miner, and the proletarian classes in general, the assurance of local government as a constitutional institution, the groundwork for a new system of organizing the independent judicial power, both at federal and regional state level, revision of the law relating to matrimony and civil status, regulations ensuring strict compliance with the reform laws, revision of the civil, penal and commercial codes, reforms in judicial procedure, with the aim of guaranteeing the swift and effective administration of justice, revision of the law on the exploitation of the country's mines, oil reserves, waters, forests, and other natural resources, so as to dissolve the monopolies existing under the former regime and to avoid the formation of new interests in the future, political reforms to guarantee real enforcement of the 178th Constitution of the Republic, and, more generally, of all the other laws deemed necessary to ensure that all inhabitants of the country may fully and effectively exercise their rights, with equality before the law. Art. 3. In order that he may continue the struggle and accomplish the work of reform to which the preceding article refers, the commander of the revolution is expressly authorized to assemble and organize the constitutionalist army and to direct its operations in the campaign, to appoint the governors and military commanders of each state and to remove them at will, to carry out expropriations in the public interest, wherever they are necessary for land distribution, village building, and other public services, to contract loans and issue national treasury bonds, with an indication of the underlying securities, to appoint and remove at will the federal staff of the regional state administrations and to prescribe their individual assignments, to carry out, directly or through senior officers so empowered, the requisitioning of land, buildings, weapons, horses, vehicles, provisions, and other war supplies, and to introduce decorations and award remuneration for services to the revolution. All these goals, important as they may seem, trailed behind the mass strength of the revolution at that time. Still, they were a far cry from Carranza's statement 4 months earlier to General Genovevo de Lao, "Tell me which haciendas you own and are able to redistribute, so that each of you can redistribute what belongs to you and not to someone else," or from his previous order that Villa should return the land redistributed in Chihuahua, or from his action in transferring Lucio Blanco after he had carried out land redistribution in Matamoros. However limited these objectives, then, it was a program which one sector of the revolution addressed to the Mexican people. In the months to come, it would find its target. Moreover, it identified 179. The struggle to conquer and exercise national policy power as the pivot of any reform program, effectively contrasting this with the contradictions and paralysis of Eulalio Gutierrez's phantom government. Carranza's new program, whose full application he would always resist, went beyond the Turian Accords that had been roundly condemned for their radicalism just 6 months earlier. This fact is the best illustration of the power of the social upsurge, and of the generally radical situation that had developed in the country. In the open struggle between the two tendencies of the revolution, the moderates had to adopt crucial demands of the Villist wing which the peasant leadership had not managed to express in programmatic form, while at the same time branding Villism as a reactionary force responsible for Carranza's resistance to social reforms after the fall of Huerta. Through this cynical explanation, the constitutionalists reversed the true roles played by Villism and Carranzism in the Turian discussions and subsequent events. Nothing stood in the way of this unscrupulous falsification, since the other side was in a state of political paralysis, issuing neither proclamations nor manifestos and offering no political fine or program. Frank Tannenbaum argues that the new Declaration of Objectives, issued 4 years after the beginning of the revolution, was the voice of a defeated military group that assumed to speak for the country. It was a cry of despair, he continues. The Carranza group had been driven from the city of Mexico, and clung to a very narrow strip of coast, with the intention of escaping to see if Pancho Villa or Zapata came nearer. It was not a proclamation by a victorious revolutionary army ready to establish a government for the purpose of bringing these reforms to pass. It was a bait for attracting adherents to the cause, a means of justifying the independent existence of an army. Had it not been for the loyalty of Alvarado in Yucatan, who supplied Carranza with large sums of money derived from the high price of henequen, even this policy might not have saved him. But the program did bring to Carranza elements that hitherto had remained outside of his camp. It attracted the workers in Mexico City and Orizaba. It gave him the support of the agraristas who believed in Zapata's cause, but who, for one reason or another, did not follow Zapata in his ruthless and violent struggle against great odds. 4. A turning point appears in the course of every popular revolution. If the radical wing does not then grasp political power, the movement inevitably begins to fall back, though never to square one. When this point is reached, it is the task of a conscious leadership to become aware of it and to raise adequate slogans and concentrate all its forces on the key objectives attainable at the time. Over a few days, over even a few hours, the slogans of the leadership then play a decisive role in either the triumph of the movement or the beginning of its dispersal. The disintegration is not at once apparent, because furious battles continue to dominate the arena. But even if the leadership does not perceive that the critical point had passed, its insecure allies, the ranks and leadership of intermediate classes attracted in the period of rising movement, never fail to register the ebb and are always the first to desert. This truth may be seen in the flight of Eulalio Gutierrez and his ministers. Although the decisive military blows were still a few months away at the beginning of 1915, the revolutionary forces were already entering a period of broad if uneven downturn, in which they would wage a bitter struggle and safeguard some of the basic gains of the revolution, above all, the experience of their own strength. For, as we have seen, the constitutionalist leadership could not check the advance of the revolution by military force alone. It was compelled to carry through basic tasks entailing the destruction of the old regime against which the nationwide uprising had taken place. Before they entered fresh battles, all the opposing factions of the revolution had to recognize principles which, though not sanctioning the definitive victory of the resolution 181, essentially proclaimed the irreversible triumph of its initial objectives. All this should be added to the historical balance sheet of the Northern Division, the Southern Liberation Army, and that high point of Mexican history, the occupation of the capital by the peasant armies. The peasantry took 4 years to acquire sufficient strength for the capture of Mexico City. This was the necessary time span in which their experience reached maturity and the whole revolution climbed to its peak of radicalization. The seizure of the capital therefore came as a necessary conclusion to all the prior battles in the North and South. It was a broad upsurge that shattered the very foundations of the old regime, sweeping the whole country and pulling all into the struggle. This process condensed in the destruction of the repressive core of the old regime, the Federal Army and its auxiliary forces. It was a blow from which the old oligarchy did not recover, since it thereby lost the continuity of a caste army. The peasant occupation of Mexico City also broke the institutional continuity which Diaz and Madero had sought to preserve with the Ciudad Juarez Accords, and completely thwarted Carranza's original aim of restoring it, as he intended to do through the Guadalupe Plan and his own entry into the capital in August 1914. This development marked off the peasant revolution in Mexico from all previous peasant wars. Instead of dispersing in a huge, frantic, centerless jacquerie, the peasant war concentrated on the capture of Mexico City, its own national role, and the entire transformation which had stamped the country during 4 years of revolution. This historical action could not have been accomplished by the peasantry alone. It was therefore not a wild product of ignorance, something Villa and Zapata recognized in their way when they referred to cultured people as necessary for the tasks ahead, thus voicing the historical experience that the city is the place where the final decisions belong. The only urban class then in a position to carry this out was 182. The revolutionary petty bourgeoisie, even though it mainly supported constitutionalism and nothing more than its shadow, was in a doubtful alliance with the peasants. The watchful peasantry tried to control this layer, continuing to operate as a separate power. But then, in order to escape the tremendous pressure weighing us down, the conventionist politicians rapidly abandoned the cause. The peasantry had, it is true, been using them, as it used the radical constitutionalist petty bourgeoisie, in order to give its insurrection a national character and raise it to a higher political level. Still, this happened 3 years before the Russian Revolution, not at the dawn of the bourgeois revolutions, but at the dawn of the age of the national, agrarian, and socialist revolutions of the 20th century. The taking of the national palace by the armed peasants was a hammer blow, a historical divide more important than all the laws, votes, and debates of all the conventions and congresses of those times. After 4 years of countrywide batties, it consolidated the new self-confidence of the peasants, urban workers, and Mexican poor, and gave them a degree of national consciousness that no other single action was able to impart. Just these two gains, impossible to measure in economic terms, were worth 10 years of armed struggle. FROMC Eliatoqueretaro. 7. Obregon's army, now called the Operational Army, won its first victory in the new offensive by recovering Puebla on January 5, 1915. As he could see that the resistance would be weak and poorly organized, Obregon permitted himself quite a risky military maneuver. He divided his army into 2 big columns and sent them forward separately through the all but impassable Malinche Mountains, in such a way that they were unable to assist each other in case of danger. Then he attacked Puebla on both sides. Zapata had already withdrawn to Morelos with his best troops, and through one of those absurd agreements reached during the convention period, the Puebla garrison had been left under the command of the ex-Orozquists Juan Andrew Almazan and Benjamin Argumedo, old enemies of Villa and last-minute recruits to the Southern Liberation Army. During their time in charge of Puebla, they came to a deal with local supporters of Felix Diaz, the counter-revolutionary general operating in Oaxaca, and set free some hated Huertist officials who had been arrested when Puebla was in the hands of constitutionalist forces under Salvador Alvarado. The disastrous policy of the local leadership not only provoked furious protests from the Villists in Mexico City, but debilitated the whole social base for the defense of Puebla. Combined with the treacherous activity within the conventionist government, Obregon could capture the city after just 1 day of resistance which, though quite strong, was far inferior to what might have been expected of the Zapatists. 184. Puebla was a strategically important town, and the road to Mexico City now lay open. Its capture also affected the morale of the two sides, since Obregon's reorganized army had not yet scored a direct victory over the peasant forces. Stauncher resistance at Puebla would have greatly weakened the constitutionalist army and impeded its rapid surge of confidence. Yet the peasant armies had been unable to achieve that unified, centralized command essential to any warfare. Each one operated according to its own criteria, its own limitations and immediate interests. Moreover, Zapata had never put up a last-ditch fight for a city, and he did not now attach sufficient importance to Puebla's defense. Perhaps he was also influenced by the crisis in his alliance with Villa, expressed in the ambivalent or treacherous policy of the conventionist leaders, and by the flood of accusations and intrigue that normally accompanies such an unclarified situation. It is enough to recall the instructions War Minister Robles, a general in the Northern Division, gave to his undersecretary, Martín Luis Guzmán. If the Zapatists ask for guns, or ammunition, or trains, he had said, don't even give them water. The military operation of calumny and intrigue clearly had a prodigious effect in this short and concentrated period, easily confounding Villa and Zapata as well as their subordinate officers. For the first time, a peasant army had to do formal battle not with the passive, corrupt forces of the old regime, but with an army representing one wing of the revolution that promised a glittering program of reforms to the workers and peasants. On this occasion, moreover, the peasant army was the weaker and less prepared. With Puebla under his belt, Obregon did not wander into further clashes with the Zapatists. For it was quite clear to the constitutionalist army leader that control of the country would require an attack on the military center of gravity of the peasant forces, the Northern Division. This is why his various declarations ignored Zapata and concentrated their fire on the reactionary traitors, Villa and Angeles. Moreover, he realized that operations against Zapata would enmesh him in a struggle with the Morelos peasantry, whose ubiquitous and tenacious guerrilla warfare, though incapable 185 of stemming Obregon's advance at Puebla, had broken down all previous armies sent into its home territory. Thus, Obregon merely left a small force in Puebla to maintain the vital rail link with Veracruz, and immediately advanced on Mexico City. The Zapatists were in no position to mount a defense and swiftly abandoned the capital, while for his part Villa was away fighting in the center of the country. The conventionist government had deserted a few days earlier, on January 15, and its remaining members, including the Zapatist Minister of Agriculture, Manuel Palafox, and a new Villist president elected by the Aguascalientes Convention, Roque González Garza, moved the seat of government to the Zapatist-held town of Cuernavaca. Obregón occupied the capital at the end of the month. This sealed the military geographical separation between Villism and Zapatism, as well as their failure to keep political power in the Mexican capital. Still, this failure did not involve the arrival of a counter-revolutionary army, like those that put down the Paris Commune, the Hungarian Commune of 1919, or the Berlin Uprising of January 1919. Obregón's army was not to butcher the masses but to grant them concessions, for its military victory depended on the partial incorporation of its enemy's program. The most immediate sign of this was the Carranzist Agrarian Reform Law of January 6, 1915. This law, written by Luis Cabrera, sanctioned the return of all the village lands seized in contravention of the law of June 25, 1856, requiring only that the village should present its original deeds to the appropriate authorities. In the case of villages that have no communal land, or are unable to recover it because they lack the deeds or cannot identify it, or because it has been legally alienated, the reform law recognized their right to acquire sufficient resources through government appropriation of nearby land. The law expressly decreed that village land should be divided among private owners. Clearly the intention was to foster small holdings, and to develop a layer of well-off peasants as a social prop for the urban bourgeoisie. In this sense, its goals were historically 186. Continuous with the jurist laws that provided the basis for the liquidation of peasant communities and the development of latifundia. The aim is not to revive the old communities, Carranza's law spelled out, or to create others of a similar nature, but only to give land to the rural poor who presently have none. Such land shall not belong to the village commons, it shall be divided in fee simple, although necessary safeguards shall ensure that avaricious speculators, particularly foreigners, are not easily able to lay hold of such property, as happened almost invariably with the illegal redistribution of communal land and village property under the Ayutla Revolution. These restrictions did not, of course, apply in practice, and the Carranzist agrarian reform soon led to a huge-scale transfer of agrarian property from the old Diaz oligarchy to the new bourgeoisie of constitutionalist generals. Yet, at the time it was passed, the law was a straightforward promise of land redistribution buttressed by the guns of the constitutionalist army. In its wording, and above all in the prospects of nationwide implementation, it appeared much more concrete than the Zapatist decrees in Morelos and much more real than the hazy Villist policy, which did not even have any agrarian legislation. The Carranzist law, bourgeois through and through, was nevertheless an effective political banner with which to attract one section of the peasantry and neutralize the other. It therefore hastened the weakening of Villa's peasant social base, and as to the Zapatists, whose agrarian legislation was much more profound yet based on localist armed struggle, it succeeded in confining their influence to Morelos state and small neighboring regions. The law had other features crucial to its eventual impact. Referring to the period of the Porfirio Diaz regime, it declared null and void all the disentailments carried out by companies, judges, and other bodies which illegally invaded and occupied lands, waters, and woodland with an existing owner. Thus it effectively called into question the whole process of latifundia building begun in 1876. At the same time, it resolved that all land restitution claims 187 should be addressed, not to elected village officials as in Morelos, but to the remote central governors of the relevant state. Given the lack of communications and the state of war, however, claimants were also entitled to address themselves to senior officers specially authorized by the executive power. This was the foothold for a huge land seizure operation conducted by constitutionalist generals, senior officers, functionaries, and politicians. The most direct beneficiaries of the agrarian reform, they would enrich themselves with a voracity comparable to that of the bourgeoisie in the Great French Revolution, constituting a layer of new latifundists and revolutionary nouveau riches later represented by the governments of the Mexican bourgeoisie, and fusing with the remnants of the Porfirian oligarchy through a variety of deals, marriages, and other such business contracts. Despite everything, this operation had to cloak itself in an agrarian reform that did represent the very concession to the peasant masses so stoutly resisted by Carranza in the period between the Guadalupe Plan and the Turian Pact. The Zapatists and Villists did not fail to realize this. On the one hand, the agrarian reform program in Morelos received an indirect stimulus to its further radicalization. On the other, Guzman plausibly described Villa's reaction on hearing of Carranza's divorce and agrarian legislation, right, sir. The people will benefit from these laws, whoever has passed them. Mexico City had proved a dead weight for the peasant leadership, a center of weakness, indecision, and endless intrigue. The most radical minister in the conventionist government, the Zapatist Manuel Palafox, had focused nearly all his attention and activity on matters relating to his Ministry of Agriculture, and he seemed far from understanding the importance of an alliance with the workers, artisans, and urban poor or the need to satisfy their immediate demands. If he did not see this a man whom North American secret agents described as full of rabid socialist ideas, then how much less was it felt and grasped by the indecisive, intriguing. 188. Bulk of conventionist ministers. After Gutierrez and his ministers defected, the peasant leadership made no effort to retain the capital, not knowing what to do with the city or how to tackle its basic problems. Obregon did know. Right from the start, he understood that the role of Mexico City for the constitutionalist cause was not as a center of political authority, but as a popular social base for his faction and hence a recruiting ground for his operational army. From his headquarters, Obregon took various measures to alleviate the material plight of the poorer sections of the population. Their situation was then very serious indeed. Textile factories were often shut for lack of raw materials, others because there were no markets for their goods. The military absorbed the entire railway capacity, so that commodities could be moved neither into nor out of the city. Absolute essentials were in short supply or simply unobtainable. The Constitutionalist Army immediately set up relief stations at various points in the capital, whose function was to distribute provisions, clothing, and money benefits. For this task, Obregon used the framework of the unions, acting as social mediators for his army. The first of these were located at the entrance to St. Bridget's Convent, the headquarters of the Casa del Obrero Mundial. By February 8, 1915, the relief operation was already underway. At the same time, Obregon issued regulations that placed the burden of costs on the capitalists, merchants, and clergy. And when they resisted the exactions, he began to apply drastic measures by imprisoning them until payment was made. He jailed and even shot a few marketeers who were doing big business out of the shortage of subsistence goods. Finally, he ordered that any merchant or priest who refused to pay his taxes should be conscripted into the army for the coming campaign against the Northern Division. The merchants paid up and were released. The priests operated as a political unit, pleading that ill health made it physically impossible for them to fight. Obregon then ordered a medical examination, which showed that only a few of the 180 detained 189 priests had some major complaint, and that the 60 or so with venereal disease were fit enough to join the ranks. This iron-ickel doctor's report was subsequently published. Foreign businessmen also protested at the tax impositions, and Carranza went over Obregon's head and exempted them from payment. But this did not prevent the U.S. State Department from sending a vehement protest letter, which accused Obregon of inciting the populace to commit outrages in which innocent foreigners may become involved, and of being responsible for instigations to anarchy just before the capital was abandoned. It further stated that constitutionalist officers have deliberately created this deplorable situation, in order to obtain the submission of the populace to their incredible demands, and to punish the city for its refusal to comply. After declaring that the United States could no longer patiently sit and watch this intolerable situation, the note concludes by saying that the U.S. government will hold Generals Obregon and Carranza personally responsible for any harm that comes to its citizens in Mexico, and that it will therefore take suitable steps to demand an account from those personally responsible for what may happen. Since Washington did not have official relations with Mexico, although informal U.S. agents were in every army, the note was actually delivered by a Brazilian diplomat. In reply, Obregon merely told him that it would be forwarded to Carranza as the person in charge of foreign affairs, and he then turned back to his last-minute preparations for the campaign. The constitutionalists also took more direct measures to win the support of the workers' movement. The Mexican Electricians Union, affiliated with the Casa del Obrero Mundial, had declared a strike against the Mexican Telephone and Telegraph Company over its refusal to recognize the union as a legal entity and to hold talks on the workers' list of demands. On February 6, 1915, a meeting took place between representatives of the government, the workers, and the company, at which the latter refused to accept any of the demands. As a result, the official representative declared there and then, in view of the company's intransigence, I hereby inform 190 you that the government of the revolution is attaching forthwith the company interests and property and placing their management in the hands of the workers. Leaders of the Mexican Electricians Union immediately entered the company offices, assumed possession of its property, and took charge of its affairs. That evening, a strikers' general meeting at St. Bridget's Convent acclaimed the government declaration and brought the victorious strike to an end. The electricians' leader, Luis N. Morones, was appointed general manager of the Mexican Telephone and Telegraph Company. Obregon's policy in the capital culminated in an action that decisively shifted the balance of forces in his favor. This was the signing of the agreement whereby the Casa del Obrero Mundial unions gave their support to the constitutionalists in the fight against Villism. The pact was signed in Veracruz on February 17, 1915, by a personal representative of Carranza and various COM leaders. The constitutionalist government here reiterated its promise to improve workers' conditions contained in the decree of December 12, 1914, and undertook to pay careful attention to the workers' just demands in conflicts which may arise between themselves and the employers. In return, the COM-affiliated unions resolved to form red battalions out of trade-based workers' contingents, integrating these into the constitutionalist army and politically supporting the fight against reaction through their own organizations. The agreement was published in Mexico City, in a manifesto that tried to use traditional anarchist-style phraseology to cover up the allegiance of the workers' leadership to the emergent leadership of a new national bourgeoisie. The labor unions thereby submitted to the policy of the constitutionalist army, receiving in exchange organizational concessions and various immediate demands, as well as official recognition of the union leaders as political props, and therefore beneficiaries of the regime. Nor was this all. In the situation of the time, the pact concretely committed the unions to march into battle against Pancho Villa's peasant armies. 191. Nevertheless, the pact also expressed the social weakness of constitutionalism and its Obregonist wing, which had to depend on workers' support, an alliance with the unions, and the incorporation of red battalions in order to make its will prevail. The decision to go for the pact was not taken without an inter-NAL struggle. Indeed, since a large section refused to side with Carranzism, it actually provoked a split within the Casa del Obrero Mundial. 1 The crucial debate took place at St. Bridget's Convent on February 8, 1915, 2 days after the unwise attitude of the telephone company had given the pro-constitutionalists a golden opportunity to win support for their position. But at the meeting, which was attended by more than 1,000 workers, a sizable section opposed the idea of joining up with either constitutionalism or any of the other forces in combat. Attacking those who made patriotic incantations, this faction declared that the COM knew no national flags or boundaries, that its cause was international like the class struggle and the proletariat itself, and that the alliance with Carranzism was a craven act in relation to a new fasciation of the bourgeoisie. Dr. Atl, a Carranzist agent who did not belong to the organization, then intervened to condemn the extremist opponents of the pact. His speech caused such an uproar that the meeting concluded without voting on a resolution. Thus the COM leaders did not succeed in winning the approval of the workers' general meeting for their proposed alliance with the Carranzists. The leadership next called a secret meeting for February 10, to which only 67 people were invited. But even at this select gathering, the two currents re-emerged in violent confrontation with each other. The opponents of the pact put forward the anarchist idea of a social revolution against private property, the state, capitalism, and the church, counterposing this to a constitutionalist political revolution that will merely serve to increase the domination and wealth of the new rich. They again insisted that to take up arms in this political revolution would be to act as a tool of this new caste and to carry it to victory. It would, in short, be 192. An act of class capitulation. The pro-alliance tendency, which this time had a majority, argued that the workers' movement had to give armed support if it was to claim its rights after the victory of the constitutionalist revolution. In the early hours of the next morning, the meeting finally voted not only to propose the pact to Carranza, but also to close down COM headquarters and suspend its organizing work until the triumph of the revolutionary cause we are now reinforcing. Once again, the underlying determinant was not Obregon's skill or even the willingness of the union leaders to yoke the unions to the city government. The final decision was essentially due to deeper class factors. The peasant leadership had no national program that represented or reflected working class interests. The radical, anarcho-syndicalist leaders who expressed the workers' view of the pact as a submission to the bourgeoisie did not put forward an alternative policy or a concrete revolutionary organizational method, and they did not grasp the need to oppose the pact by means of an alliance with the peasantry, limiting themselves instead to abstract statements about the future social revolution. In these conditions, the wing of constitutionalism was able to offer a concrete, reformist Jacobin perspective of organization, influence, and future gains. It therefore had some impact on the workers, and Obregon's description of Villism as reactionary did not strike them as mere invective. So it was that 4 red battalions fought on the winning side in the decisive battles against the Villist army. They were composed of textile workers, cabinet makers, stonecutters, tailors, masons, print ERS, mechanics, and steel workers, while 2 more battalions, comprising armory workers, tram drivers, and other trades, were assigned to various other missions. A group of COM women workers formed a nursing corps and joined the operational army under the title Acreta Health Group. According to Obregon's memoirs, the Mexico City workers altogether supplied 9,000 men for his army, most of them belonging to organizations affiliated with the Casa del Obrero Mundial. 193. St. Bridget's Convent changed from a Union headquarters into a Union-run Army recruitment center. Every day, COM-affiliated unions met to approve the decision to join forces with the Constitutionalists. However, there was an important exception, a general meeting of the Mexican Electricians Union, the very union that, a few days earlier, had obtained the biggest government concessions in its strike against the telephone company, now voted against a proposal to support the Carranzist army and join the war. These workers felt that their strike victory was not a gift but the fruit of hard struggle, and that the constitutionalist authorities were now trying to make political capital out of it. Their position transcended the horizon of their own union and, in effect, represented the same opposition current that had already appeared in the tumultuous meeting of February 8. On March 10, 1915, the operational army again evacuated the capital, this time to march into battle with the Northern Division in central Mexico. Ever since they arrived in the city in late January, they had been harassed by Zapatist forces operating, as in 1912, at the very gates. During these 2 months, the Villists had scored a number of victories against various constitutionalist units, particularly in the northeast, where the troops of General Pablo González were completely routed and demoralized. González had lost the whole of Nuevo León and Tamaulipas before taking refuge in the port of Tampico and requesting sea transport to evacuate his remaining troops and artillery to Veracruz. Obregon's advance on central Mexico was designed to provoke a decisive confrontation between his organized and strengthened army and the main Villist forces, so as to stem the defeats being suffered in the north. The main danger, in Obregon's view, was that the Villist forces would move fresh from their victories in Nuevo León and Tamaulipas to capture the port of Tampico from the shattered remnants of González's army. They would then be able to count on a major commercial and industrial center and one of the largest ports in the country, commanding the whole of a rich oil-producing region. 194. Complete with refineries, that could supply them with not only locomotive fuel but a wide variety of other resources. At one stroke they would then acquire most of the benefits Veracruz afforded Carranza, while still retaining control over the north and center-north and the advantage of free movement along internal fines of communication. In order to draw out these Vilfist forces, Obregon completely evacuated Mexico City and handed it back to the Zapatists on the following day. His military calculation was clear: the relative weakness of his forces obliged him to concentrate them in one campaign. He could not both defend the capital against persistent Zapatist attack and march out to engage Villa in battle. In any case, he had no choice but to accept the Southern Liberation Army at his back, although he did successfully defend his railway supply link with Veracruz against repeated Zapatist incursions. This also involved a political calculation that Zapata would gain nothing by occupying Mexico City, and that the character of his army essentially tied it to its roots in the peasant warfare in Morelos state. Finally, while Obregon could clearly see the crisis of the peasant political leadership, his Bonapartist instinct also told him that the state of mind of the masses had changed, that an ebb was beginning after the revolutionary high tide of December 1914. Since Obregon's army was already as prepared for combat as it could reasonably hope to be, any further period of military inactivity threatened to become a disadvantage instead of an advantage. Thus, at the point when all these factors impelled him to seek a residential allusion on the battlefield, Obregon applied the elementary principle of concentrating his forces for the encounter. Meanwhile, just as Obregon feared, Angela suggested to Villa that they complete the northeastern campaign by seizing Tampico and the entire oil region, and that they seek the decisive battles in their northern stronghold. In his view, they would be playing Obregon's game and courting disaster if they were to accept battle in central Mexico. In military terms, his was indeed the better plan, involving as it did the concentration of forces, the shortening of 195 supply lines, the control of much of the oil revenue, and the occupation of the whole northern frontier and a major seaport. In a strong defensive position with untouched, battle-seasoned troops, they could then wait for the enemy to commit himself, to extend and weaken his supply lines, and to grow ever more uneasy at the size of a rear subject to attack by Zapatist guerrillas. This plan also corresponded to a national view of the military and political situation. Seeing the nation as a whole, Angeles wished to accumulate the decisive elements for victory on a national scale. He therefore sought first to establish himself in a territorial zone, complete with its own resources, a port, international relations, and the basis of a state structure. In embryonic form, his plan contained the elements of a twin-based territorial conflict that would have modified the essentially kaleidoscopic character of the Mexican Civil War. It was a plan for power, not for land. Indeed, the general, as a true follower of Madero's politics, had always been opposed to redistribution of the land. Once again, Felipe Angeles's political conception, and hence his military projects, were at odds with those of Francisco Villa. Seeing only Obregon's advance through land his army had controlled and his fellow peasants had redistributed, Villa thought that any further loss of ground would quickly swell the troops and resources available to the constitutionalist army commander. Since he lacked the national perspective of Obregon and Angeles, he could not understand the political weight attached by the latter to the port and region of Tampico. After all, a similar attempt had ended in fiasco with the occupation of Mexico City in December 1914. Villa could see no sense in repeating the experience. Now, however, he was inclined to try what Angeles had proposed in December, an advance to meet and destroy Obregon's army. Of course, the circumstances had changed. But for this very reason, the apparent reversal of Villa's and Angeles's positions reflected their basic self-consistency. The national military viewpoint, which had previously suggested an offensive drive on Veracruz, now pointed to the capture of Tampico and the creation of a strong 196 defensive position against the reorganized enemy forces. The peasant military outlook saw no reason to pursue Obregon to the coast instead of maintaining central control with widely dispersed forces, now logically minimized the political importance of Tampico and prepared to meet the enemy's advance in the central zone supposedly crucial to security, so that the enemy might be militarily defeated before he sank deeper roots in the land. Angeles and Obregon tended to see the country as a whole. Villa, as well as Zapata, saw it in regions. Obregon's advance was a trap laid for Villa's peasant imagination, not for Angeles's military vision. It was successful. Discounting Angeles's arguments, Villa rushed to accept battle where Obregon was offering it. In a sense, his peasant politics left no choice but to seek a military victory before the enemy could increase the size of his forces. For Villa evidently perceived the defection of the officer backbone of the convention, the intrigues designed to separate him from Zapata, the conflicts between Zapatist and Villist political representatives, the constitutionalist military barrier between the northern and southern peasant armies, the gradual change in mood among his troops and the local population he encountered, and many other symptoms of the same kind. In his own way, then, Villa also sensed that the ebb of the peasant masses had begun, and his natural inclination was to stem it through military methods and military successes. It was as if a decisive blow could check the weariness of the masses rooted in social and political conditions. He felt no other hope since his material resources, particularly the livestock traded for arms across the northern border, were sinking to a dangerously low level. And yet, even if Villa had defeated Obregon, this would still not have opened a path independent of the bourgeoisie, and Angeles or others would in some shape or form have repeated the history of the convention. But Villa did not and could not know this, although he may have had a foreboding about this possibility. On April 6, 1915, the first Celaya encounters initiated the phase of the four great battles of Baguio. Obregon had entrenched himself in 197. The town of Celaya, waiting to meet the assault of the Villist cavalry. The plan was for a defensive battle that would exhaust the enemy and subsequently allow the operational army to pass on to the counterattack. On April 6 and 7, the Villist infantry and cavalry, supported by intensive artillery fire, made repeated charges on the defensive positions of Obregon's army. The defenders had to face critical moments when some of their units were on the point of collapse, but the waterlogged terrain helped them to hold the Villist troops over many hours of fruitless assaults. When the smoke cleared, they had managed to whittle down Villa's forces and consume most of his ammunition. Obregon now seized the opportunity to counterattack with the cavalry brigades he had kept in reserve. These fresh forces mounted a twin-pronged offensive maneuver against the tired, battered Northern Division, compelling it to flee in disorderly retreat. This was not, to be sure, a decisive defeat. Villa quickly regrouped his forces and prepared for a second attack. On the other side, Obregon abandoned the idea of pursuit, since the Northern Division not only retained the bulk of its forces but had urgently called up reinforcements and a fresh supply of ammunition. Obregon refortified his positions in Celaya in such a way that his troops formed a 360-degree wall around the town. The Second Battle of Celaya began on April 13, and rapidly assumed the characteristics of the first: Obregon's defensive stance, violent charges by the Northern Division, this time on a full defensive square, slackening of the offensive after 36 hours without success, A dawn counterattack on April 15, involving a twin-pronged cavalry maneuver, supported by 3 infantry brigades at the center of the battle area. The key to this counter-attack, which Obregon had planned when he again decided to adopt a defensive strategy, was the fresh cavalry kept hidden in a wood several kilometers away. At the signal to attack, these forces arrived. 198. On the battlefield as one of the pincers that surprised and crushed the battle-weary Villist troops. On this occasion, the Villist defeat was much more serious. Although sources quote different figures, it may be calculated that Obregon had as many as 20,000 men, slightly more than Villa, that he deployed 18 artillery pieces, but that he had a great superiority in machine guns, crucial to the strengthening of his defensive positions. In its retreat, the Northern Division left in enemy hands virtually all its artillery, thousands of prisoners and light weapons, and several thousand dead and wounded. Here again, the exact figures vary considerably from one source to the next. Obregon's memoirs talk of 4,000 Villist dead and as many wounded, while Villa's memoirs, compiled by Martin Luis Guzman, set his total losses between 3,000 and 3,500. What is certain is that the Second Battle of Celaya was the first complete disaster for the Northern Division. It already marked its definitive decline, forcing it, as nothing had previously done, to end its victory march and withdraw to its old Chihuahua bastion. Soon, fresh setbacks would turn this retreat into a rout. Pancho Villa fell back on Aguascalientes, employing it as a base for the reorganization of his army. Meanwhile, Obregon's operational army resumed its northward advance from Celaya in pursuit of Villa's forces. At this point, new differences arose between Villa and Angeles on the further course of the campaign. Now that the life and death battles had begun with Obregon, Angeles proposed that they should mass in central Mexico all the Villist forces then fighting various constitutionalist detachments in the northeast, Jalisco and El Ibano. Villa retorted that this would throw the way open for the enemy forces to move down to the center. His overriding concern was not to leave the pro-Villist population in these areas without the protection of his forces, and to avoid any danger to his own lines of communication. If the enemy concentrated its troops for 199. An attack on any of these areas, Villa argued, Obregon would be able to penetrate the north and cut off their operational base in Chihuahua. However risky it might be, the only solution was to confront Obregon with the forces already available in Chihuahua. The second disagreement was of a more tactical nature. In Angeles' view, they should meet Obregon's advance by abandoning the town of Leon and securing defensive positions in Aguascalientes. They should then allow the enemy to wear itself down before passing on to the attack. In other words, reverse the roles played by the two armies at Celaya. Instead, Villa opted for battle in Trinidad, just above Leon. Once again, Villa demonstrated his concern with defending his social base above purely military considerations. The Battle of Trinidad formally opened on April 29, 1915. With various ups and downs, the fighting continued for more than a month until Villa's forces suffered a fresh defeat on June 5. In the course of the battle, General Obregon lost an arm and was on the point of losing his life. General Francisco I. Grajales, in his comments on Obregon's campaigns, wrote about this battle. We have seen General Obregon conduct 2 defensive battles in Celaya. Both of these clearly display the 2 classical stages, resistance through the use of gunfire to wear down the attackers, and a counter-offensive designed to vanquish the enemy through gunfire and direct combat. When the leader from Sonora had to face the Federal or Zapatist troops, the former slow and timorous, the latter disorganized and poorly officered, he always proved audacious and employed the offensive as his only form of combat. But now he had before him the brave, daring, and excitable Pancho Villa, creator of a new army in which the dominant cavalry knew no tactic but the charge and hand-to-hand fighting, inspired by an offensive spirit of enormous savagery and ferocity. Obregon therefore exploited the advantages of defensive combat in order to crack the enemy before attacking him. Deliberately choosing the terrain of the next battle, he firmly applied his strategy and tactics of attrition. 200. But on this occasion General Villa, persuaded with difficulty by Felipe Angeles, decided to adopt the same battle procedure as the other side had been using. This convergence of the rival commanders-in-chief lent the battle its slow character, spread it out in time and space, and gave an appearance of indecision to the two commands. Defensive batteries save men, but they also swallow up ammunition. And in Trinidad the Constitutionalists had a very serious bullet shortage, since the Zapatists had been conducting frequent attacks on their extended supply line. This is not the place to recount the twists and turns of the Battle of Trinidad. In essence, Obregon again drew up a square around the town and beat off the Villist attacks, while at the same time, detachments from the two sides met in frequent encounters, during which the mobility, speed, and intensity of cavalry action played the dominant role. The climax came on June 1. Villa switched his main front from Leon to the southern side of the town and suddenly struck at the operational army's outer line of defense, occupying the station of Silao and cutting Obregon's rail link with the south. Simultaneously the fighting intensified on the rest of the battle front. Villa's large-scale maneuver compelled Obregon to postpone his counterattack and to reconcentrate his forces within the defensive square. Villa was unable to make any further progress, however, and although Obregon had been wounded and put out of action on June 3, the Constitutionalists launched a general counter-offensive 2 days later, striking north to Leon and south to Silao with their infantry and cavalry. The Villist troops had first to retreat and then to flee in disorder. That very evening the Constitutionalists marched into Leon, and on June 6 they reoccupied Silao. The Northern Division managed to salvage most of its equipment and withdrew to Aguascalientes with its trains. In Aguascalientes, Villa dug into defensive positions and prepared to resist the hotly pursuing troops of the operational army. 201. This town, which less than a year before had been the seat of the Revolutionary Military Convention, now awaited the definitive battle between the Constitutionalists and the Conventionist army. Obregon's army reached Encarnacion Station, south of Aguascalientes, on June 20, and came to a halt in expectation of a train that was bringing fresh supplies of fuel and ammunition from Veracruz. Meanwhile Villa concentrated his forces inside the town and greeted his generals as they brought reinforcements, José M. Rodriguez from the vicinity of Torreon, Rafael Buelna from Jalisco, José Prieto from Michoacán. Also there for their last great battle alongside Villa were Canuto Reyes, Rodolfo Fierro, Panfilo Nadera, Calixto Contreras, Manuel Bunda, and General Felipe Angeles. When Obregon heard of this concentration and the major defensive work in the town, he sent a force to protect and speed up the train load of fuel and ammunition. Having repulsed a Villist attack on their rear, these troops finally escorted the train into Encarnacion Station on the evening of June 30. 2 days later, a lightning raid by General Reyes and Fierro cut Obregon's rail link with the south and left him trapped in Encarnacion. On July 3, the Villist column captured Leon and, after pausing for a couple of hours, continued its southward advance, destroying railway and telegraph lines on the way. Reyes and Fierro progressed at dizzying speed through Irapuato, Querétaro, and San Juan del Rio to Tula, almost on the outskirts of Mexico City, all the time breaking Obregon's lines of communication. Along the way, they rallied a number of Villist and Zapatist units, and were soon at the gates of the capital. On July 4, Obregon found himself cut off from his operational base, with supplies for only 5 days, an inadequate stock of ammunition, only 4 hours fuel for his trains, and the principal enemy force just to his north. Nor was it possible to follow the Villist general's lightning southward march of destruction. In these conditions, he decided to mass all his forces for an attack on the main enemy position in Aguascalientes. Since Villa's fortifications faced 202 southward to Encarnacion, Obregon tried a circling maneuver in order to attack from the rear and to drive the Villists out onto the open battlefield. The operation began on July 6. But the next day, as the Constitutionalist column advanced through the flat, arid terrain, empty of water, trees, and vegetation, it came under constant fire from Villist units. By July 8, the main Villist forces were already launching an attack from their Aguascalientes base, boxing the Obreganists into an area 6 kilometers by 4 in which they had scarcely any water and only a day's supply of food. Villa then decided to abandon his fortified positions, since they would be useless against an attack from the north, and threw all his forces into an assault on the Constitutionalists' square formation. Throughout July 9, his troops attacked on all sides, which at least eased the task of the defenders in blunting the thrust. Obregon's position was serious, as his supplies of both food and ammunition were nearly exhausted. When he had no further way of maintaining the defensive, he resolved to advance on Aguascalientes itself. This is how he explained the decision in a dispatch dated July 9, "We have supplies only for tomorrow, and our limited ammunition is only enough to take a town by assault. 4 leagues from Aguascalientes, impossibly to retreat because there is not enough ammunition or provisions, and because it would be very irksome, perfectly aware of the risks I am taking, all our men will begin the advance on Aguascalientes at dawn tomorrow, with hopes but little assurance of occupying the town tomorrow." The almost pathetic tone of this communication, written a little with history in mind, should be contrasted with a letter of the same date originating from a member of the Villist General Staff. After describing the critical situation of the Constitutionalists, beleaguered in a very narrow area, where there is a lack of water and any kind of basics, the letter optimistically concludes, "I think that in a day or two, we'll have finished this immense battle with the complete extermination or dispersal of the main Kjuranzas 203. Column. At the moment, the enemy infantry is in very dire straits, short of water and other basics, as well as ammunition. And yet, with the support of cavalry brigades, this very infantry successfully attacked and broke through the defense lines of Villist riflemen, possibly because the maneuver was not expected and because Obregon concentrated all his forces at the Villist weak points. At noon on July 10, Obregon entered Aguascalientes and captured an abundant haul left by the Northern Division in its disorderly retreat. Most precious, perhaps, were the 4 million rounds of ammunition, which solved the problem of the broken supply lines and allowed the operational army not only to hold the town but to push north to Zacatecas and east to San Luis Potosí. So ended the series of 4 great battles in which the power of the Northern Division was broken forever. In all 4, there had been moments when the scales seemed to be tipping in Pancho Villa's favor, in the 2 battles of Celaya, where the Villists gave as a crucial reason for defeat the defective ammunition supplied by U.S. arms dealers, in Trinidad, where Villa had seemed to launch a decisive attack on Obregon's rear just before his own rout, and in Aguascalientes, where, on the eve of his decisive breakthrough, Obregon's army had been encircled in a semi-desert, with virtually no provisions or ammunition. Each time, however, victory had been on his side. Clausewitz said that war is the province of chance, no sphere of human activity is so much in contact with it. And indeed, if we look just at immediate causes, the result of these 4 engagements does seem to have been due to chance. But the constant repetition of chance expressed a necessity, which stemmed from the fact that although Villa had the force of the peasant rebellion behind him, Obregon represented the possibility of organizing the country at the organic level attained by the revolution. Thus, at the critical moments in Trinidad and Aguascalientes, General Obregon found what General Villa had displayed at the crest of the wave, the determination to face the most direct situation and to take the necessary measures for victory. 204. Clausewitz does more than merely identify the importance of chance and uncertainty in the field of war. From this uncertainty of all intelligence and suppositions, this continual interposition of chance, the actor in war constantly finds things different from his expectations. Now, if it is to get safely through this perpetual conflict with the unexpected, 2 qualities are indispensable: in the first place an intellect which, even in the midst of this intense obscurity, is not without some inner traces of light, which lead to the truth, and then the courage to follow this faint light. The first is figuratively expressed by the French phrase coup d'œil. The second is resolve. Point 2. These qualities do belong to the individual, but only insofar as one finds them reflected in the guiding social goal that he more or less consciously represents. This social goal fuels the traces of inner light, and when it vanishes the fight goes out. Beyond any abstract comparison between the military capabilities of Obregon and Villa, this goal constituted the superiority through which the former was able to defeat the latter in 4 critical and successive battles. Negative proof is provided by Angelus's attitude after the Celaya battles, which had been joined against his technical advice. According to his biographer and fellow member of the Villist General Staff, Federico Cervantes, he sank into a state of deep pessimism, unrelieved even at those moments when the contest seemed to be going in Villa's favor. Although Cervantes, who also opposed Villa's tactics, may have tended to exempt Angelus from the military responsibility for defeat, his account does fit well with Angelus's general trajectory and military outlook. Angelus was not present at Celaya and opposed the idea of a bataille at Trinidad. Even toward the end of this long seesaw encounter, when Villa conceived the plan of an attack on the enemy rear, Angelus praised his audacity but objected that it would greatly weaken their battle line and expose them to a crushing enemy offensive. Later, when the Villists captured Celaya and cut Obregon's flank 205. With the south, victory had seemed a close prospect. But even then, Angelus told his highly optimistic officers, "I believe the opposite that we may be defeated within a week." Placing himself in the enemy's shoes, he could see where they might concentrate their offensive to take advantage of the dispersion of Villist forces to the north and south. Cervantes recalls that on the eve of the bat outside Aguascalientes, the likely outcome was discussed at a meeting of convention representatives. Everyone expressed their confidence in Villa's victory except Angelus. "Obregon will win," he baldly stated. This unbroken pessimism was based not only on his superior military technical knowledge, but also on political factors. For although Angelus stayed alongside Villa, he could see no prospects for the struggle. His outlook brought him close to Obregon, and he knew what military steps he would have taken in his place. The split between Villa's peasant tendency and Angelus's political standpoint initially took the form of a military technical disagreement. But although neither had consciously entertained the idea, it became an unstoppable process in the hour of defeat, reaching during the retreat to Chihuahua. Felipe Angelus then took his leave of the Northern Division and went to the United States as a conventionist envoy. In reality, the distance from Villa was even greater than this would suggest. Villa's uncertain plans for future struggle, involving a return to his Chihuahua roots in peasant guerrilla warfare, did not fit into Angelus's political military conceptions. Angelus's pessimism, the quenching of that faint inner light, anticipated the evolution that began in Celaya and ended in Aguascalientes on July 10, 1915, namely, the breakup of the Northern Division as an organized army corps, and the termination of Felipe Angelus's role as its general with the greatest experience and professional military training. From now on, only the class tenacity of General Francisco Villa was capable of maintaining, in the midst of utmost adversity, a years-long military struggle against Carranzism in the northern states of Mexico. 206. The Aguascalientes defeat initiated the final retreat and dissolution of the Northern Division. The bulk of Villa's army followed the railway line north, the only road still open to them. One of the army train drivers on this route later recounted how the soldiers' cohesion and self-confidence gradually disappeared, and how the force disintegrating the division on its retreat to Chihuahua was not so much the enemy's persistent harassment, as the certainty of defeat and the lack of a social perspective with which to face the already apparent ebb tide of the peasant masses. 3. The driver further describes the tortured retreat from Aguascalientes to Zacatecas, when the eagerness to preserve as much material as possible produced such overloading that the trains nearly rested on the wheels. The coaches reserved for senior officers were empty, their windows shattered and their sides riddled by enemy bullets, while the officers themselves, beginning with Villa, preferred to avoid the enemy attacks on the railway by riding the 120 kilometers on horseback. This whole region, save Villast territory a couple of months before, was now unable to offer them any SECU writing. And yet, someone standing on the Zacatecas station platform could have witnessed the arrival of the special wagon bearing the gilded inscription General Villa, preceded by the famous locomotive 135 that had once been assigned to Porfirio Diaz's presidential train. The train's engine and coach were riddled with bullets when it entered the town whose capture a year earlier Villa's most famous exploit had broken the back of the Federal Army. The stop did not last long. Obregon's advance cavalry entered Zacatecas on July 17, 1915. The retreat now continued in the direction of Torreon, punctuated by incidents among the Villast troops themselves. Soldiers from Urbina's brigade had been involved in a shootout with some of Rodolfo Fierro's men over the possession of a flock of lambs intended as food. Equally circumstantial motives were behind a similar incident in Torreon, and there would be many a gunfight between officers or soldiers on even more trivial pretext. These 207 were all symptoms of the growing demoralization that affected a retreating army devoid of prospects. At the same time, the lack of fuel and repair materials made it ever more difficult for the trains to complete their journey. The whole Villast zone of central Mexico was being methodically occupied by Obregon's forces. On July 19 he established his headquarters in San Luis Potosí, using it as an operational base to clear the region of Villast units. By early August, when this task had been largely completed, the Constitutionalists controlled the whole of central and northeast Mexico, and by the end of the month, regular communications had been restored between the port of Tampico and San Luis Potosí. However, Villa still had all or part of the states of Coahuila, Durango, San Luis Potosí, Zacatecas, Chihuahua, and Sonora. On July 11, the Zapatist forces who still occupied Mexico City abandoned it without a fight to Pablo González. A few days later, González withdrew and the Zapatists returned to the city. But it was clear that the Constitutionalists could recapture the city whenever they wished, and indeed, on August 2, 1915, Carranza's troops under González entered Mexico City, never to leave it again. While the Northern Division was retreating to Chihuahua, the Southern Liberation Army lost the capital forever, and the Peasant War definitively recovered its regional forms in both North and South. Defections continued to rise in the Villast ranks, and in mid-August Panfilo Natera, one of their principal generals, took his troops over to Obregon. On August 12, some of these actually captured Durango City, forcing the men who remained loyal to Villa to retreat northward. But although the armed contest had been settled at the national level, fortunes still oscillated in the regions. Thus, Villist forces retook Durango 10 days later, while in early September Obregon had to send urgent reinforcements to bolster González against the repeated Zapatist attacks around the capital. 208. The Constitutionalists entered Saltillo on September 4, and then moved on Perton in an advance that retraced the steps taken by the Northern Division a year earlier. They captured Monclova on September 13 and Piedras Negras shortly after, ensuring control of the whole of Coahuila, and on September 27 took San Pedro de las Colonias without a fight. Over the next 2 days they marched into Torreon and Gómez Palacio, which the Villists had evacuated a few days earlier, and thereby brought the whole Laguna district under their sway. In every town it occupied, the advancing army found locomotives, goods and passenger wagons, other railway equipment, and a further supply of abandoned bullets. By October 10, Obregon could report that only Chihuahua and part of Durango remained in Villast hands. On the 19th of that month, Obregon's troops once again took the city of Durango. In mid-October the remnants of the Northern Division gathered in Casas Grandes, Chihuahua, and decided to march west across the Chihuahua Mountains into Sonora. Apart from the border town of Agua Prieta, where the Constitutionalist General Plutarco Elias Calles had repulsed all attempts to dislodge him, Sonora state was then controlled by Governor Maturina, a passive ally of Villa. In the meantime, the ex-railwayman General Rodolfo Fierro had died in an accident while crossing a lagoon on his way to Casas Grandes. There were more desertions before the column left for Sonora. Senior officers defected to Carranza with all their troops, weapons, and equipment, and simple privates, who could see nothing but black in the future, merely vanished into the countryside. Still, it was a fairly sizable column of some 6,500 men that finally set off, this time without any women, ordered to stay behind on account of the extremely harsh journey ahead. Last to leave was a column of some 200 men under General Manuel Bunda, who had the task of recording the abandoned wagons and supplies and hunting for deserters. Whenever he caught one, he would personally shoot him on the spot with his revolver. Villa attacked Agua Prieta in November. Obregon Haja guessed 209. Villa's plan to invade Sonora from the concentration of troops in Casas Grandes, and sent reinforcements to Calles by the North American Arizona Railway, having just won U.S. recognition of the Carranza government on October 19, 1915. Villa encountered much stronger resistance in Agua Prieta than he had expected, and his forces were eventually repulsed with heavy losses. On November 22 he marched on Hermosillo, the Sonora capital, but suffered a fresh defeat and had to withdraw to Chihuahua with the remnants of his column. The battle claimed the life of another career officer and disciple of Angeles, the young General José Herrán González, who was shot just as he was ordering his men's retreat. In early December, General José Rodríguez's column of some 4,000 men, the only sizable force unable to join up with Villa, was beaten and dispersed by General Calles in the Sonora town of Fronteras. The various fragments then took another route into Chihuahua. Just a year after its triumphal entry into Mexico City, the Northern Division was down to its last organized section. The retreat through wild, mountainous terrain, in the bitter cold of winter, finished many more of the Villist remnants along the way. By the time they reached Chihuahua, they had lost any collective will to fight. On December 20, the forces under Generals Bunda, Limón, and others surrendered Ciudad Juárez, Guadalupe, San Ignacio, and Villa Ahumada, with 4,000 men and their arms and ammunition. By December 31, 1915, the Constitutionalists controlled all the cities of Mexico, including Chihuahua. According to one of those who compiled Villa's memoirs, the Northern Division commander then left his generals and officers free to accept the government amnesty, himself deciding to continue the guerrilla struggle in the mountains. The Soviet writers Alperovich and Rudenko give this account. In December 1915, Carranza offered an agreement to Villa on the following terms: 1. A general amnesty for all his supporters, 2. Surrender of all Vilst-controlled territory to the Carranzist government, 3. Integration of his troops into the Constitutionalist army. 210. For the fight against Zapata, and 4. A guarantee that Villa could freely emigrate to the United States. Some commanders of Villist troops accepted these conditions. But Villa carried on with the struggle. At the beginning of 1916, the Northern Division no longer existed. With a few hundred guerrillas, Villa returned to the mountains to continue the fight for another 4 years. Not a few historians fail to mention U.S. intervention in the Mexican Civil War, merely referring to the role played by Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson in the Huerta coup. By contrast, Soviet historians like Alperovich and Rudenko imply that the fate of the revolution largely depended on U.S. interventionist measures taken at one time or another. Point 4. In a broad historical sense, the presence of U.S. imperial power across the frontier did play a determining role throughout the revolution, as it has done in the whole of Mexico's history. But direct intervention was of secondary importance to the actual course of the revolution, while the clash between rival factions was entirely rooted in Mexican social forces and their respective leaderships. Furthermore, Washington's intervention was inconstant and partly contradictory in the various stages. To present it as if it were clear and rectilinear is to make an unwarranted transposition from a later period, when U.S. foreign policy assumed a more extensive world role, growing in self-confidence and understanding of how to confront revolution in agrarian countries. The U.S. governments did not grasp the essence of the Mexican Revolution. They had never before seen such a phenomenon, apparently so confused and contradictory, in which the major decisions were not taken in cabinets and the realm of high politics, or through negotiations, pressure groups, diplomatic threats, and concessions. According to all their previous ways of thinking, but these were subordinate military continuations of top-level political decisions, settled by skill and chance and firmly placed in the service of clearly defined ruling class interests. In Mexico, however, the masses were deciding the issue through methods of their own. Although they had no preconceived plan and no conscious direction, they imposed their will like a force of nature upon their leadership. Their ebb and flow followed laws quite beyond the limited provincial comprehension of the newly emerging American empire, which lacked the experience and subtlety acquired by British ruling class politicians over long years of colonial domination. Washington gave no special support to Porfirio Diaz against the Maderist Revolution, and even allowed its leader to organize the conspiracy on U.S. territory. Madero's rise to power was seen as a continuation of capitalist policy that might allow the revolutionary strength accumulated under the dictatorship to be channeled in a bourgeois direction. Only when Madero's government proved powerless to contain the revolution did Washington adopt a different line. Ambassador Wilson's letters, expressing ever greater alarm at the situation, then culminated in his government's decision to back the Huerta coup. Since Washington did not understand the inner dynamic of the revolution, failing to realize that Madero's weakness mainly reflected the strength of the upheaval, it was surprised that his liquidation merely hastened the spread of the revolutionary struggle. The picture now became increasingly unclear, involving repeat oscillations in Washington's Mexico policy and government divisions on the way in which U.S. interests could best be defended. Washington did, of course, have the clear objective of opposing the revolution and protecting its own interests and investments. The problem began when it had to define an appropriate policy. By late 1913 or early 1914, it was quite apparent that the most straightforward course replacement of Madero by a strongman who would brutally curtail the revolution had proved to be a disaster. The outbreak of open conflict between the different anti-Huerta tendencies, all seemingly hostile to U.S. interests, more or less coincided with the onset of the 1914-18 war in Europe. The attention of European imperialist powers, especially Britain, France, and Germany, completely shifted away from Mexico, leaving the United States to defend not only its particular interests but 21 212. Also those of world imperialism. It was the first time Washington had had to face such a responsibility, and although it assumed it with gusto, the task exceeded its powers of political comprehension and maneuver and gave rise to an initially uncertain attitude toward the various revolutionary forces. On the one hand, the peasant leaders did not seem to have a national consciousness clearly opposed to any U.S. intervention, while their concrete actions struck at the pillars of capitalist order, and, on the other hand, Carranza and his officers had a nationalist policy opposed to any foreign intervention, but their national-scale policy would better guarantee order and property. So, in the end, it was inevitable that Washington should opt for Carranzism, albeit reluctantly and with the realization that the lesser evil was still an evil. What could not ultimately be changed was the basic reality, apparent since 1914, that the violent liquidation of the economic and political power of the landowning oligarchy removed the possibility of a government serving as the direct agency of foreign imperialism. In the period between the Marines' departure from Veracruz in November 1914 and the withdrawal of the punitive expedition in January 1917, Washington followed a policy that, however aggressive or insidious in method, had an essentially defensive character in the face of a hated revolution it could neither understand nor control. Apart, of course, from protecting direct U.S. interests, it set itself the limited yet quite precise objective of hindering the formation of a strong nationalist regime. Even before Huerta's overthrow, the U.S. government sent envoys to all the revolutionary leaders, Carranza, Villa, and Zapata. But except in November and December 1914, when it withdrew from Veracruz and gave Carranza some relief in his confined coastal position against the thrust of the Northern Division, Washington did not show much concern at the prospect of victory by the two great peasant armies. After the first evacuation of Mexico City, in January 1915, it was clear anyway that such a victory could do no more than bring some kind of conventionist government to 213 power. Besides, nothing could be done to stem the peasant war, it had to run its own course. At the political level, however, Washington very soon clashed with Carranza himself. While the struggle against Huerta was still in course, John Reed interviewed Carranza in Nogales, Sonora, and drew from him the following statement: "I tell you that if the United States intervenes in Mexico, intervention will not accomplish what it thinks, but will provoke a war which, besides its own consequences, will deepen a profound hatred between the United States and the whole of Latin America, a hatred which will endanger the entire political future of the United States." 5. In late 1913, at the height of the struggle against Huerta, the constitutionalist general in Tuxpan, Candido Aguilar, was involved in an incident with the U.S. Navy. As his troops moved into the Tuxpan oil region in Veracruz State, U.S. Navy ships under the command of Admiral Fletcher were lying anchored off the island of Lobos. Fletcher sent the following message to General Candido Aguilar, commander of the rebel forces occupying the oil zone of Tuxpan region. "I am instructed by my government to inform you that if you do not leave the oil zone within 24 hours, I shall land U.S. troops to safeguard the use and interests of American citizens and other nationals." The Mexican general replied, to Admiral Fletcher, "I refer to your insolent note of yesterday. The life and interests of North Americans and other nationals have been, are, and will be fully safeguarded in the military zone under my command. Should the threat to land U.S. troops on Mexican soil be carried out, I shall be obliged to fight them, to burn the oil wells in the region of which I have charge, and to shoot all North Americans in the region who, in the meantime, are to be considered hostages." Simultaneously, Aguilar sent these instructions to his officers: "Urgently gather together all the families of North Americans living in the area. Put an officer and 2 soldiers on guard at each well, so that when the first cannon shots are fired and you receive orders directly from me, you shall set fire to the wells and shoot all." 214. The temporary North American hostages. The landing did not, of course, take place. But this was one of a series of incidents that led to the occupation of Veracruz by U.S. Marines in April 1914. The constitutionalist government tripled the oil tax on July 20, 1914, and its decree of December 12, 1914, promised to revise legislation on the mines, oil reserves, forests, and other natural resources to the benefit of nationalist interests. Early in 1915, Carranza issued further decrees to control foreign investment in land, oil extraction, mining, and other such areas. This nationalist policy, which nevertheless stopped short of expropriation, became a permanent landmark of the Carranza government and a source of constant friction with Washington. At the same time, the Mexican bourgeoisie tried to profit from the 1914-18 war and the interruption of European exports in order to gain a firmer foothold in its own domestic market. During the first half of 1915, when the war between Villism and constitutionalism was at its fiercest, the U.S. government was shaken by an internal conflict over policy toward the different Mexican factions. One side, seeing the revolutionary implications of the Peasant War, proposed that Washington should support Carranza. The other side, seeing Carranza as the most solid foundation for a strong nationalist government, denounced his oil policy and argued that some support should be given to Villa. For their part, the big oil corporations had already been conducting their own policy in Veracruz, giving financial support to General Manuel Pérez for his operations against Carranzist forces in 1914 and 1915. Later, between 1917 and 1919, these corporations would use the same general to direct a white terror against the oil workers' unions. Since early 1915, the idea had been maturing in President Wilson's mind that he should intervene as a mediator in the Mexican Civil War. On June 2, when the Battle of Trinidad had still not been decided, Wilson announced to the American people that the United States would not tolerate continued civil war in Mexico, effectively threatening intervention if a stable government was not established. After Trinidad and Aguascalientes, however, very day 215. That passed made it clearer that a Carrancist victory was the only possible outcome of the Civil War. U.S. imperialists then tried to intervene in order to use Villa's retreating forces as a counterweight that might wrest concessions from Carranza's nationalist government. Alperovich and Rudenko give this account. Lansing, who replaced Bryan as Secretary of State on June 9, 1915, wrote to Woodrow Wilson on 6 August that Villa should be encouraged to sell livestock in the United States on account of his rather difficult financial situation. On August 9 he sent another letter which explained his position in more detail. "We should help Villa for the following reasons," he said. "We don't want Carranza's coterie to be the only group in Mexico with which we have relations. Carranza has shown himself to be so intolerant that the mere appearance of opposition to his government would allow us to spread the idea that the various groupings are holding talks with one another. I therefore think that, until an understanding is reached, it would be useful to give Villa the opportunity to obtain the money for buying weapons." Approximately the same aim to create a certain counterweight against Carranza was discussed at a meeting between Villa and General Scott, Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. 6. In the middle of August 1915, the U.S. government finally put forward concrete plans for mediation. On August 11, Secretary of State Lansing, together with the diplomatic representatives in Washington of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Bolivia, and Guatemala, sent Carranza, Villa, Zapata, and other Mexican army leaders an official dispatch which has become known as the Pan American Note. The proposal was that these countries should act as mediators in calling a conference of representatives of all the warring factions in Mexico, so as to constitute a provisional government which may take the first steps to restore constitutional order in the country. Villa accepted the idea on August 16, and put the name of General 216. Felipe Angeles on the list of prospective Villist delegates. Zapata also accepted on August 26, followed by various members of the convention government, which was by now a mere shadow of itself. Among these was General Manuel Palafox. Unlike the peasant leaders, however, Carranza saw himself as the representative of the nation and therefore rejected the note. Besides, since he was clearly winning the war, it made no sense for him to accept such a proposal of mediation. On September 10, the Carranzist government replied to the signatories of the note. "Cannot consent to discuss the internal affairs of the Republic with any mediator or on the initiative of any foreign government. Given that acceptance of the proposals made by your excellencies would gravely damage the independence of the Republic, and set a precedent for foreign governments to interfere in the solution of our internal problems. At the same time, it called for itself to be recognized as the only legitimate government of Mexico." The signatories of the Pan American Note met in conference on October 9, at a time when Obregon's victorious campaign had placed the consolidation of the Carranza government beyond any doubt. The participants therefore decided to recommend that it be endorsed as the de facto government of Mexico. On October 19, 1915, the United States officially recognized the Carranza government, banned further arms sales to its enemies, particularly Villa's forces, and allowed Obregon's troops to pass through North American territory for operations against Villa. As we have seen, this facility was of crucial importance in bolstering the Agua Prieta garrison to inflict a severe and decisive defeat on the Villist assault force. The next year, the U.S. Army itself would launch a punitive expedition, a fruitless attempt to stamp out the tenacious remains of the Mexican Peasant War represented by the Villist guerrillas. 7. 217. On July 31, 1916, the first general strike in Mexico's history broke out for a period of 3 days. But the workers went alone into struggle. The peasantry, which in its rise had stimulated the workers' movement, was now in retreat and in any case divided from it by the experience of the Red Battalions. For their part, the workers' lead ERS had used the first stage of the alliance with Carranzism when it was a life-and-death question for the constitutionalists to win the workers' support and prevent a link-up with the peasantry in order to develop trade union organization throughout the country. Once the peasant armies had been defeated or thrown back, the bourgeois Carranzist faction quickly proceeded to confront the labor movement in a trial of strength that culminated in the 1916 general strike. The Red Battalion's agreement had involved certain concessions to the unions. Thus, on the eve of the Battle of Celaya, Obregon decreed a minimum wage in the region and in all states under constitutionalist army control. The minimum was to be 1 peso a day, the very sum which, in early 1912, the Zapatist leaders had themselves forced the haciendas to pay their peons in areas controlled by the Southern Liberation Army. As Obregon's army was gaining ground in 1915, the Casa del Obrero Mundial sent out groups of organizers and agitators to unionize the workers. For although Carranza was an enemy of all forms of labor organization, he had to accept Obregon's political military leadership of the campaign. And Obregon understood that the most important element in the pact with the unions was not the numerical addition to his army, but the secure social base that union activity provided at his rear. Moreover, it won him support in the towns that was crucial in offsetting the resistance of the Provillist peasantry. In August 1915 the Casa del Obrero Mundial was re-established in Mexico City, and Luis N. Morones became Secretary General of a reorganized Federal District Union Federation. The COM set up branches in San Luis Potosí, Yucatán, Veracruz, Tamaulipas, Coahuila, Puebla, Guanajuato, and Hidalgo. On December 5 it issued a manifesto that stated, "The armed struggle is coming to an 218 end, and soon we shall begin to reap its fruits. We shall know how to use this freedom, won at the price of so many sacrifices, in order to form powerful unions sufficient in themselves to command the respect of our exploiters." At the end of 1915, the constitutionalist government awarded the Jockey Club building, once a redoubt of the Porfirian aristocracy, to the Casa del Obrero Mundial. It soon became the center for feverish union organizational activity, involving constant workers' assemblies and meetings. Here were founded or reorganized the unions of bakers, tailors, shoemakers, printers, tram workers, national arsenal workers, and so on. Organizing groups continually set out for various parts of the country. At the same time, a flood of demands was presented by the bakers, printers, tailors, carpenters, textile workers and others, usually together with a strike movement or the threat of a strike. Late in December, the Guadalajara tram workers and electricians struck in support of wage demands. In the El Oro mines in Mexico State, the strikers even replaced their superiors and took over the installations. Dock workers walked out in the two chief ports of the country, Veracruz and Tampico. Once the Northern Division collapsed in late December, the Carranza government no longer needed union support for the struggle with Villa. Paradoxically, the Red Battalions and the social cover of the Casa del Obrero Mundial had helped to destroy the military shield that indirectly prevented the Carranzists from concentrating their blows against the proletariat and the Zapatist bastion in Morelos. Now the constitutionalist government was able to turn on its erstwhile allies. On November 30, 1915, the railway workers were conscripted and brought under military discipline. At the beginning of the next year, the Constitutionalist High Command dissolved the Red Battalions, disbanded most of their members, and incorporated the rest in the regular army. On January 19, 1916, General Pablo González made public 219 Declaration against the widespread labor agitation. If the revolution fought capitalist tyranny, he argued, it cannot sanction proletarian tyranny. The declaration was accompanied by a series of measures against the organized labor movement. González's troops stormed the Jockey Club headquarters, violently evicted the work-ers organizations, and closed down the magazine Ariat. In Monterrey, General Trevino shut the local COM offices, while in a number of other states, senior constitutionalist officers followed orders from Carranza to arrest COM leaders, on the grounds that they were agitating for a general strike to receive wages in gold. Unionists arrested throughout the country were all brought to Querétaro prison. By February the Red Battalions no longer existed, the workers had been driven from the Jockey Club, and many of their leaders were in prison or suffering persecution. The Veracruz alliance between Carranzism and the workers' movement had run its full cycle in the space of a year, proving that its opponents had been right to denounce it as an act of capitulation. In these circumstances, the Federal District Union Federation decided to call a National Workers' Congress in Veracruz. This Congress, attended by delegates from all parts of the country, was the most representative gathering so far in the history of the Mexican workers' movement. It opened on March 5, 1916, and AP proved the founding of the Mexico Regional Federation of Labor. In its various resolutions, the anarcho-syndicalist current headed by the Veracruz leader Herrán Proel prevailed over the reformist tendency led by Morones. Accordingly, Proel was elected Secretary General of the Federation. Article 1 of the statutes reads as follows: The Mexico Regional Federation of Labor accepts the class struggle as the basic principle of workers' organization, and the socialization of the means of production as the supreme goal for the proletarian movement. Subsequent articles state that the organization will only employ direct action, to the exclusion of political action, that its members are not entitled to occupy any public or administrative 220 office, and that it will support the principles of the Raciones school. The resolutions included one calling for the release of the union leaders jailed by the Carranza government. The Veracruz Congress closed on March 17. Mexico's economic crisis, stemming from the Civil War, weighed ever more heavily upon wage-earning sections of the population. In war-affected regions, particularly in 1914-15, many factories shut their gates or reduced production for lack of markets or raw materials. The cost of food was continually rising, since there was not enough transport to carry even the reduced quantity of agricultural produce. The military commanders and state governors acted with discretionary powers, raising taxes, requisitioning goods, and issuing an uncontrolled supply of money. In the early part of 1916, more than 20 different currencies were circulating in the country, most of them accepted only in particular regions. The Veracruz, one of the most widely used banknotes, was quoted in March 1916 as worth 2 gold centavos per peso. Demands for the payment of wages in gold therefore became the rule in every labor sector. On May 22 the Federal District Union Federation called a strike in support of this demand. But facing the threat of reprisals and the promise of concessions, the workers' leaders suspended the action on May 23. As the promises did not materialize, the Federal District Union Federation renewed its preparations for a strike. Meeting in secret session in July, its Federal Council approved a strike call but did not set a precise date. 3 strike committees were formed, so that they could succeed each other as repression struck their members. The general strike began on July 31, 1916, spearheaded by the electricians' action in plunging Mexico City into darkness. Altogether, some 90,000 workers in the federal district downed tools. Some made their way through the paralyzed city to attend a meeting at the headquarters of the Electricians' Union, where a presidential envoy invited them to send a delegation for talks with Carranza. When they arrived in the president's office, however, Carranza coarsely insulted them, described them as 221 traitors to the fatherland, and ordered their arrest and trial before a military tribunal. At the same time, the army broke up a meeting at the electricians' headquarters, and troops occupied the various trade union offices. On August 1 the president decreed martial law and, invoking the jurist law against subverters of public order, instituted the death penalty for strikers. The vagueness of this law allowed any opponent of the government to be brought under its terms. The death penalty, states the decree, shall be applied not only to subverters of public order defined in the law of January 25, 1862, but also to the following categories: Firstly, those who incite or spread a work stoppage in factories or other enterprises designed to maintain the public services, who chair meetings in which such a stoppage is proposed, discussed, or approved, who advocate and support such a stoppage, who attend a meeting of this kind and fail to withdraw as soon as they realize its purpose, or who try to make a stoppage effective once it has been declared. Secondly, those who, seeking to suspend work in the aforementioned or any other factories or workplaces, and profiting from the subsequent disorders to worsen or impose such a suspension, destroy or damage property belonging to an enterprise whose workers are involved, or wish to be included, in such a suspension, or who, with the same intent, provoke disturbances against public servants or private individuals, or use force against the person or property of any citizen, or seize, destroy or damage public or private property, and thirdly those who, by threats or force, prevent other persons from performing the duties normally discharged by workers in the enterprises against which a suspension of work has been declared. The main strike leader, electrician Escobedo Velasco, was arrested on August 2. Bowing to the effects of repression and the death penalty decree, but also displaying the weakness of the strike lead airship, Velasco ordered a return to work and the restarting of the 222 Necaxa power station that supplied the capital. The strike ended without any gains, and yet the repression did not abate. The strike leaders were placed on trial. But since the court did not judge it expedient to pass the death penalty, Carranza ordered a retrial at which Escobedo Velasco was condemned to death. However, the sentence was first postponed and then commuted to a term of imprisonment. Eventually, after Velasco had sent various messages of recantation to Carranza, the government yielded to constant labor movement protests and allowed his release in February 1918. While Carranza was conducting this repression, his war minister, Álvaro Obregón, was making various attempts at conciliation. As early as the evening of August 2, he secretly met with the Second Line Strike Committee and presented himself as a friend of the workers' movement who had differences with Carranza. He argued that the situation was extremely difficult for an organized workers' movement, suggesting that union life should be temporarily discontinued until things calmed down. The workers' leaders accepted his advice, and the Casa del Obrero Mundial dissolved. The collapse of the general strike brought to an end the history of an organization that, between 1912 and 1916, had been the center of organized working class involvement in the Mexican Revolution. In this whole episode, Obregón again played a dual role. On the one hand, there was a tacit division of labor in which Carranza repressed while Obregón contained and dissuaded, but on the other hand, Obregón did represent a current that sought support for its distinctive policy among the workers' leaders. The situation would repeat itself a few months later at the Querétaro Constituent Congress. A new stage opened for the union movement in May 1918, when a National Labor Congress in Saltillo founded the Mexican Regional Workers' Federation under the leadership of Morones. This gave rise in December 1919 to the Mexican Labor Party, with roots in the ephemeral Federal District Union Federation of 1917. The CRUM and its party immediately attached themselves 223